back when he first came around, he would get he would get angry faster than most guys.
Really?
But now Bob could care less. But you're right.
Patrice can fucking deal it out.
Yes.
Patrice can fucking rip you to shreds.
He's definitely in my top 2.
Yeah, he's fucked.
Here's the fun. Let me tell you, Patrice came out to L.A. Right now, L.A. comics are nothing like us here in New York.
We learned that a long time ago.
Listen, I live out there, but I'm not on the circuit out there. I can't, I thank God that I'm able to tour and go out, because I can't deal like those guys. It's the most sensitive group of.
They don't interact like this. They don't fuck with each other.
No. What's the core group out there? Because we know the core group in New York. You don't even know.
You really isn't one.
You don't even. Wow. I don't think it exists. There's no such thing. There is no such place as a coffee shop. There's no. There's no hangout. There's no
bullshitting and fucking with each other.
Like everybody's going on stage, but in their mind, every time they step on stage is to make it. Like this is the time some producer's going to see me and I'm gonna have my show.
So obviously completely different. Yeah.
Completely different. So Patrice comes out, right? First of all, let me tell you what Patrice does. Patrice stays in my apartment, right? I'm in a 2-bedroom apartment. At the time, I'm married. So I'm like, Patrice, you can stay with us. It's no big deal. I put Patrice in the guest room, right? So one day, I come home. I'm going to give you guys the full-fledged. I don't give a shit. Patrice, fuck him. He can give me shit later. So I come home, right? It's quiet. I don't hear anything in the room. So I'm like, Patrice, you here? Because, the rental car was in the garage. So I don't know. I guess not. I go in the back. The computer's on. Patrice is in front of the computer. I swear to God, I cannot make this up. There's some baby oil on the desk. Right? Patrice is big, so I can't see in front of the computer. He's got the headphones on attached to the computer, right? So there's porn. So Patrice is fucking like his. I guess he's got his dick out the boxer hole. He didn't want to go with the full. He didn't want to go with the full.
Yeah, the whole distance.
Yeah. So I see the arm working, right? So
holy shit.
My wife, she's about to come in. I'm like, no, wait. I'm like, Patrice, you can't hear me because he's got the fucking headphones on. So I smack the headphones off his head. I say, stupid, what, you beating your dick in the fucking office? He's like, is your wife here? So I'm like, hey man, just cut the shit off, Patrice. So listen, the most humiliating move I've ever seen Patrice do. He wanted to finish. He's like, just get out. Just let me get out. I said, you're not even gonna fucking stop, man. I said, his back was so big, so I couldn't see anything, right? So he's like, just get out, man. I'll be done in a second. Literally, these are his words. I'll be done in a second,
come in your fucking office.
So I leave. Listen, this is what makes Patrice. Patrice comes out and liver afterwards. He said, look, guys, there's nothing to say to really make that situation better. It is what it is. It happened. So let's just forget about it, man. Let's just move on. So that night, me and Patrice go out, right? So we're out. We're going to the comedy club. So I'm with Patrice. Patrice is looking. He's just looking like, how Patrice does it.
His nose and his bottom lip meet.
He's frowning his face up at these comics, like literally. He's just looking at him.
Fuck,
he's pointing the guys like he doesn't even know the guys. He's like, God. Like he's doing a thing like, for the listeners, I know you can't see me, but he's like pointing his finger. He's giving them the look. He's like, why are you? So I'm looking and I'm like, Patrice, I said, these guys, they're not, they don't know our world. They don't fuck around, the same way we do. He's like, I don't care. He literally starts attacking. It's like a man with a rifle just picking people off. He's like, look at, what are you, oh God, look at his appearance. This guy, that's what your act. He said, what you just talked about on stage made me go, he's just destroying Jim. He's laying there, these guys get mad. Who the fuck are you, man? Who do you think you are? Coming right, he's like, your voice. He's like, no matter what they said, his response is like, I'm the only one. I am on the floor. I'm cramping. I'm laughing so fucking hard. He's like, what is your notepad for? What are you writing down? What do you take? Did you take notes of what you just did? Let me see it. Let me see your book. The guy gives me the book. Patrice throws it. Throws his book. It's like this guy's hard hard work. Like he's been sitting there jotting down bits all day. Patrice chucked
ruthless.
it, hit a bottle of water somewhere across the room. Patrice,
He's ruthless and hysterical when he fucking
nobody
jumps on
matches
someone.
Patrice's funny anger. Nobody at all. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
No, he will rip you to pieces, and it will be hysterical.
And with that, Patrice O'Neal, everyone. Patrice.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, good morning.
We got Kevin Hart in studio. And he's telling
What's
some...
up?
What's going on? I told him about when I caught you beating off in my fucking apartment.
You told him what when you did what?
When I caught you jerking off in my apartment.
Oh, that was a long time ago. I ain't know.
Yeah. It's still a funny fucking story.
That's when me and Kev. That's before Kev stopped talking to me. 5 years ago.
I wonder why he wouldn't want to talk to you.
We haven't talked in about 5 years, and then I think that was the last time we talked. Like jerk talk. No, we talked after that.
We talked after that. I seen you after that.
This is when Kev. These are stories before Kev stopped running the other way. When he didn't see me coming. His career was taking off. Now I don't mind that. I don't mind that because his career is important. But when I see you and I come walking towards you, and he sees white people near him, he runs. He doesn't anymore in front of white people. So, and I hear you guys cackling up a storm. Of course, 5 years ago, this is how I know Kev is famous. Because Jim Norton is giving him the famous laugh. And Kev 5 years ago was just a little nigger. And he was a niglet. And now this nigga, I hear a story how famous Kev is. This is how famous Kev is, and I didn't know that. Because I don't have his number anymore. And now tell me if this is true, because this has me almost shaking in my ego boots. This fucker, there's a tour I hear coming up. Is this public knowledge yet, Kev?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Holy fuck balls! This is how big you talking. This is how famous this person is you're talking to now. The thing is called Bernie Mac passed away, so the Kings of Comedy can't really do the full tour anymore.
Right.
So I hear it's going to be a new Kings of Comedy tour, but there's no Bernie Mac. So here's the thing. There is no, fourth person to take Bernie Mac's place. It is called Three Kings and a Heart Tour. And Kev is the closer. I didn't realize this shit.
Well,
When the fuck did I win? Here's what I want to know. What put you over the top, Kev? Because we sit here and we cry, wondering what the fuck put you to that level. Was it Soul Plane? It couldn't.
I don't. You know the sad part,
Was
Trees?
it the fucking So Seriously Funny?
I think it. I'm gonna tell you what.
Become a household name.
I'm gonna tell you what it was. I think it was probably Seriously Funny, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit though. Here's the thing with the Three Kings and a Heart tour. And this is gonna fuck you up. You know, I talk about it. I don't give a shit. They said it. They wanted to do. We were just supposed to do the one show All-Star Weekend, right? That's what we were supposed to do. And after that, they were talking about taking it out. So Steve Harvey was like, I don't want to really do it because Bernie's not here. It's hard for me to go on stage like that without Bernie. He said, so he didn't really feel comfortable. DL said and wanted to do it. And I was like, well, I only wanted to do it for the All-Star Weekend because it was that big. So when they started talking about the other dates, before Steve even said it, I was like, I don't want to do the whole tour because I don't want to be a part of that particular brand. Like I said, that brand has already been done.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Let me tell you. This horse shit, he didn't want to do it. Because this motherfucker is the ticket seller.
Pretty much.
Yes. So why join a less successful tour than himself?
That was a.
I'm sorry. These are things I have to find out because after this horseshit phone call, we'll never talk again.
Trees. First of all, Trees. In my defense, Patrice, my fucking number hasn't changed, Patrice. My fucking number hasn't changed. Okay. Now, if you want to be honest, you disappeared, Patrice. You did.
This motherfucker. He said his number didn't change. If I go find his old number, it will not only go fucking Patrice, don't fucking call me.
That'll be on the message.
Why don't we do the challenge? Patrice can call right now, and Kevin can put his phone right next to the
Call
mic.
right now, Patrice.
Let's do the challenge right now.
I have to find Kevin's number because this is how close me and Lil Kev used to be. Sorry, Mr. Hart, KH.
Hey, it's K Hart, man. That's what they call me on the streets.
And by the way, as much as I try to hate on Kev, that fucking seriously funny had me in tears. Kevin's just a funny guy. Man.
Thank you, man.
That shit was fucking funny.
Patrice, hold on 1 second. I'm dialing Kevin's old number right now.
And the phone's not ringing in
Okay,
front
wait,
of us?
no.
Wait, how old is it? How old is it?
Wait, no. In my defense, Jim definitely doesn't have the number. Patrice. Okay.
Let's see, which one of these is it?
Hey, Jim, don't
Okay,
call that
listen.
number.
Let me tell you. Listen. Let me show you how old the number is, Patrice.
Hold on, Patrice.
It's not real.
Go ahead.
Patrice, Jim has an 888 number in his phone for me. That used to be my beeper when I first came to New York. He's got 888-664. He's got my beeper number.
That's how long.
That's good news that Norton was never really your friend. That makes me happy.
I had the old cells.
Look, the time I jerked off at his house, man, those were the good old days. He did catch me, and I have to admit I was beating off at his house because Kev at the time was the first one to have a Mac, and the porn just streamed. I was lonely, the porn was streaming, and I got caught. But, this is a fun conversation because I ain't talked to the nigga in a long time. But
Patrice caught me fucking in my garage. Me and my wife was fucking in the car because Patrice was upstairs. So Patrice came downstairs. He said, he called me, he waited 45 minutes to call me. He said, little dummy, were y'all just fucking in the car? I said, yeah.
Well, that's no big deal because Kev had a bed in his house that he needed a ladder to climb up to. He needed a step stool to get in it, and him and his wife used to fuck all the time. And that's not even a story. That's all they do is because the nigga's virile. And the other legendary thing about Little Kev is he has the dick the size of a baby arm.
It's really depressing.
Oh, you've seen?
No, but I've heard. It depresses me.
And I don't even need to say the no homo thing. It's just like, if girls are like, hey, hi, how are you? And the motherfucker might be like, hey, and it's like, hey, and he just goes, look, I got a big dick.
If I'm fucking a girl, I'll actually go, you should meet my friend Kevin.
If we could be hanging out with prostitutes and Kev could pull his dick out and ruin everything, even for the prostitutes, because now they're like, well, if everybody's dick ain't that, like it was a collective. Oh, but it's a dick to have if you're gonna be famous, nigga. Hey, look. It was good to talk to you. And Anthony, we're doing this thing coming up?
Yeah,
we should talk about that real
We're going to
fast.
Foxwoods.
Poker tournament.
This Friday.
We're going to play some poker and fucking
play poker, Trace?
hang out with our wonderful listeners.
Not really. I downloaded something on the iPad to try to learn. I don't want to be a sucker.
Nah, you'll be great. Yeah, it's a poker tournament at Foxwoods Resort and Casino. It's this Friday.
Everything in while you're talking to your special guest. I know I've been downgraded to I'll see you Friday.
Hey, Patrice.
I love Patrice, man.
Everybody having a fucking great time. I could come down. I'm not doing nothing. I'm retired.
Patrice.
Yeah, we should have had Patrice in today.
You should have brought him fucking in.
I don't know why we didn't.
Patrice. Hey, for real, don't be an asshole right now. I'm dead serious. Jim's got your shit, right?
My number?
Yeah.
Don't call me nigga.
No, I'm calling. Let's go eat today, for real. I ain't seen you, man.
I'm not going to eat with you. No.
See, this is what he says. Listen.
He's difficult.
No, he's
we all
very
know that
difficult.
Patrice
Of course
is very
he is.
difficult.
You know how hard it is for him to turn down a meal?
We're all on the same page. Patrice is difficult.
Don't fucking be my friend on the radio, you cocksucker.
I
Why don't you Twitter a story of me jerking off to you motherfucker? 3 days. Don't call me today. Make it 3 days so I know it ain't bullshit.
3 days. You know what?
3 days from right now.
I'm not playing with
You
you.
got to call him Friday, Kevin Hart.
I'm calling you on Friday.
All right. Hey, Patrice.
Why are you in town? What show that had to have 7 more shows added.
No, dude. Honestly, I'm in town. I gotta do 106 in Park and all that stuff while I'm here. So I just loaded some. Yeah,
What is 106 in Park?
It's a show on
TV
BT.
show.
He was Kev
BT
was a
action.
goddamn pickpocket. He was a pickpocket yesterday.
Oh, shit. Oh, there's a story there. There's a story there after Patrice hangs up.
Yeah. A pickpocket.
You know what? I can't play like that. 'Cause
No, he's saying like when did it happen? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, Kev wasn't a fucking pickpocket.
Actual, right.
I have to say that. I'm joking around. But little Kev, I swear to God, this is so shocking to me because I'm telling you, we were, you know, we all were close, but you know, life makes things go separately. So, but the nigga, I wake up and I'm like, this nigga is that fucking famous. And I'm proud and jealous at the same time. It'd be nice to hear he got stabbed or something.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's what you were talking about.
That's how this shit
Remember
is.
we just talked about that? I said that's what makes them amazing. Like, be honest. And Patrice says, you got to understand. You see, since he's been on the air, everything that we said is true. And he goes, this is the relationship we have. I haven't talked to Patrice in a while. But when I talk to him, it's that fast you pick back up. Do I miss the big son of a bitch? I'm not going to lie to you. I fucking do. Why have I went different? I got fucking kids now. All right? I got kids. They know I'm out in fucking LA.
But Patrice is as...
I don't trust you around my babies, Patrice. I don't trust you around
Patrice,
my babies.
are you as disgusted as I am right now with I missed the big lug? He's like, I missed the big lug.
I'm glad Jimmy pointed that out.
He is masterfully Hollywood. I can't stay mad at him because he's funny and he's masterful at Hollywood. I wish I could take a page out of him, but the thing is, and the other thing I'm hoping happens is that he gets old and he starts getting cute and he starts to look like Gary Coleman.
I go through a horrible...
Oh, shit.
Cute guy who can't jump on the floor and spin on his head no more. He can't fucking wait to the downfall of this little prick.
Hey, Patrice, listen, before you hang up, listen to what I told him about that had me in tears. Dude, do you remember when we were in L.A. and we went out and we was at the comedy clubs? You were so disgusted with the circuit and the people, and you just started bashing the comics, but you were doing
I
it.
have no bridges left in L.A. because, but see, I retired. People don't know. I retired, but I'm going to have to come back out.
You're retired.
But I think I'm going to just say fuck it and try to burn my last bridge because I've been trying to really do the right thing, but they just don't let you. I'm going to fucking start. I look for this guy. I can't name his name. I forgot this fucker's name, but it's one of these new unfunny funny guys. Like these guys that, you know, I'm going to say this, but it's not supposed to be funny, but it could be. But if you don't laugh, it's no pressure.
I love it.
Like, I'm done with these fucking people, and I'm going to stop this shit before I go because I'm starting to get headaches too much, and I know I'm out the way. I'm going to burn my last fucking bridge, and it's going to be spectacular. I swear to fucking God.
That's awesome.
Hey,
But at least, I'm telling you, at fucking least, I got to talk to this nigga again. Because I'm telling you, I'm very surprised. Because usually when white people are around, Kev, don't talk to me, man. I'm telling you, he'll run away from me. This is how little he thinks of you guys.
He realizes
Trying to turn us against
nobody in
him.
this room can help him. He knows that. We have nothing to offer.
It's not stupid.
Hey, who started that? Patrice, who started that Bill Burr beating? Who started that Bill Burr bus beating?
Oh, you know what it was? I'll tell you what it is. Jim Norton is really, you got to be careful because another thing, Kev is like this too, and I think it's that Napoleon complex thing. And it's a really, Kev, this jerk off story started one day. We used to go downstairs back in the day at the Cellar when guys would be performing. Okay,
Oh, right.
and we would sit there and all sit in the front row and stare at.
Oh,
somebody.
get the fuck out
Oh,
of
yeah.
here.
We did it with Kevin a few times. Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
Jesus.
So we would go, and this is this was the test. I mean, we were brutal. We used to have hat court. We would put up somebody's act on court.
They did it to me.
That bit you do sucks dick.
Hack court. I love it. Hack court.
Really.
You put a bit on trial.
Dude, they would do it all the time.
Fantastic.
I had a joke.
So we went downstairs and sat in front of him, and he was flustered. We was getting him, and he just caught me jerking off in his house. This is how you know he fucking started imitating me jerking off at his house.
Damn sure did. I pushed the button. I didn't have nothing else left.
He started cutting out of that like. It was nasty how it hurt me. I said he had to do what he had to do because he fucking had to get out that situation by any means necessary. Now here's this fucker Jim. Bill was talking about something, and Jim said something, and Bill said something to Jim, and Jim didn't like what Bill said to him. Like he said it was going to be embarrassing, and Jim was going to get a fucking beating for what happened, and I forgot what it was. But Jim goes in front of me, Kev, Keith, and I think it was another guy.
Bob Kelly.
Bobby was there for the bus beating.
It was Kelly, but it was me and Lil Kev that was giving the beating with the but Norton goes. At least I'm not performing on a bus.
That's right. I did not remember that. No, that's right. Patrice, you're 100% right. Because Bill was going at it with you, Jim, and he hit you with something. He hit you good, and we were about to attack you. You're right, Patrice. We were about to jump on your ass.
Jimmy had an atomic bomb.
Jimmy had it in his back pocket.
I did not remember that.
A neutron bomb. Everybody said, what?
I remember that. We said, what?
On a bus for tickets. It was
Great deflection.
To this day, there was 4 beatings of all time, and I'm telling you, Norton was a part of two of my biggest laughs I've ever had in my life. But this bus beating,
bus beating is legendary.
Of Kev, because what happened is you feed Kev the important lines, and he would just make it he would take it to the next level. And what the whole thing was for an hour was, well, what happens if you start bombing? And then where do you come from and where do you go when you finish?
We said, where did they announce you from? We said, where did they bring you up from? We said Bill was behind the bus driver, Bill Burr. And he just takes a step out. Hey. He was just sitting in the front seat. There's no way for them not to know that he was the comic. We was like, how do you sneak on stage, Bill? What's he saying?
Oh, my God.
And they said if we started bombing, what he would do is go, after one joke bombs, he just look out the window and go, if you look to your left.
Oh, shit.
It was an all-timer, but, oh, man, good reminiscent days.
And then was
it over like the public address system?
Oh, dude.
Like, hey, how about I went to the container store with my girlfriend.
Let me tell you, when
With that fucking Norton, you don't remember, Norton just said, at least I'm not doing.
Jimmy knew his life was being threatened.
I swear to God, Patrice is not lying. He's not lying. Jim, you did.
On a bus for World Series tickets.
I didn't remember that. I certainly believe it.
Oof.
Yeah, no, wait a minute. But Bill looked at you.
Like, how could you do that? Like, how could you do that?
Why?
Out of all things to do. I remember when they talking about the court, like when he's talking about, we put your jokes on display. They came downstairs. It's some true shit. They did this to me a couple times. Like, I was like, if we were a fraternity, I was the guy that was just trying to get in. And they would do like the most brutalist shit to me, right?
You were a pledge.
So, I'm at the cellar. And at the time I've been doing the spots for a while. My spots were never great spots. I'm, 1:30 in the morning. I'm dead ass, but we're all there. We're giving each other shit. They come sit in the front row. I remember Patrice and Keith on my mom. This shit, when I say like I was so mad, but you can't show that side.
No.
Every joke I said, they would go, ah. listen, like right on the punchline, right on the punchline. But the audience didn't know. Like, you know, it's only a good 20 people in there, so the audience had no idea who they were. Every fucking joke I did, like Keith, I remember hearing Keith's voice was sitting like, no, come on, like
That is so brutal.
Listen, it was so, but I can't stop. Like the cameras are on,
no.
so I can't look like I'm not taking this shit serious. So I'm like trying to trudge through. And then you ever see the guy? I remember it was a midget joke. I had a joke about a cross-eyed midget. Like,
oh my God!
Remember I said he was robbing me
All,
while I was.
Can I just say one thing? Without I hope one day that I have a day in this goddamn business. But I will say, to not sound like Uncle Patrice, this is the one thing I want you to take to your Hollywood friends, Kev, is that they owe us, me, Kev, me, Keith, Norton, they owe us Kevin Hart. Meaning, they would have never heard the name Kevin Hart if we didn't make him change it from Kev the Little Bastard.
Little Kev the Bastard. Little Kev the Bastard. My name is Little Kev the Bastard. Tell you.
So
Really?
I want all white people to think.
Dude, I wish there was a part of me. I wish I could deny half of this shit. I wish I could be like, fuck you, Patrice. You son of a bitch. You don't know shit. I wish I could. Listen, my name was Little Kev the Bastard. I was the only person in the New York circuit that was coming up with music. Listen, like, you know, like at the Cellar, they announce you, the crowd just claps. Listen, keep in mind, these crowds are intimate for your listeners. These are audiences of 25, tops. 50, you know, maybe 70 on the weekends. Right, sure. You know, it's just applause. I was the only person that came up to It's Your Birthday by Luke. Like the speakers
They can't handle music.
The speakers were never prepared for music at all.
They're rattling.
Keith saw the potential. We said, Keith, take this little Philly mess and go back to Philly with him. And Keith said, no, this motherfucker's funny. And he fucking
He did not see potential. Keith wanted to be a mentor once in his career, and he figured he could bully little Kev. He wanted to be a mentor because Kev probably for a while listened to Keith. Like, really, you think I should do that? Yeah, you should do that. And Keith had some respect from somebody.
Keith is in the business. Keith is like an old grandfather who has a lot of children, and he's waiting for one to just let him stay in his house.
I told him, I already told Keith I'm not coming back for him. I've told him several times. I said, I like you where you are. I said, I want you to keep driving that fucked up Ford Focus. And I said, I hope the IRS, Patrice, I told him, I said, hey, I hope the IRS doesn't let you write your toll charges off. I said, that's his biggest receipt thing for the IRS. I said, I hope they don't accept him. I like you where you are. But I gotta give him
laughs, man. Hey, Opie, I'm telling you, these are old laughs, nigga.
I'm fucking loving it today, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Patrice, by the way, Jimmy's heading out to LA tomorrow. You want to come in?
Tomorrow, shit, you niggas is making me commit this shit on the radio. All right, I'll be in.
Well, I know. That's why I do it this way. Put you on the spot. No, we'd love to have you in tomorrow. Jimmy's flying out today, right?
I stay mad at Kev. I want to stay mad at this nigga for not talking to me for 5 years.
We should have had you in today.
I wish he was in today.
I didn't know the history between all you guys.
Yeah, I just didn't think of it.
Yeah, man. The Kev, but he was the smart one. He fucking left. That motherfucker. He got one good joke and got a plane and got the fuck out of here. Wasting around here for 19 years.
Just waiting for your plane.
Yeah, I'm not doing nothing tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we just made you look bad. I'm sorry.
Sneakers. You like to come in?
Patrice, you should have said, I got to check my schedule. You know?
Yeah.
I know you.
You could have lied. I can't. I got a call back.
Yeah. Could have said something.
I don't hang in the back fucking warm room at the Penn Stadium just sitting pictures of fucking 45-year-old Ralph Macchio. I was fucking home crying. I was like fucking pretending. This kid Troy calls me, goes, "Hey Patrice, this is Troy from OA. What do you want? I'm busy." Yeah, Kevin Hart's on the phone. I don't know. Yeah, put me on. I ain't doing shit. What the fuck am I doing? Anyway, All right, Kev, man, congratulations, brother, because I haven't talked to you in a while.
Thank you, Trees. Hey, Friday. You said I got 3 days. I got 3 fucking days. I'm going to call you in 3 days. I'm not bullshitting. I think he hung up.
All right, we got to take a break. Kevin Hart's been killing it today. Kevin Hart 4 Real on Twitter, and then you got the Tower Theater shows Friday and Saturday night, man. Upper Darby. Great little place to do comedy, by the way.
Yeah, just go to
dates all over the place. Go to khartonline.com for ticket info.
Yeah, Hart is HARTONLINE.com, and my Borgata Tickets late show on sale January 15th.
Hey, it's been a while. Very happy to say Dane Cook is in the studio. What's up, Dane?
What's going on, guys?
Well, we all know what's going on.
I know. Right.
Yeah.
You know that thing.
We had a good show yesterday.
I heard.
Comics were in.
Everybody.
I heard, and then Bobby posted a faded retro photo up on his Instagram of all you guys down at the cellar, and that was really cool to see.
Yeah, he's got this weird photo app because at Patrice's barbecue, there was a picture of it. I think it's Patrice, Voss, me, and I forget who else is in the photo. Bobby took it. He's got this iPhone app. It looks actually kind of cool. Like he took it like 40 years ago.
You know what's fucked up? Yeah, he takes these pictures
That's the Instagram, right?
that pretty much look. Yeah. It's like hip now to have a picture that looks like it was taken with a Polaroid back in the 70s.
Yes. It makes everyone look like a photographer.
Yeah, but remember when you could actually take those pictures and all you wanted was a clear fucking picture from a professional camera?
But now the app puts red eye on everyone. That's part of it. We all
Red
look like
eye
lichens.
scratches, all kinds of shit.
We're just stupid.
That one sunbursted person, like it just places it over their face.
We finally figured it all out, but that's not good enough for us. Now we have to go backwards.
Yeah.
We're just dumb as humans.
Yeah.
We do that constantly. like it was the bigger the computer, the better. And now, unless it's a little fucking Mac Mini, it's a piece of shit. And phones, the same thing. Everything got smaller and smaller and smaller until you realize, it's got to be a little bigger so I could see the pictures on it.
Yeah, we even figured out the phone where it was like there was nothing.
I had a phone at one point when I think phones were at their smallest, where it was about the size of one of those miniature Mounds candy bars to give away for fucking Halloween.
Fun-size
It was a fun-size phone. Literally a fun-size phone. Hello. Yeah.
It's like, no, now we got to make them big again. We got bored with the
We got video on this shit now. It's got to be a little bigger.
I love people that are not ever happy at how advanced it is. It's like, it'll be cool though when it's like a thing you can wear in your eye that just shows a heads-up display. You don't really have to carry anything anymore.
Yeah, because that's such a hassle.
Yeah, I'm lugging around my my
The 2-ounce
giant phone.
Yeah.
It is weird though how because technology changes so fast, all of a sudden this is not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
This seems like primitive garbage.
You want something better.
So
always. We suck as
You
humans.
got to ask Dane about Patrice. Obviously, you guys started together, man.
Yeah, we did
in Boston, right?
Yeah, this is like I know you guys have been. This is unbelievable, but it's like never going to hear that big laugh again. That's the first thing I thought of. I was like, oh man. If you made Patrice laugh, you felt like
funny.
It kind of reset. You're funny. For me, anyway, it was like, okay, I should stick around. Patrice,
validated you.
Yeah, because he was no BS.
Right.
Patrice, the best advice he ever gave me, and what my first thought of him is, I was at Nick's Comedy Stop. It was 1991. And we were still just getting to know each other. I remember I was sitting with him. He had his Discman on. He had his headphones on. And I was, trying to get to know him a little bit. And I, tapped him. I was like, what are you listening to? And he's like, yeah, you wouldn't know him. I finally broke it down. It was, he was listening to like a bootleg version of Notorious B.I.G. And he played me that before, anybody had even heard of this guy. And he was still Bruiser. We were calling him Bruiser. It was before he was Patrice.
Bruiser.
Yeah, he was Bruiser for the first few years back in Boston. But I remember that night having our first heart-to-heart, and he said to me, man, you can't fuck with the truth. Be the truth, always.
Wow.
And everything will roll off. Even if it's your negative truth, bad truth. And it was the first time anybody had really talk about I'm from Arlington, Massachusetts. I'd experienced, very little, and this guy's from Roxbury and, had seen everything already by the time he hit comedy. So
yeah, because he's 21 when he's saying this to you.
Yeah, I admired him right there.
Unbelievable.
What year was that? He started
21.
92 or 91 he started?
Yeah, it was like end of 91, and I think I met him at Stitches the first time. and he was like shy and still kind of, you know, it was wonderful to see him.
That's so funny to even think of.
And when he said you should embrace the truth, when he said embrace the truth, you just say you're listening to a bootleg and calling yourself Bruiser.
No, that would have been a great fucking slap in the face.
I don't know if you guys have touched on this, but like, you know, in the feeble attempt to like find humor in any way, shape, or form, especially this week, I'm like, I know Patrice is somewhere trying to communicate with somebody like, update my fucking Twitter, please. Do not let my existence hang on an AT&T joke. Someone hack that account.
Oh, shit, that's
please.
Right. That's right. Yeah, we all went there and saw the AT&T. What was the line? It was his last tweet, which is always creepy, man. Read that, Sam.
LMAO.
Right there. You know, he's like, LMAO, what am I doing?
You went out with a fucking teenage girl. Fucking, what's the matter with you?
That's one short of using an emoji.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit, not a single human gives a shit about AT&T. I'm mad because the bitch kept calling me and wouldn't stop.
Calling me ma'am.
Calling me ma'am and wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's kind of funny.
Oh,
it's humiliating.
Yeah.
Admitting that the girl's name or his voice is something.
Right.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah, his girl's name.
Well, Patrice, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's
That's
Oh,
funny.
my
get his
God.
password and fix his Twitter for him.
Yeah, really. Jesus Christ.
It is a miserable thing, though. It's like, you know, you keep going back, and even when we're having a good time or whatever, it's like it's there. It's like,
Yeah, it's
you know, you can't get away from it.
ever looming.
When he died, it was like, okay, now here's where it is. Like, you didn't know for a while, is he going to just live in this horrible, horrible condition, which nobody wanted. Nobody wanted him to be alive in that terrible fucking
Including
way.
himself.
Oh, yeah, no, or his family
obviously.
or nobody. It's just,
Right.
you know, and nature takes its course, and that's what happens. And now you have to start like, okay, now I have to really grieve and fucking...
Yeah.
But you get angry. I mean, I know my dad, who had been dying of cancer, had a stroke about a month before the cancer got really bad. And I remember being so frustrated and pissed off because, you know, you want somebody to have that last moment to be able to really kind of speak their mind about things and whatever they want to kind of, you know, their closing bit, so to speak. You want to give them that shot. So that's where a lot of my frustration was. It's like, you know, I wish he had a chance to...
That is kind of a smack in the fucking
Yeah,
face.
yeah. It's like I've been dealing that with, like I said, my own pop for a few years.
Yeah.
Not, you know, here he is like in this state, and I'm like, I can't even, because he had a stroke, and then he was, he had that syndrome where one word gets locked into your mind, and so he's trying to say, you know, oh, it's great to be back in the show, and he would say like school, 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 and not
What is
realize.
that? I never heard of that. I've heard of locked-in syndrome, which is where you can't communicate.
It's similar. It's like where a word flickers into your brain, and that's what you'll say for sometimes days or weeks.
But can you think other things, or is that? Oh, but your motor skills are only
exactly.
It's like skipping. Okay, so
yeah. So my dad said school, and then it was cool, and then and that's all he could say. So it was like, here I am. I'm his only son, trying to have that. You know, that conversation right there. You know what I mean about, you know, Dad, you know, I'll take care of things for you. Whatever it is that you want to say. And I felt that same, and I feel that same kind of frustration with Patrice. I hadn't talked to him in a while either. And that's always going to be a real bummer, you know? So, yeah, man, this sucks.
But he knew, the thing about Patrice is he was so smart. He knew what the relationships were.
Right.
There was no
You have to have
need.
confidence in that, right.
He knows. Like, he's not like one of those guys that needed things reconfirmed.
Oh,
because
yeah,
Patrice wasn't a guy that would always confirm things with you. He knew, if you were friends with him, he knew you knew.
Yeah.
It was a weird understanding with him.
There was a way of like, you'd see him and it was like, there was no time passage.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people you have to rebuild we're okay with each other. Let's
You just
remove
take up where you left off with
this
that.
stuff.
Right.
But yeah, he was just
pick
like,
up
so
where you
man,
were
what
at.
happened with the, and it was
Yeah,
like, that was 4 years ago, buddy.
When my dad died, my sister was all about that. I wish I could have saw him one more time. And I'm like, did you have a good relationship with him? It's cool. You didn't have to, you know, see him one last time.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to have confidence that you had that relationship and that time.
Yeah.
I was really happy. I'll tell you guys this. I was at the Coconut Grove Improv down at Miami, and I brought Patrice down. And it was, I was headlining. I was bringing Patrice. He was blowing me off the stage, and it was literally like, I shouldn't have him featuring because
doing 45 minutes in the middle spot.
45, and then going into his closing bit, which was another 40. But it was like selfishly because I wanted to see him. I wanted to because I was also a fan, and so. But I remember us sitting at the Miami Wings, the big Wings place. We would hit that spot after, and I remember he was dating a girl, and he was coming to me going, I'm in a bad way with my girl. I love her, but I'm not sure I'm in love. And I was kind of in the same place. I remember we both basically had the talk where we okayed each other to break up with our with our girls, and I probably went on to 4 or 5 more, superfluous whores, and he met Vaughn.
Yeah.
And I was always happy, and I remember he was always like, we were always appreciative of that we had that talk, and that, he went on to meet somebody great, and I went on to, avoid herpes.
Lucky you.
I think he downplays it, but he was in love, man. I saw it. After his gigs, he would go off with her, and you could just tell he was in a good place with her.
With Vaughn?
Yeah,
very much so.
Yeah.
A guy that has a lot to say about women, in the end, man, he was in love.
He would always talk about, like, her being a soldier or him being this and that. And it was like, you phony. She's way too fucking hot for you.
Right.
And you're paranoid she's going to leave. There's no way he wasn't scared she was leaving. And he was such a good actor and such a good talker that he actually convinced her that she's lucky to have him.
Right. It's the other way around.
He convinced her. He was such a great psychologist. He was a master interrogator and a master psychologist.
He I think he convinced me one night that I was black. He convinced me. I don't know how he did it, but by the end of the conversation, I was like, I'm going to check my Ancestry.com or something. I don't know, man. He was like, you can't know that.
Everybody started wondering, why is Dane being late for gigs? We're going to talk with Patrice.
I'm running the light.
Yeah.
How many times did you see him in the bath of that red light to get the fuck off stage light?
I never wanted to go on after him. I love going on before him and working with him, but it was like, I don't want to be bothered if he's going over. Like, I don't want to care.
Right.
Because
you want to enjoy
I want
it.
to just enjoy it. Like, he was, fuck, man, was he fun.
Yeah.
Did some news reporter say he was 14?
Oh,
did I
my
hear?
Yes, on Fox.
Yes.
Please, I would love to.
I mean, it's kind of rough to hear up until the last second of this.
When you heard Piers Morgan refer to him as she.
She, her, yeah.
You were on, right?
Cringe.
God, had to be.
Because he didn't know him. He didn't know him. There's no way he knew him.
But I could only appreciate it because I know how many times it happened early in the career where, we'd go to a gig and we'd bring Patrice and somebody'd be like, oh, I thought he was going to be a small white woman. And they'd be like, frightened.
Bigger than life.
Here's
how it went down. Fox in New York.
Sad news tonight from the entertainment world. Comedian Patrice O'Neal has died. O'Neal died this morning from complications from a stroke he suffered last month. The Boston native appeared in September's Comedy Central's roast of Charlie Sheen, where his struggle with diabetes was a punchline for many jokes. O'Neal was a well-known presence on talk shows in the stand-up industry and was a frequent guest on the Opie and Anthony radio show. He was 14 years old.
How do you make that mistake?
Oh, my God.
All you have to do is read.
That wasn't like I just read the prompter wrong. That was I'm committed to my false, fake, teleprompter reading zombiehood.
Because these idiots don't know what they're even reading.
All the shit he read before that should have let him know he could not possibly be 14 years old.
Yeah, but he said it with confidence. He was 14 years old.
He was 14 years
That's
old.
a hell of a career, huh?
All right.
I was fucking delivering papers at 14.
Great, yeah.
This guy was on all those TV shows at 14 years old.
Yeah, real force in the industry by 14. How dumb does that say our show is? We had this 14-year-old on all the time.
They can arrest us now, I think. Yeah.
When's the last time you saw him?
I think maybe through here, the last time I came through.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'd spoken a couple times, but saw him here.
Yeah, you guys are all off doing your own thing.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
here
It's
for
tough
me,
after
too.
a while, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, especially it's like once comics were so vicinity-wise too, hanging out with each other that once you're on the other coast, it's even more so like, nah, you don't matter right now.
He was on our show for the last time, October 14th, I think.
I don't
It
remember.
was for the Carolines gigs.
Yes.
And then it happened a mere days or a
No,
week
no,
later.
John, what?
3 days after.
You and Mike.
3 days after Carolines?
He did Carolines that weekend, and then it was a Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, And I was lucky enough to go to that show. I didn't see Patrice for a while, and I was like, fuck, I want to go see him. And we had the best time, in that back room at Caroline's, just shooting the shit, laughing our balls off.
He sold out. I mean, that was like the first time he really genuinely.
Oh my God, the place was packed. Yeah. He was on his way.
It's just no fucking justice.
Really?
No, Charlie Sheen was a big one.
Fucking
It let everybody see exactly that's exactly what he was like. Just dismissive and
he was one of the best ever.
Yeah,
he was one of the best ever.
He was.
There's no doubt.
And we always knew right from the get-go. It was like I'm working with one of the greatest comics I'll ever see.
You're working with something special.
Yeah, because and he did it on the Charlie Sheen roast. He could throw it all away.
Yeah.
And there's comics that work the room, like, I'm throwing it away, and I'm just going to, I'll piece it apart with you. He'd throw it away, and then he'd come up with a whole other perspective without even needing to go and get the help from, what's your deal? What do you...
Right.
And to see that and to watch it on the roast was...
He made most of that up.
He'd make you want to quit. He'd make you want to drive home with no music on and just think about what am I really saying up there?
Hoping there's a cliff around the corner you could go over.
He loved Pat Cooper too, and Pat liked him a lot. They were great on Tough Crowd together,
and we had both of them on.
Oh, were they in together?
Oh, fuck
yeah. Yeah, they were. They worked well together. Two fucking loud
Patrice
guys.
would just start railing on him.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
What
Pat
about
loved him.
What about when he dissected Gallagher on our show?
Oh, God.
Was that? God damn, was that good?
That was a guy that almost killed himself after our show.
Oh, man, was he fucking pissed and depressed.
Calling him a racist and all sorts of shit.
Gallagher, you're racist.
Oh, my God.
Gallagher is
calling him
racist.
Calling him Leo, E-Rock
racist,
reminded me. Calling him by his real name.
No
one calls me Leo.
Hey, Leo.
You're a racist.
Oh, man. Oh, what did he say? I bet you imagine them watermelons are all little black babies. Right.
I love the clip that of him singing, which I'd never seen, with the blues guy that he posted. That was awesome, man. I cried like a baby
I had a
watching
tough time
that. It was amazing.
I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do, but he came in here, Warren Haynes, and what creeps me out is he picked that song.
Yeah.
He picked it and knew it well because last night I went and listened to the original. He sang it like Howling Wolf did.
Yeah.
He knew that fucking song, man.
You know how, kind of as things were unfolding, it was like everybody was kind of holding their breath and not really able to be emotional about it. And it was Bobby who said, the most kind of, offhanded but, perfect moment that was heartbreaking. We're on the phone a couple weeks ago, and we're talking about Patrice, and then Bobby just gets really quiet, and he goes, dude, he's never going to play the next Call of Duty, dude. And he would have loved that game, dude.
Jesus.
And it really hurt.
He
did. He's never going to see the new iPhone, and he's never going to...
Bobby's little retarded mind.
That should be, it was perfect. Bobby, that should be in a book called From the Minds of Idiots. That's how Bobby relates death.
But he's also one of those guys that got to make sure it hurts even more. It's like, Bobby, relax. It hurts. You don't have to make it worse. You don't have to make it worse. And list all the things he'll never do.
But that is a weird revelation, and it's something really simple.
Those simple things?
Yeah, because it's like... It's something tangible.
You're right.
Death or eternity is intangible. Well, what is it? It's there. It's the future. But this next, we all know the cycle between certain things. Wow, he'll never see the fucking Titanic 3D that's coming out because you know when that's happening, and it's really weird.
That's coming out?
Yeah, really, I can't wait. It's a die for
see that guy fall off the back.
Yeah, so it's gonna feel like it's falling on you. But something like that, you just know. What it means.
We were looking forward to Dane Cook coming by because it's been a while because you got this new movie, Answers to Nothing, and me and Jimmy saw it, and
it was very good, man.
I fucking liked this movie, man.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Absolutely. The first copy that Roland gave me, I couldn't watch it because it was stamped on the wrong fucking side. So then I got scared they weren't giving me another copy. But then they ended up giving me one. I told you the opening scene was amazing. I don't know if can we talk about it? I don't know what, you never know what you want to say about a movie because you don't want to give shit away.
Yeah, no,
I'll say this. I thought the movie was going to be totally different than it was from the opening scene. I thought it was one thing, and then I was like, oh, this is okay.
Yeah. And it's hardcore. It's kind of like one of those grab you by the throat openings that if you're not invested at that point, just bail. If you don't like the movie in the first 5 minutes, then have a nice day.
It covers cheating. It covers child molesting. It covers a lot of fucking ground that you don't see covered a certain way. It was very good, man. I don't want to give anything away.
Alcohol.
Oh, God, yeah. Fucking, yeah.
But it's kind of in the vein of what I dug about it is that it's a genre movie in that Magnolia Crash way.
Yep. Yeah,
it's a bunch of
Crash.
stories.
When we were talking about this movie before you got here, we're like, it's sort of has a Crash vibe to it.
Yeah, the feel of Crash,
where everyone
too.
is kind of associated. There's a lot of different stories going on, but they're all kind of connected.
Yeah.
And you get to play, she played your wife. I love her from Lost. I don't know her name.
Elizabeth Mitchell.
She's sexy.
She's fucking
she's beautiful.
Yeah, she is.
Beautiful and like really just one of those actors who can be like vulnerable and completely like, distant at the same time, like dual harmonics. Like Tori Amos can sing her own harmonies. You ever heard that? It's so weird.
Yeah, it is
She
weird.
can sing and harmonize at the same. I don't know what the verbiage is for that, but she can sing and do her own harmony at the same time.
Is that a weird thing that Axl Rose has too, where the voice does two things at once? I've heard that described as something. I just added nothing to the discussion. Nothing.
Jimmy.
I should have opened my mouth and just words came out.
I kind of understood what you were saying, though.
I can't listen to those because people are like, oh, Guns N' Roses back together. And have you tried to watch him singing anything?
It's tough. People are in denial. It's tough.
Especially knowing that he won't do press and he's a pain in the ass.
When you know
not
what
singing,
it used to be.
He's just like, he just kind of like mumbles and then says whatever the key line of the song is because he's too fat and he's wearing that giant yellow Curious George coat. You seen that? What
Hopefully
happened?
it doesn't look like that anymore, but I don't believe it.
Right?
Did you see the picture?
Yeah,
it's like, what were you
terrible.
thinking?
Look at that. What is that?
No, that's not even the one. There's one on
that's
stage.
Terrible. Though.
Yeah, no,
giant
he's in
hat.
Brazil, the hottest place on earth, and he's wearing an LL Bean tent.
Oh, God, look at his.
That's Axl Rose. It's amazing.
Axl
It's
Rose.
the same guy.
Look at his chins.
Yeah, man, he's a big fucking guy now.
He's a lovely singer.
But I mean, look, he always wore weird shit, though. Right? Remember, he's like wearing an umpire's vest.
Or the Mean Machine jersey was my favorite one in that video for Paradise.
Paradise City, man. Yeah.
Great
Oh,
fucking
God.
jersey. But yeah, he was a weird dresser. I hate the fact that he just makes the audience wait. That's why I hate him.
Yeah.
He makes the audience wait.
I waited a long time in Toronto once. Fucking a long
He still
time.
does it. He's not as bad, I don't think, but he
There's
still
at least
does it.
2 hours.
It's like
I
one of
believe.
the Van Zandt
He's doing his vocal warm-ups, Jimmy. before the-
Then fucking get there at 6:30 and do them. What are you doing?
In between Skid Row and Guns N' Roses, it was like 2 straight hours.
Doing?
It's like, what are you doing?
Looks like the
Let's
Gordons
go.
and Gloucester fisherman with a fucking cowboy hat on.
What is that?
I don't know.
Dick Tracy.
Yellow is very slimming. This is a good move.
Is it a
He needs
long
it.
coat or is it a long suit jacket without a collar? What is that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then he's wearing the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego hat.
My mother bought that computer game when I was like younger. She thought I was younger. I was in my 20s. She thought it'd be fun. I was like, this game fucking eats my ass, Bob. I don't want to play this. Fuck Carmen. Who cares where she is? Yeah, exactly. I hope she's dead in Uzbekistan.
That's not a bad game.
It is a bad game.
What's wrong with you, John?
Dan, I hear you were playing Modern Warfare.
I'm on it, yeah.
Yeah,
You like it?
Yeah, I haven't. I wasn't in.
Yeah.
I wasn't on that night. You were playing with Bobby, and apparently Keith the cop took your care package that came
Oh,
down.
and I was pissed.
It's like,
I was really mad about the whole Patrice thing more, but I think it just came out over a care package in Call of Duty, and I let into him.
it's like you were dead though. You were fucking.
No, he was being a selfish little bitch, and I wanted my UAV.
Now you have such a notorious reputation for knifings
I do.
in that game. You really do. Do you get more kills with knives or with the
Not
guns?
on the new one. The new one, it's impossible. It's
hard.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
tougher.
the way they
It's tougher.
made spawn points and all that crazy, whatever they updated on the AI,
Yeah.
you can't really knife anymore. So now I'm back to like just semi-automatic.
It just
The
hurts.
only time you can get
You like making it hurt.
I get knifed all the time is when I come around a corner and I'm face to face with somebody.
Yeah.
And I don't have that reflex to hit the knife right away. I always go for the gun and wind up. I get knifed and I'm like,
Why
fuck,
can't
man.
you have a mirror in that game?
A mirror? It would be nice.
You would in real life.
So you're constantly getting shot in the back in that guy.
But the technology of the soldiers have like little
see behind
heads up
behind you.
Fuck that.
Would be
But
nice.
you're probably dealing with somebody using one of those Mad Catz controllers that has the extra buttons on the bottom.
Yeah,
So they have them?
Yeah. There's and it's not a modded controller. It's just one with a couple extra buttons that if you just squeeze, it's
just
going to
tense
knife
up.
instead of having to push down. So you get a 14-year-old kid who obviously is faster than any of us anyway, and he's just squeezing.
Do you have one of those controllers?
No.
Could you get one?
Yeah.
You ever try to draw your gun up real quick and hit the knife when you're trying to shoot?
Oh, yeah.
I've done that so many times. You walk up to someone in a room and you're like, cool, man, I'm going to nail this guy. And you go to pick your gun up and whoosh, you hit the knife and then he turns around and just rakes you.
I hate to say this, I'm getting too old to play multiplayer because I finally am like really like a platoon sergeant. Like I'm really mad at a 14-year-old nobody. I hate this. You're playing, you get killed, and then the kid next to you is literally just facing the sky doing spins, and I'm like, you're just fucking spinning. Cover my 6.
What are you doing? Thanks for the help, asshole. It's a kid. He
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
know what
really
he's
mad.
doing.
That's funny.
Spending 5 minutes trying to get up a ladder.
And then they'll start talking to their friend but leave their mic on. So like, I don't know, what are you going to do? Are you going to go tomorrow? Because I think turn off your mic. I'm at war.
It is terrible. You just hear.
I don't know, my mom's she's not getting home for another 15 minutes or so. I could play for a little longer, but I don't know. Becky, get it yourself. Yeah, I don't know.
Like I'm trying to, you're really taking me out of the game here.
A million times. Are you going to prestige? Are you going to prestige? Why don't you prestige? You don't prestige, you're fag. Prestige.
What does that mean?
If like you unlock everything and you hit a level 80, and then you have the option of starting over, and you get a special badge symbol that says, I gave up everything to start over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And if you don't do that, you're not considered to be
You're not cool.
you're not legitimate.
Wait, have you done that?
I did. This is I finally just so people would shut up. And then I hated myself for it.
They don't like when you're level 80 and you're walking around and playing the game. It's like, hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to fucking give it all away now.
Yeah, it's like,
wait.
If I had served, in Afghanistan and Iraq and came home, it's not going to wipe my memory clear and then give me a musket and send me back. Start over.
Yeah,
you're going to start over out there.
You catch up to me.
Yeah, they don't take your stripes and medals and send you back as a private.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they do.
You get better. Fuck that.
Prestige.
I play those games, but then I just try to talk everybody into getting along.
He's at a peace summit.
Yeah, guys, please, this is not necessary.
Nice. Right. We didn't talk about the movie.
The brand new Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego is very good, Jimmy.
Yes,
you and your mom
should pick it up.
My mom loved it.
I want to make
In
sure
3D.
I want to make sure people see this movie. Answers to nothing.
It comes out tomorrow.
Only limited to
Yeah, it is
tomorrow.
limited.
And then
It's
hopefully they expand the
Yeah, we hope
theaters, right?
people find it. People going to find it. It's worth it. I wouldn't do something that's junk. I'm proud of it. It's definitely a departure from some of the comedic stuff. So.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, it is. There's not
it?
many laughs in this movie.
No, it's not a comedy.
No, not at all.
It's New York. It's it's on demand.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow
It's
on
also
demand.
VOD. Yeah.
Okay.
always
I would
forget that.
absolutely fucking get this on demand.
I love that that's going on these days, where some movies, it's like they put it on demand for, a week or so, and then it hits theaters and shit like that. Because I am all about staying home and watching fucking movies.
Right.
Well, now most people have like great sound systems. You got like a cool plasma. It's like, not every movie is a tent pole, got to see it with a crowd, Godzilla affair. Like, I just want to watch a movie with my girl at home.
Most people have a better system at home.
True.
You go to these theaters like, what? This stupid screen still, I got better shit at home.
The seats are uncomfortable. I can fucking kick back in a chair. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
Then you
Pause it, prestige, play 10 rounds of knife a 14-year-old.
It is nice to be able to pause, go to fucking get a beer, take a piss, whatever the fuck, and then, just start back up again.
Twitter it, share the moment.
Yeah.
What's the highest you can get to? Level 80?
Level 80 10 times. You can prestige 10 times.
And then what happens?
Then after that, you realize that you're nothing.
And then it's like, this was a waste of time.
And you should have worked on a trade.
Yeah, exactly.
You should have gone to a vocational tech school.
I needed a backup.
I could have been a painter or something.
You have to go through a gender transformation. That'd be great.
Yeah.
What's your favorite weapon in the game?
I like the because I'll do the hardcore. hardcore team. So
I love that. Yeah,
I'm using the MC, what is it? No, the ACR, and I'll throw a grip and a silencer on there. It's literally one shot.
Yeah, that's why I like playing hardcore mode. If you're not playing hardcore mode, you could shoot someone like 5 times in the chest. Nothing happens. They shoot you once and you're dead. Hardcore, you pretty much hit someone once in a good spot, they're dead.
Yeah, and they die in real life.
Yeah.
The butterfly effect takes place.
So it's most important. You don't need the automatic fire and shit like that. So you can trade in that for maybe not being as obvious to other people on the map, shit like that, like a silencer or I like using some of the perks that make me a little more invisible to people's radar and shit like that.
They like to be off the grid, is what you're saying.
Off the grid, Dane, yes. But, I only play hardcore now because the other shit, it's just like, really?
Yeah.
I sit, and that's what you hear from me on there. Really? Really? I fucking hit him 5 times, once in the fucking face!
But dude,
really?
Dude, play hardcore.
Dude, what are you doing, dude?
Play hardcore, dude.
Yeah.
Why don't you play hardcore, you faggot?
All right, I'm a faggot. Yes, great, great. Kid, just call me a faggot.
I never played that game.
Oh, you should, Jimmy.
It's my only vice. When I have nothing else. I've never alcohol, no addictive personality, but my one thing was video games. And what was so weird is like I didn't play for a year. I actually have not played a full year
since the last game, the last version, I think.
Basically, but I think it's this weird thing from my childhood. I was talking with my therapist about it. Like I could only play video games when I was younger. When my mom would come home and be like, you get to pound the pavement, Dan, if you don't, earn your stripes and yada yada. And so I never felt good about playing something unless I worked and earned it. And because I took pretty much a year off, of comedy and everything else, I didn't play a game because I really didn't feel like I had done something to warrant it.
Wow.
So once
still
in you.
Yeah, once I got back on doing the junket and all that, I was like, I'm going to get the new one. And
treat yourself.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I'm a lazy slob. I play all the time.
What'd you do in the year off?
Nothing, really. Yeah, nothing.
Travel at all, or
a little bit, but just I went straight. I was straight through, man, for a long time. It was like to that point of just
crazy run you had.
It was like, all right, the first 10 years is the hustle of like, please let me get out of this, foxhole of, please let my family not behind my back go, what did he do? You know what I mean? And then you get there. And you're like, all right, now I want to maintain it. But when it blew up for me, like really big, I was like, I got to keep this level. And so it was like 6 straight years until, personal stuff starts to happen. But you're working through that. You're like, okay, my mom's sick, my dad, you're doing all this stuff. And then you finally realize, it's super unhealthy. I need to stop and
chill
and feel some stuff for a minute.
You realize you're not going to just keep going and be satisfied with that, because you will just keep driving right through it.
True.
You got to kind of stop. Sometimes it's forced. Like we were forced to stop when we got fired.
It was kind of nice.
We got the fucking boot. We were off for 2 fucking years.
Parts of that was nice.
And it was like, I don't have to worry about what the ratings are. Right. I don't have to worry that we put on a great show yesterday and now here's the next day. Do it again, asshole.
Yeah, and you assess, it was great for me, and I feel the same way. It was the best year, and you kind of assess and also, appreciate certain things that you wouldn't think to. You're, so busy just, getting in there next fight, that you don't really stop to be like, oh, yeah, I've done some cool stuff that I could, that's some would say enough. What do I want to do now? Where do I want to take my fans is what I was asking a year ago. And I was like, if I don't feel good, then whatever I do is not authentic with them. So it was like, take a year. And now the stuff that I'm developing, I'm really glad to share with them.
And you really did nothing? You had to be doing.
I wrote. I did a couple of little indies, a couple more indies.
But I mean, on a regular, day to day, what would you do? Hike?
Get up at 10 or sleep all day? Or?
Yeah, no, definitely was not sleeping. Just got up. My youngest sister came out to L.A., so I was just kind of. I hadn't hung with family in so many years either, so it was nice to have family back hanging out with me, and just I felt like I was just doing regular person stuff for a minute, which was just wonderful. But I was still writing and developing. I'm sure. Now I'm working with NBC on a show, but I'd worked on that for the year. So I was still kind of pairing up and hanging with people, people I really admire that I wanted to just take to lunch and be like, oh, maybe we could figure out if there's something we want to do together at some point. So it's just kind of a reforming year, I guess.
A reboot.
A reboot, yes.
You feel like at times that if you're not just plugging away constantly that you're going to lose
You're a failure.
it.
Yeah. Instantly.
You're gonna just
It's like I
be
took the weekend off. I didn't go to a club this weekend.
Yeah.
Everyone has passed me.
They all forgot me. I'm done. I'm a has-been.
It feels like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
It feels like I'm going to lose everything and be forgotten immediately if I don't do fucking sets tonight.
Yeah, fear of abandonment issues galore with most comics.
With comics? Come on.
Yep.
Stop. Never.
That's it.
And radio.
We should just have like a code where we all just hug each other at the door. Just like I know.
We really should be hugging each other a lot more than we do.
Through all the angst and insecurity.
You
me
need
too.
it. I need it.
Me too.
Yeah.
When you're doing arenas and stuff like that, so I remember Dice after he stopped doing arenas. Like he was still doing 5,000 seats, sometimes 9,000. But it felt like he was obsessed with getting back into the arenas.
Yes.
Now, I know you could still do them, but if you do a market where you did an arena, and then you come back and it's like, man, we just did 6,000 instead of 15,000, do you become obsessed with getting back into the arena, or you're like, Jesus Christ, 6,000 people is an amazing place to level off at?
Fortunately, I don't feel like it has to be an arena, but it's like the level of how I worked on my show to get it to that point. It's like I can't even go into the club, or I couldn't. I was even going into the factory. Like I used to enjoy 10 people. I could just enjoy getting up there, but because I'm coming in just hanging, I need to be okay that they're going to look at me and just be like, oh, this is okay.
Right.
This isn't the arena show that everyone's paying this much money for. And now I was starting to like, you shouldn't be thinking that.
Right.
It's like thinking of who's at the back of the room watching you. Once you leave your body, you're done.
Well, me and Jimmy have talked about a shitload of, but when we saw you in Boston at the old Boston Garden and you fucking killed it, and then we walk out and they're lined up for a second show, me and Jimmy looked at each other like, holy fuck, we couldn't even just it was just an amazing fucking feat.
Yeah,
people don't understand that. I don't think sometimes. You fucking had them lining up for a second show at the Boston Garden.
That's rock star.
And,
It was awesome.
and how many people was it?
19,000.
19,000. Most people would love to do that once. He did it twice in one night.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to do that over the course of 6 months. Spread out in 14 cities.
We couldn't get out of there because everyone was waiting to get in for the second show. But we were like, and it was just you and a stool.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it really was. And I know Kellner shot it, right? Which was Marty Kellner, I think, directed, which was such a great shot because he did the Stones, he did Carlin.
Yeah.
And it was like that
shot well.
Oh, it was fucking great, man.
Oh,
And it was
yeah.
like that was what an arena show should look like.
Absolutely.
And some comics could work in arena. You worked in arena well. I mean, it was like it just looked like it belonged. It didn't look out of place.
No, you owned it.
I went to Marty Kellner because I saw Carlin live in Arizona, 77, and Kellner directed it, and it was Carlin's first in the round show.
Was this the Celebrity Theater?
Yeah. And I remember seeing that years and years ago and feeling like, oh, that's... And then I saw Carlin at the South Shore music tent years back in Mass, and that's like 2000 in the round. Right. And then that was my first in the round show. I played there in like 97. I was like, if I could ever do a big arena show, I'd do in the round.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was great to do with Marty. So that night was...
Fucking Carlin.
That was amazing, man.
We were fortunate enough to have him do our show at the end of his life a bunch of times.
I remember seeing him with you on...
Tough Crowd.
Oh,
yeah,
wow,
that was you guys
funny?
were like...
Priest
I
and
hope that's a
Altar Boy.
photo
Priest and
somewhere in
Altar
your
Boy.
home because I remember just being like, Norton must be so psyched right now. He was loving you, man.
I have
you know?
a photo on my fucking when you walk in. It's me and Carlin. He's dressed like a priest. I'm dressed like an altar boy, and I got him to sign it. He wrote, George Carlin, and he wrote, I think, S.J., and someone told me that's Society of Jesuits, is what it means. Like he signed it like a priest. So it was a great.
There it is. Look at that picture.
Remember that?
Oh,
That's fucking classic.
That is classic.
that's rich.
Yeah, it's a fucking great shot. Great shot.
Answers to Nothing.
Yeah.
People really should check out this movie.
Yeah.
I like the brother sister fucking story. Oh, rough.
Yeah.
And saw it after Patrice.
Yeah, no, it's a provocative movie. It's the kind of movie that, you leave and you want to talk about it. I like movies like that. You want to dissect it.
Yes.
You know somebody in it. Something about yourself is reflected in it. So it was, I was psyched that the director sought me out for it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I always think it's funny too because everybody's talking about Patrice and tweeting about him, and I understand it's a lot of love for a guy who deserves it and is funny enough to deserve it. But it's funny to me, it's like, do you know how many of you, and I don't mean the fans, I mean the performers, do you know how many of you he had no respect for? do Do you know?
We know
how little he respected you. What shit he thought you were. And
I think we could all pick out a few names.
how he would have dominated you in a room and just dismissed you and scrunched his.
Yeah.
The Patrice scrunch. Oh, it's awful to get that face.
You think he would like all this attention?
Yes and no. He would be annoyed by some of it, but he was not so. He was so intuitive. He would have appreciated it too. He was not a dumb guy. He would have known that love was an impressive show from people, and he was not unmovable by stuff like that. Like when he knew people loved him, or when you showed him, he was like, "Oh, wow, thanks, man."
Like, "Oh, thank you, man."
Like he was defensive. Probably a lot of that was him being defensive. Like he didn't know people would love him as much as they did, and I think that was like when you showed him affection, or like Jonathan said that because Jonathan managed Patrice as well, and he said that when I went to see part of his special taped at in Elephant in the Room, and I stayed for a few minutes because I had a set, and I didn't see Patrice because he was already on stage, and Jonathan told him that Norton came. He's like, "Really?" Like he was surprised that I'd come by. I was like, "Of course." Like he forgot sometimes that people like you, stupid. We're your friend.
I absolutely.
You were there, Opie.
I have a similar story. I went back to see him and his mom, and he's like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? There's a big deal for you, and I feel like we're friends, and I want to come here and support."
Yeah, it meant a lot to him.
Yeah, well, fuck.
Yeah, but
you're trying to make me cry more.
No, but I think that's what. It's funny to me. I guess how much he would be annoyed by some of these people, but he would appreciate it overall.
I guess what we're trying to say is when he did drop his guard, it was awesome. It was because it didn't happen a lot.
We myself, Bobby, Bill Burr, there was a gang of us. Like Patrice is in my graduating class. We started together, but I will always remember sitting at there was a place across the street from Nick's in Boston. It was like an old, before it was Bennigan's, but then Bennigan's. And we'd hang there, and it was like still at a time where, we all would be really helping each other out with our sets. And that was a time when, to see Patrice becoming what he was and forming that persona and the attitude that, I wouldn't even say the attitude, but like be the first one to be like, what I am now, I'm going to bring that to the stage. As opposed to like some of you guys that are up there just trying to, do shtick. And I to be thinking about those conversations, which I'd forgotten about, of him being like, questioning, like, yeah, do you think that I should be saying that? I should be talking about, I think I should drop that Malcolm XXL thing. Maybe like that's, and to see him at a point where he was extremely kind of, again, vulnerable and open, it made me realize, and, you see those moments with other people, we always joked about, like, he could be such a kind of a bully, like, the way he could seemingly push anybody out with the stare. But we remember a Patrice that was, wanted to grow as a performer. He wouldn't have been there if he didn't. And that's what I'll remember a lot, is the encouragement we all gave each other at that early, and the people that probably quit because Patrice was like, "No, man, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be here."
Favors.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you got anything? Oh, sorry, Dane. I didn't. I thought you were done.
I was going to say, no, he escorted, I'm sure, a lot of people out the comedy this way.
There were a lot of people on the fence. Yeah. And I think what he would do is just shake the fence and you'd fall off on the other side.
So you would have to hold on tight.
Fell on. He never shook the fence and had somebody fall in front of him. It was always on the opposite side.
On the not comic side.
Try to hold on, man.
I saw him stop a show because of a heckler who kept. It was in Chicago, and Hannibal Buress had opened for him, and this guy would not stop heckling Hannibal, and then Patrice got on stage, and the guy tried saying something to Patrice, and that was it. He stopped the show, and he goes, "Okay, I'm going to give you your time now. Come on up.
Shit.
Come on up." And the guy got so embarrassed, and he just eviscerated him, and because he had the respect for the other comics, and he was not one to It's funny when you were talking about earlier about people that he didn't like. There's a guy that was tweeting yesterday who I know for a fact Patrice hated this guy, and the guy tweeted something like, "I'm devastated at the loss of Patrice O'Neal. He is a complicated and difficult guy at times, but a genius artist." And I'm like, he hated, and I mean hated this guy with a passion. Like, just hated him. And to see this guy tweeting and
all right, give Jonathan a pen. I need to know.
Guy trying to open his heart, but it's a phony. Because if he really felt the way he felt, he wouldn't have fucked Patrice to begin with.
He tried. I mean, I could go in great detail. He tried to fuck him over so hard on this deal, and it was horrible. And we caught him in the middle of it, and it was just awful. And he hated him.
Did Patrice call him on it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he called him on it in the room.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's Patrice.
As a network, the executives got scared because they'd never seen him act that way. And this guy was shaking because he got in front of him. He got in front of his face. And he's like, you liar. You lied to me. You revealed yourself. He loved that word. You revealed yourself to me.
Yeah.
And just to see this guy tweeting this yesterday was...
what a vomit bag.
No, make you puke, huh?
Yeah. But I think so. I think he would have loved... I think he would have appreciated the love. He was he was an emotional guy. He was a sensitive. He's an animal lover. Like little dumb dogs.
Yeah, that's something that really is amazing when you just saw his sheer size and stuff. You'd be like, hey, it's big. It's a big black guy. Yeah. And then he's like, that one picture of him holding the kitten up, and he's making like googly eyes at this little kitten in his giant hand. It's fucking classic.
It's like Of Mice and Men.
Yeah. Don't pet it.
It's a reboot.
Don't pet it, motherfucker.
That would have been a great reboot.
Yeah. But that's so Patrice right there.
Except he wouldn't have accidentally killed the girl. He just would have talked to her until she killed herself. Who had told her why she was a worthless hoe.
He loved his dog and everything. It's just like he's fucking...
And his dog is like a small white little puppy. Yeah, the dude.
Yeah, look at that shit.
Yeah, the dude.
That's great.
Yeah. And he was going to do something for PETA too, right?
Yeah, he was about to do this PSA for PETA. And, we had it scheduled and everything, sadly.
And everything was hitting on all cylinders. He was ready to fucking...
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
rip it to the next level.
Obviously for fans and just, what's in the...
He's got an album that we're going to release. The pre-orders are going to start very soon. Wow. It's called Mr. P. It's hard to listen to right now for me. I mean, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. He recorded it in D.C. at the Improv.
Different stuff from Elephant?
It's all new stuff.
I didn't know that. I didn't know it was new from Elephant.
All new material. That's what's amazing about it. And it's good. I mean, really, really good. I think we're getting you guys some stuff.
E-Rock's saying we got the track. Yeah. Can we play it to end the show today, E?
Do we have a track from Mr. P?
Yeah, it's the one Jonathan suggested.
Okay.
We play this today.
Oh, hell yeah.
So this is going to be one of the tracks off the new album that people could pre-order real soon.
We'll give all the information when you can get it. And
because
I didn't know that.
We got people to take care of, man.
Write anything? Was he writing anything?
He was writing something. He also had a movie that he did. It's funny. He did the movie with Jimmy, Furry Vengeance.
Yes. And he was difficult at best on that side. I was telling him yesterday, I was like the codependent wife trying to explain, like he's just tired. Was he fucking miserable when we did that movie.
It's the only time I ever had a casting director call me, like after someone had been put in the movie and they were shooting, and they're like, look, he's got to stop talking to the director. No. What happened? But and then he was really upset that the guy took it the wrong way. He was just, they had one day where they were just waiting and waiting.
Our first day, we hadn't met the director. We were sitting in the honey wagons for hours, and two fucking assholes commiserating. Like I would look at his, like, what the fuck? He's like, and both by the time we got down to the set, a full fucking head of steam.
Yeah.
But I was just happy to be there.
And he made a really sarcastic comment to the guy. But, it was real passive aggressive. It was like, how you doing, buddy? Whoa, what's going on? We're sitting around. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like that. And then they called. And they're like, he can't talk to the director anymore unless he's spoken to. It was like, wow. Okay.
You know what's a testament to Patrice, because you talk about that movie a lot, Jimmy, is the fact that he got along with Brooke Shields.
She loved him.
Yeah. And it was her movie. It was her movie. He didn't want to be there. You guys were miserable. He obviously had a problem with the director, whatever. But in the end, Brooke Shields loved him.
And he liked her, too.
Yeah, because she came in here and she was like, Patrice, she was just gushing over him.
He was sitting something. She was going to her trailer to eat lunch. And he said, why? You don't want to eat lunch with us? And so she said, oh, okay. And then I guess she did. And she sat with you guys and ate lunch. And there's that great photo of him.
And really hit it off.
Yeah.
There's Oh, sorry.
No. It's him and Brooke. She's got her fucking muscles, and Patrice is kind of standing. Oh, I got a video I got to show, too. I think I played the audio. It's from one of those scenes where there was a hill, and Patrice was dressed as a construction worker, and he has to walk down the hill, but he slips in the mud, and he crashes into the camera. And it's and it's not that long of a video, but he just kind of fucking slips into it. And I watched it on a monitor, and I fucking howled watching this dummy slip into the fucking camera. Oh, by the way, Mr. P is available for pre-order on iTunes now.
Oh, wow.
So go to iTunes
And
now
Amazon.
and pre-order. And Amazon.
I'll say it again. We got people to take care of.
Yeah, his family.
We got people to take care of. So we got
all the money's going to go to them. We set it up. It's
the DVD guys the CD people are doing the right thing. They actually restructured things just so Patrice's family would get more money.
Literally after this whole thing happened, we didn't know it was going to happen. And they just said, "Look, we're going to change our deal," and they did something unbelievably generous.
Wow.
So yeah,
that's great. It's
really gonna, because that was one thing he cared about, taking care of people. Like he really, his mom, Vaughn, his stepdaughter. I mean, I had dinner with Vaughn and his stepdaughter, and it's hard for them now. I mean, especially his stepdaughter. She's just, but it's funny. I mean, I think they were together like 10 years, and so she's 11. And I just didn't realize the effect he had on her, because her personality is really, it's amazing. And it's funny. And she's like questioning me about stuff, and you don't get that from 11-year-olds.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. I mean,
you were in the middle of something and she went, "Shut up."
Shut up. He's also got this movie coming out called Scoutmasters. And he was really, it's funny, other than complaining about the parking situation on it every day, he actually loved doing the movie.
God damn, man.
It's with Rob Riggle, right?
Yeah, it was with Rob Riggle and Patton Oswalt. And the funny thing is, he'd be like, "Yeah, they're cool. I like Rob and everything. This parking situation, we got to deal with this." And because I got it in his deal that they would pay for his parking. And, he was happy with that, and because he wanted to drive his truck in. He didn't want to be picked up, and he had to drive my truck. And, so, okay, I got you parking. Well, what they did was they were shooting the movie in, like, Westchester. So he realized he didn't want to drive to the set. He wanted to drive into Manhattan, where, like, Rob Riggle and Ian go in the van with him. So he had to park his car in the city, and they were like, well, no, in the deal, his contract was to pay for parking at the set, not in the city. And so every single day, he was like, "Man, this $24 is pissing me off every day." And I'd be like, "Yeah, but you're having a good time filming." "Yeah, that's cool. But this fucking parking situation, we got to work on it." He just, but he liked filming that movie. He liked Riggle a lot. They had a good time together.
Is there buzz on the movie? I don't.
Yeah. From what I hear, I mean, again, the producers and this guy Todd Rohal, the director, has told me he's got like the funniest scene in the movie, and he had a really good time in this movie. It's funny because he I know that because he said to me, he goes, I think this could be funny. I think this could be pretty good. Like for him, I was like, wow, because for Revengeance, he goes, "Man, this is a piece of garbage, man." This is just,
I was just remembering, and I'm sure Jimmy, you saw this so many times. You could pretty much walking into whatever situation you were where Patrice was waiting, you could almost quickly assess the level of whatever he was dealing with, frustration, or by how he was wearing his hat.
Oh shit! Yes.
Depending on where the hat was placed on his head, you knew that you were in for it with Patrice. If it was kind of like back and like kind of floppy, it was feeling jovial. If it was that half down over one eye, it was like, here we go. He's got a gripe. Yeah, that hat was a mood hat. It was
Love that. I saw him move it a few times too.
Well,
he'd be in jovial hat and then pull it down a little bit.
Yeah.
When we did Elephant in the Room, we had a big discussion because he goes, I've graduated from baseball hat to like a fedora now. And he didn't want to wear a baseball hat, and we were worried because it was covering his face. The shadow would be cast over his face a little bit. Big argument about it, but he didn't care. He'd be like, no. And then you'd see him wear it different styles throughout. It's so true.
To try to see what would show his face.
Yeah.
But he would have
also the mood. I mean, that's literally, you nailed it.
Yeah, the wool ones he would wear sometimes. I remember I'd come down if it was right on his brow as he was leaning back in his chair, if it was right to where you could barely see his eyes, it was like, I didn't watch the news today, but I'm gonna know in a few minutes what's happening.
I'm gonna learn a thing or two.
Motherfucker putting sandbags.
Did you ever hear him? I said it to you in the elevator when we were coming up. He hated the movie The Town because he was like, man, I grew up in Boston. This is not Boston. And I'm like, well, it's not your Boston. He goes, fuck, man, this is the only Boston people are going to know. He was really pissed about it. He was like, he had this thing, but he's like, there's other people from Boston. Dane's from Boston. This is not his Boston either. And I went, all right, you know, I like the movie. What can I say? He made me feel really bad for liking
a movie.
Made me feel really awful for liking it. Yeah.
I like the movie, yeah.
Oh, fuck,
he did not. He hated it.
Damn.
He had a really. Nobody ever wondered, like, I wonder what Patrice thinks of me. Like, no one has ever said those words. Like, you knew immediately how he felt about you. Like, that's the beauty of him, is that you could never. He was a bad. I'm sure he had to do poker face once in a while. But he was terrible at hiding that stuff. He was terrible at hiding dislike or displeasure or lack of respect.
Horrible poker
Couldn't
player.
fucking hide it, man.
He sometimes he just loved saying it. Like there was, I remember when I broke up with my chick, and he was like, "Oh, you broke up with that girl you were with?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, so I don't have to be nice to her anymore?"
Yeah, he had a great sigh. Patrice's sigh was wonderfully like, what? Just let me have it.
Fuck.
My favorite thing he did, or one of them, was when he would shush people. Did you ever hear him shush people?
Oh, yeah.
He would.
Oh, yes, it's so loud.
Literally, shh. Those big fucking teeth. He shushed. He shut. Keith Robinson went to see something at Carnegie Hall with him, and he shushed, and fucking literally hundreds of people stopped talking.
Yeah.
He had the ability to just be heard.
Yeah.
Shh.
But a lot of times he would do it, and no one knew where it was coming from.
No, they never knew.
And that was the beauty
They
of
would
it.
just turn around and see
They're
the
looking around
flummox.
like, who the fuck? Who the fuck just shushed us?
Dane has to go. He's got TV.
Yes.
But just so you know, oh God, what's the name of the movie?
Answers to Nothing.
Answers to Nothing. It comes out tomorrow. You can get it on demand, or it's in select theaters. I'm going to guess in New York, L.A.
Yeah, major cities.
Yeah, I like the movie. Jimmy liked the movie.
I liked it very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So check it out on demand.
Or on demand.
Seems like the easiest thing
That's what I'm
going to
do.
People.
I'm so psyched that even though it's a rough week, man, I was so glad to be able to come in here, and I've been just bottled up wanting to talk about these things.
Yep.
So I look forward to sitting with you guys again, and I'll remember our favorite Patrice stories that should not be told on the radio. I have a few of those as well.
Like watching him put his glass dildos back into a fucking.
Wait a second.
Do you know how awful that was? Him lugging those clunking fucking glass dildos.
But I called him out on
Brazil years.
He came in with his briefcase. He couldn't wait to show us, and he's like explaining each one. And I just looked at him like, "What are you doing?" Remember? And he had a realization like, yeah, what the fuck am I doing? Carrying around glass dildos in a briefcase.
We were in a third world country, and he's bringing glass dildos into the fucking hole. Like they're hookers, you idiot. You don't need to make them come.
He couldn't wait to show us the briefcase, and I thought it was one of the strangest things I ever saw.
It was
what are
a
you doing?
terrible big Adidas bag.
Yeah.
It was so
How many were there?
embarrassing.
Seriously,
I don't- Maybe 10, and he would pick them up, and you would just picture the sound of 10 glass things
Clinkety,
clinking into each other.
And he was explaining each one and what it was used for and what's up.
Roland
we got
sticking his face in the
Okay,
window.
Dane has to go.
It's a pleasure, man.
thanks
Don't
so
be
much,
strange.
man.
Continue, man.
All right, man.
Always a pleasure.
The movie's Answers to Nothing in theaters tomorrow and on demand.
Yeah.
And you can get Patrice's new CD, Mr.
Yes.
P, pre-order on iTunes and on Amazon.com. Now, I didn't realize
And a
there was all this
commemorative
stuff.
wool emotion cap will be selling for charity.
We should get a Patrice doll that you can pull a string and it tells you what's wrong with you.
I think we're gonna. Oh yeah, Camo. Someone's mentioned. Yeah, we got to go though.
Oh, right.
And I'll be in
Camo with the hookers.
Camo. It was so creepy watching him make a hooker come, but he did make her come.
Jimmy's out tomorrow. He's got gigs in Baltimore.
I'll be at Magooby's in Baltimore tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday.
And Jonathan, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys.
I'm bummed we didn't get to your traveling stories. We did a little, I guess.
Well, he's in town for a while.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. Come back next week then.
Okay.
Please. We'll do a whole segment. I want to know where you've been. Brand new Patrice O'Neill right now from that new CD that's you could pre-order right now on
Mr. P.
iTunes. What's the name of the
This
track?
track is called I Hate People Touching Me.
Perfect.
All right, let's listen to this. We'll see you tomorrow.
I don't know.
With that, we say hi to
With
Chris
that,
Rock.
Chris Rock, everybody.
Sorry, Chris. Chris? Or maybe his people are getting Chris Rock.
This Chris.
All right. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Hey, man, how are
Hey,
you?
buddy, how are you? It's been a while.
Air.
Yeah, we're on the air. We got Bill Burr in studio, Joe DeRosa, Jim Norton, and me and Ant.
When do the funny people get in?
God
How you doing,
damn, Chris.
Can't complain.
You're done with Broadway before you even talk about anything else. I had to say to you publicly, you were fucking amazing in your
Thank you.
in your play. You're a much better actor than I realized.
Thank you. You know, after Pootie Tang, you know, it's all uphill.
I love Pootie Tang.
I never saw it.
What? How do you not see Pootie
Well,
Tang?
Louis told us the story about how, like, you know, you have one vision, but then sometimes the studio steps in and they do what they got to do. And
Well, when we do Pootie Tang on Broadway, you're all invited.
No, right on.
I don't doubt that would happen. Like, there's no doubt that could actually happen.
Can I tip my... Also, Chris, I never really met you before, but I've always wanted to tell you this. Me and my friends in high school, before I ever did comedy, were obsessed with CB4. I'm still obsessed with it. I think it's hilarious. And I tip my hat to you for recognizing the utter genius of Charlie Murphy.
Thank you.
Before anybody did. Before
You know,
anybody.
Chappelle is such a genius because all those Charlie Murphy stories that are on the Chappelle show, he told them on the set of CB4. I knew all those stories years and years, 15 years in advance, and then I'm watching Chappelle's show. I'm like, oh my God, I could have had all of that stuff.
You're kind of like the college coach that you could have drafted like Jeter to play for you, but you just kind of like enjoyed watching him and then ignored him.
Exactly.
That's all right, man. Obviously,
With the 12th selection, Chris Rock selects Ken O'Brien. Dan Marino reference? Nobody?
That was a good one.
No, I got it. I'm a Jets fan.
O'Brien's, you know, better than Sanchez.
Well, the old pick six.
Yeah, Sanchez, I don't know. He makes us a little nervous as
I like
Jets fans.
Sanchez, but O'Brien, you know.
What do you think of Tebow? If you want to talk football.
Wow!
No kidding.
Wow, man, I guess other teams are going to start letting linebackers play quarterback.
Yeah, he's 6-1 as a starter now, and it's very unconventional, as we all know.
Yeah, but it's like baseball, you know. You know, like in baseball, the guy gets hot, then, you know, when he goes through the league a second time, let me see what happens.
When they figure him out.
When they figure out that Prohibition era offense that they're running. Fucking pitch it to fucking Curly or Larry.
They need to update
I swear to God, I saw that offense on the Three Stooges one time.
Hey, lateral it to me, Mo.
I'm sorry, we missed that. What was that?
I'm sorry, Chris, we were left.
If Tebow plays like there's no black guys on the field.
and he loves his God. He wants everyone to know how much he loves God. Which, you know.
No, in defense of him,
God actually decided to back a shitty football player.
Yeah.
It's working for him.
What was Bill going to say?
in defense of Tebow, he talked about Jesus in college. He hasn't done it yet. They just keep putting the camera on him when he starts speaking in tongues every time they kick a field goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like God really cares.
Sounds like an auctioneer.
Yeah.
All right.
I just know everybody in the red states is so excited. This has got to be their guy for the last 20 years.
Oh yeah, very religious and he's winning.
He wears a vest. He's clean cut. He's into Jesus.
He's a good boy.
Pretty amazing what he's doing, though. Unbelievable. Well, Chris, obviously, fucking Patrice. We're all just...
Obviously, you want me to replace Patrice, and I accept.
Yes. Come on in. We're sick over it. Everyone has been saying how rough this one is. This is just a rough one.
It is a rough one because, first of all, people don't realize how full of life this guy was.
Yep.
Like, just absolutely filled up a room when he walked in a room, and he was so funny, and he was just figuring out what he did. You know what I mean? He was just figuring out how to take that thing he did in the restaurant and put it on stage. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The thing he did off stage was coming on stage, and he was, it's like the comedic Lynn Bias, if anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like this guy was really getting ready to. We were all getting ready to have work for Patrice O'Neal. That's basically what was getting ready to happen.
He was figuring it all out right in front of our eyes. He was there, man.
Yeah, I know. When Elephant in the Room came out, I was excited for him, and I was nervous. I was like, is he going to make me look like a child? Because, like, he was that... like, it was literally what he was saying. I almost felt like once it was his to take, once he just decided he wanted it. That's it. That's the level.
That's what I always told him.
Yeah.
Right.
I always tell him, like, look around. Do you see anybody as funny as you? Really? Really?
Yeah, Jimmy said it last week. He could be funny with anyone. You can't think of one person he wouldn't be as funny or funnier.
Like any comic you could put him in the room with who's ever worked, and he would be comfortable being funny with them.
Yes. I mean, we're all established guys here. Does any one of us really want to follow the guy?
Right. No,
he used to hold court with. He actually was so funny. He could get comedians who are always trying to top people's stories to actually shut up and become audience members.
Yeah.
Like that time he went at it with the transvestite out in. Remember that?
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Dude, it was literally just some transvestite was coming down the street, and he was just in one of those moods where he felt like fucking with somebody, and he fucked with this transvestite. And she immediately came right back at him. Said, remember that line? She said, you got so many spaces between your teeth, looks like your tongue's in jail. That's what started it.
Jesus Christ.
And he hit her with shit just as big. Dude, and we just sat there. It was a comedic version. You ever see that tape of Biggie when he was just got in that rap battle in the middle of, like, the purest form?
Right.
It was like the purest form of comedy. There was no security. There was no crowd. Like, a crowd just developed around what the fuck was happening, and he just sat there, and she hit him with a couple of stock lines, and he, like Ali, leaned on the ropes, let the she punch herself out, and then he just fucking destroyed her. But it was unbelievable. I remember just really in that moment going, he is truly special. Mm-hmm. You're really not going to see another one. That was a one-off. That was it.
He's fucking his ability. I showed my parents were up visiting this week, and I showed them Elephant in the Room because they didn't know who Patrice was. They just knew that he was. I had a friend that passed or whatever, and I showed it to him. My dad's a Catholic church deacon, and my dad was red-faced and laughing hysterically at Patrice, going, "Why can't we have harassment day? Excuse me, I always wanted you to know. Would you suck my dick in the broom closet? Like the fact that he can make a fucking man of the cloth laugh as hard as like Bill or me or any, whatever. It's uncanny, man. Uncanny ability.
There was nothing better than seeing Patrice meet somebody for the first time who was like impressed with themselves and they thought they were on some level of accomplishment. I saw him one time. He made this fucking white dude, a 50-year-old guy. You could just tell he ran a company or something, and he just was so used to running shit. As he sat in the crowd, he had this vibe like he was running it, even though he was at the show. Like you were performing for him. Patrice got on stage. He didn't have to meet the guy, just sensed it. He made this guy so fucking mad. I was actually standing behind the guy, and I could see the anger in the back of his head and his shoulders. Patrice had that laugh when he was really getting you. That.
Oh, yeah. He enjoyed it.
Sounded like a fucking trumpet. Yeah. And he just laughing in this guy's face, and then he finally said something like, "You look like you want to fire me, but you can't." And that was the one that just Jesus fucking Christ. Leveled the room. And I'm so fucking sad about this shit. I couldn't wait for him to get big because I wanted to see those TMZ guys to try to fuck with him at the airport. Like how much he would have enjoyed that and destroyed him, and they would have. It's the worst fucking thing ever.
It's horrible.
There's so many things that are going to happen that you would just love to know what his take was going to be on it.
Chris, you helped him too in a weird way because when you were on the show at K-Rock with us and Patrice was in, and it kind of turned into an intervention because you were telling him that like you wanted him for your show, and he might have been hard to be around. And you told him kind of with love and that really,
I think it changed him.
It absolutely changed him.
I love the guy. He's just one of those guys that the moment he started getting out of his own way,
that's exactly it.
It was all going to open up for him, and that's what was happening. And when I was on the show, and by the way, what I did on the show is what I did to every time I saw him.
Right.
I was like, "Money, you're funnier than everybody.
Jesus.
Embrace it. Come in." Smile. Don't worry. The white man is not going to beat your ass today. It's okay. And
He loved putting a spark to a bridge, though.
He loved putting a spark to a bridge.
Oh, boy. Burn a bridge like that guy.
Amazing.
And it was fucking hilarious, but, like, also you just be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's like cross it first, then burn it.
Not every bridge.
Cross it first, then burn it.
Right.
Did he ever tell you that story when he went into CBS? Which was like a notoriously cold room during this era. It was like you walked in, they had the lights low, like that guy who ran that team in the Natural. You know what I mean? Like the fucking baseball owner. You would just go in there, dude, like already sweating. You'd start tap dancing, and they wouldn't give it up for anything. And he walked in there, maybe tap dance for half a second, and right in the middle of the meeting, you know, you're pitching a show to get a deal. There's a invisible bag of money sitting there, and he just says, fuck it. And he starts looking at every executive there, starts pointing at everybody. You don't like me, you don't like me, and you don't like me. Just started trashing him.
Yeah,
unknown comic. And I was laughing my ass off. I'm like, Patrice, do you realize that story was on the other side of Hollywood before you even got back to your rented Dodge Neon? Why would you do that? And he's like, man, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Fucking gonna sit there and 3,000 miles to have you staring at me? Because you got a desk.
Audition for Everybody Hates Chris. Didn't know his lines. Like, y'all don't want me. I was dying to give him the part.
Oh. Jesus, can you imagine?
Yeah, he was defensive sometimes when he didn't need to be. I think sometimes he didn't understand how much people would just love him, or how much people enjoyed him. He knew he was so funny, but look, everybody else, he's a comedian. He's fucking got major problems like we all do.
Yeah.
And I think he never understood that, man. People really will embrace you, and they don't mind your shitty, cynical. You're so funny, people will just love you.
We used to joke about the supreme confidence that hacks have. You know what I mean? How they never question their talent. They just never do.
Never question their talent.
They just always, they go on stage with this supreme confidence in their fucking prolific mediocrity. Always coming out with another special. Always feel like, yeah, America needs to hear this. And then you get a guy like Patrice where it's like, dude, you talking to yourself in the shower should be a fucking album.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get the dude off the... I don't know, man. That's probably gonna,
It just fucking hurts. Because he was about to do it on his terms too. We talk about all the bridges he burned, but he was about to do it on his terms. Finally.
Hey, Chris.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
The other moral of the story is, despite Biggie being so big and Heavy D and all that, hey, fat's not good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just because you're popular and you get laid, it doesn't mean you're healthy.
God damn, I know. Louis was saying that.
Live off of chicken wings from the Chinese restaurant.
Louis was saying he's just pissed at himself for not going over there and saying, hey, asshole, what are you doing to yourself?
I think people tried, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Patrice is smart enough to know.
Yeah,
he's not a dumb guy. He knew, but it's like anything else. When someone's drinking too much or smoking cigarettes, death is like an intangible, faraway thing. You know it's there, but it's not. Right. It's not like a gun pointed at you.
Do you know last night somebody from England, a comedian from England, this is how much this guy's loved, flew all the way over here on his own dime to come to the funeral today, and he was telling this story. They were doing a TV taping in London. So of course Patrice doesn't give a fuck. He's treating this like, Europe's Friday night videos. He doesn't give a shit, right? And for some reason they had a book in the green room. I guess it had a list of all these comedians that were so far down the ladder they didn't have a manager or an agent. They just had their phone number, their home phone number. So Patrice, instead of preparing for his set, starts calling these guys over in England. He called one guy up, had a puppet, and he goes, yeah, how much to book the puppet? I just want to get the puppet. I don't want to book you. He asked another guy, how much would it cost to get you to just stop?
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so nobody was paying attention to the taping. They were all gathering around Patrice, once again, holding court, and everyone just laughing. Like, call another one, call another one. Just effortless. I totally butchered that story, but
that's him.
That is him.
Funny, man.
The same guy. It's Brendan Burns is who you're talking about.
Yeah,
English comic.
yeah, Brendan Burns.
We were doing the Nasty Show in Montreal, and Brendan came over to hang out backstage, and he was going off about English comedy and how good the scene is, and Patrice just goes, English comedy stinks.
stinks, and did a 10-minute just improv sketch of an English comedy club. And he's just going, coming to the stage, Ian Eaglepuss. and he's just making up these ridiculous things. Get the fuck out of here, you stink. Y'all are 30 years behind us. I was the king of England when I went over there. It was so fucking funny, man.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. And you're like, wow,
damn.
I wish I had anything in my act half that fucking funny.
Yeah.
And he just said that all off the top of his goddamn head for 10 minutes. And that was, you know.
It was almost like he didn't even write. That was the big thing about Patrice. He didn't know what was his material that he wrote.
Go with that, Opie. Go with that.
I'm serious.
No, he didn't. He just...
You don't think he wrote it all, right?
It's like Jay-Z. Jay-Z, I heard he just is all in his fucking head.
Right.
The same thing. I've known him 20 years. Never saw him go, hey, I got to go into CVS and get a notebook.
Right.
Never saw him with a laptop.
Special though. I don't care what he says.
Right. Yeah. There were so many times on the radio show we would say, please save that for the air. That's amazing. Like he couldn't stop. We'd go to break and he was just as funny, just hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen Elephant in the Room because I don't watch stuff that, you just don't want to see what the guys are doing because
it really is fucking good, man.
I watched a clip, a clip about being mean to animals, and it was like, God, fucking right, it was great.
Yeah, he nailed it.
You never want to
Fucking
understand
nailed
that
it.
your peer is so great. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody recognizes that they're working with such greatness, and it's like when someone dies, then you reflect.
Right.
But while you're seeing it, you don't realize. It's like, God damn.
He's got a CD coming out called Mr. P.
Mr.
too,
P, yeah.
that he was putting together. This isn't one of those things where the family rushed it out because he died.
Oh no, he was responsible for it.
This is something he wanted out there, and they're taking pre-orders now. And Jonathan said the other day, it's brilliant. This thing, Mr. P, is brilliant.
Yeah, and it's available on iTunes and Amazon now for pre-order if you guys want to go out and get it.
And the money's going to the family.
Yeah, the CD company actually switched the deal to give his family more money. They're taking a lower percentage.
Yep.
Hey, was anybody else on that benefit we did that one time for the rescue dogs?
No.
Was that a Steinberg gig? So we did this gig, and it was like we show up, you figure it's for rescue dogs, we're working for free, everyone's going to be paying attention. It was this Manhattan just who's who shit, and nobody was paying attention. The only two people paying attention were two cast members of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. This is like fucking 8 years ago. And so I go up first, and like an idiot, I go right into my act, and I just immediately start bombing. Nobody's paying attention to me. I'm working for free, and all I can hear is Patrice laughing.
Oh, shit, yeah.
At the back of the fucking thing, right? Each one of us tried to adjust somehow to kill, and none of us could. We all ate our balls, and then Patrice went up there and opened with talking about how he had a puppy for breakfast and went through the whole preparation of it and just pissed everybody off in the room. And then right when he had everybody listening, he just trashed everybody in the room and this whole thing. So the lady who ran the event with her I run shit fucking dress she had on was telling him, she told him to get off the stage. And he's just going, and he's going, no, I'm not getting upset. She goes, I put this thing together. He goes, bitch, I don't give a fuck. And he just kept going.
Oh, man.
No, he wouldn't get off the stage.
That's
and then they turned off the microphone.
No.
And there was a piano on stage. So he sits down at the piano and starts playing the piano, which he can't. And I remember he's just sitting there banging it. And as she's yelling at him, he just looked over, the impish smile ever, just looking over, smiling. And I was just so fucking happy he did it. And I was so mad that I didn't think to fucking why I went up there like a hat in hand. Hey, my dad's wacky, and just ate my balls. It was. I mean,
prepare a puppy. That's brilliant.
He was one of those friends, one of those comedians who could be your fucking hero in any given moment by doing something like that.
Yeah.
Like, God damn it, I love the fact that he fucking had the balls. He was. He was impossible to own Patrice because there's nothing you could dangle in his face that he couldn't walk away from. Like, he literally could not be controlled.
You remember when the Cellar tried to kick him out? The Cellar kicked him out, and then he hung around the corner so we would all do our sets and then leave because we wanted to hang around with him. So
Wait a minute, why did the Cellar kick him out?
Well,
he had an argument with Manny, I think, but it was a mistake. It was a misunderstanding. I watched it happen, and Manny mistook. Patrice was asking him if he had false teeth, and we would tease each other all the time there, and it was getting to. I think that was something Manny was sensitive about because he was 70, and it was one of the only things I guess that was like his Achilles. And Patrice really didn't know.
Oh, yeah. I
wasn't
wasn't saying anything bad about this.
No, I know.
Man, I got kicked out for a minute. Everybody, at some point, you're late or whatever, you do whatever, and then they got to throw down the gauntlet. So,
I think he didn't want to come back, I'm saying. I think that, he just said, fuck this, I'm not going back, and he just didn't want to go back.
Well, all I know is So now we would just all go hang where he was at. So then they had to let him back in. You couldn't beat him.
Oh, so because everybody was leaving the club.
Because we were all going to leave, yeah. And then, they want people hanging around or whatever, so they had to let him back in. And then he figured that out, going, that was kind of golden handcuffs that they let me back in. So then what he did was he was back in, but he wouldn't put him for spots. And we'd just go down there and hang out. It was always chess with him.
Oh,
yeah. It was awesome.
You got to respect that, though, man.
Yeah.
He was at Caroline's one night, and there was a Christmas party there. Fucking 25 people and their female boss. So, of course, you're waiting for it. You're like, when's he going to attack the boss? And finally, he gets around to it, and he goes, let me tell y'all how she likes to get fucked. He goes, see how she wear her hair up in that bun? She likes to let that shit down. She likes a dude to wrap that shit around his fist 5-6 times and pull her head down like a horse and go, bitch, shut the fuck up. Fucking all of her employees are laughing at her. She's staring at Patrice, dude, like Venom. And Patrice just goes, bitch, don't give me boss eyes. I don't work for you.
Fucking maniac. That's fantastic.
Gonna fucking miss him, man.
Yeah.
Obviously.
God damn.
Want to thank Chris for calling in.
Yeah, Chris,
man,
thanks,
appreciate
man.
It, Chris.
Thanks for having me. I'm sure I'll see you guys tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bummer. But
well,
what the fuck are you going to do?
Yeah.
That's the easy way
Chris
to get
is
around.
in great shape, so we're good there.
Yeah, I'm in decent shape. Let's work on a towel.
He won't stop smoking. I feel like a fucking nudge ant. Every time I see him, I want to just go stop. Because he quit drinking. He's doing good. He looks okay, but fuck, he won't stop smoking.
Yeah.
It's like, will you stop? Fucking stop it.
I need one vice.
Yeah, he smokes a lot. He smokes a lot.
Maybe that's what we do next week. We just pick out a few guys to,
Guys, yeah. Even though people did say something to Patrice, we always feel like we could have said more. But again, he knew. He was the smartest guy in the room. I mean, he always knew.
24 hours either.
Yeah, he was going to make his own decisions, and it's unfortunate. They said even, look, with diabetes, even if you're totally thin and you jog, it can happen. But by your overeating and stuff, and you just fucking put the odds through the roof. Yeah, man, you make it much worse. See you tonight, brother. It was good talking to you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Bye, Chris.
Chris Rock, everyone.
Yeah, that really did help Patrice, I think, when Chris... that day he was in, because it got to him. Because Chris wasn't coming at him like, you asshole. He was like, I wanted to give you.
It was extremely real, remember?
Yeah. And
we were like, whoa.
And I think Patrice realized
listened, too. You know what? One of the only times you watch Patrice actually sit back and listen instead of coming back with something.
He would do that in rare occasions when, and it was always when someone was being brutally honest with him. He would actually stop talking and making fun of you for half a second. But yeah,
it's terrible, and it's look, everybody always says too soon when somebody dies. It's a cliche thing to say, but with Patrice, I've just never seen it more applicable. This was such, Geraldo was the first guy I knew in this business to go, and it was very upsetting. But Patrice was the first. I mean, I was friends with Greg, but Patrice was the first guy that I was really like, holy shit, like this can happen, man. Like you can go before. Even though you're loved and respected and have so much to say and are such a presence, you can go at any fucking time. It's really scary, man, and it's so upsetting because there was like 7 more of those specials.
Welcome to middle age, Joe.
Yeah, no kidding.
Middle age is when you realize that life doesn't give a shit. That it doesn't.
Right.
It's upsetting because he was young, but it's also, like you're saying, upsetting knowing what he was about to do.
Yeah.
With his career.
It was like
so there was both levels. It just sucks.
Yeah,
I so wanted to see that guy go to that. It was going to be a whole new group of people who are going to meet him for the first time, which I tell you, I can't stress that enough. Watching somebody meet that guy when he was in that fucking mood, which he usually was. I just love how he used to pick out. I remember one time this beautiful girl came in and she had this little scar. You could barely fucking see it.
Oh, that motherfucker.
He went right for it.
Yeah.
That's how you doing? I like that scar you got right there, right? And then immediately she's just all fucking uncomfortable. And he just brought it to this fucking real place that she, hadn't probably been in since, I don't know what. And he could just, I don't know. Did I tell that story about him telling that girl to shut up?
That
her
could be,
voice.
That could be 1,000 stories.
Was that at the cellar or no?
That time we were at the cellar, and those girls were all talking. I think I told that when I called in. I'll tell it again. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
It don't matter.
So sitting there, like, it's a loud bar, and, women, their voices go up. It gets fucking, and he just goes, they sit there talking like, and he keeps glancing over there as he's trying to talk to me. And then he did that glance for an extra second. I'm like, oh, fuck, he's going to say something.
He's on.
And he
He's
just
going.
picked out one. He just goes, ma'am, miss, ma'am. And she finally looks, and she goes, what? And he goes, your voice. And she goes, is it loud? And he goes, it's piercing. Right? And he just starts, and just basically tells her to shut up. So then these girls are fucking gorgeous, too. So her two friends want to come to her rescue. So all three of them come over to Patrice. I'm like, oh, fuck, how the hell is he going to deal with this? And I don't know what he did. Within 30 seconds, he had them auditioning to figure out who had the best sexy phone sex voice.
Holy shit,
and they were auditioning for him, and he was sitting there judging and telling each one of them why, despite their looks, guys didn't find him attractive after like a third date. And he was so in there. It was Hannibal Lecter. He was in their fucking heads.
Hannibal Lecter.
It was awesome.
He was a psychologist, man. He really was a brilliant, intuitive fucking psychologist, man. He read people immediately.
I know exactly the way when you describe that, how I went, your voice.
Yeah.
Like he would just do that.
Your voice.
Your voice.
Yeah. What was better than him shushing people?
It's piercing.
What was funnier than that?
He used to do that. He used to do that on the subway. He'd be on the subway, and it would be jam-packed with people, and he'd just go, and everyone would shut up for half a second, and then he would just start laughing. People would get so fucking mad.
And he was the one that brought that to this circle, right?
Him and Keith Robinson are the two.
I never heard that before.
Yeah.
Like where he could actually
do so loud.
And he could do it so loud. He could do it in bars, and everybody would shut up.
Yeah.
And
they all would look around like, where did that
They
come
don't
from?
realize why they're being shushed.
And you keep hearing people start going, who keeps doing that?
Yeah.
Dude, I would beg him to do it at the cellar. Because from the back of the room, I would like, just shush everybody. It was like asking someone to sing your favorite song, and he would finally shush, and the whole fucking restaurant would go silent. And he'd be like, why the fuck did we stop talking? Who is that?
Dude, it's like you got something on your shirt. Like the person would fall for it every fucking time.
That's so fucking funny.
I did one time. I was going out to his house in Jersey. It was way back in the day. We were on the fucking path trade. He did it like fucking 9 times to the point I was embarrassed. Going, please stop doing this.
You never say that to him. No, he's just doing more.
No, and then I think the entertainment was him watching me be so fucking uncomfortable.
Right? Uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh God.
And he could diffuse almost anything too. Like even though he was a big guy, he was so fucking. He just had that light, man. He was so fucking charismatic. Like he could diffuse any type of aggression. He just knew how to fucking let the air out and make people. Manny had the same ability. Manny Dwarman. No matter how heated it got, in a second he could diffuse it. Whatever. Almost at will.
You know something? That's what I loved about Manny the best. Is because I came from that stupid Irish. You get into a fight and then you hold on to it for fucking 9 years.
Yeah.
He had that thing. He could actually just make it be like that. He'd come over, hey, and you just see that Manny laugh, and you just start fucking laughing, be like, all right, and then you start thinking, this is how we should have done it in my family.
Yeah.
Me and Manny had a fight one time, one of our rare fights, like a real argument. I might have told the story already, but Manny, I didn't go into the cellar for 40 days. I stayed out for over a month. I was so fucking mad at him, and he was mad at me. And I finally went back in, because I just missed it. And he and I walked by each other, and we just kind of looked at each other and said, hello. And then we were in the back, and it was very tense when he was at the table with me. And he said, I have some pictures of you that I want to give you that I took. And I'm like, okay, thanks. And he goes, let me go get them out of the garbage. Immediately, everything was okay. He made me laugh.
Funny.
Immediately, he fucking just took the air out.
That was another one. That was another rough one.
Manny was terrible.
Manny was and you know what I loved about Manny? Manny fucking, he loved people, like he loved the debate. He loved sitting there and so he didn't want to be mad at you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I learned a lot about not being an angry psycho just through that guy, like how he had that ability. And interesting enough, Bobby Kelly, living with Bobby Kelly. Bobby's really good at that after you have this epic, really? Choke you to death, that he can actually, he starts going, listen, dude, and bro, and all that shit. And you're like, and you're like, look at this fucking idiot. I can't be mad at him.
And Bobby does the great thing too, where he'll go, he'll be like, "It's okay, dude. I'm sorry I snapped at you, right?" And then like he'll be talking, and he'll go. I mean, you know, nobody's got to think about that you got all this fucked up shit that you do, and it really pisses everybody off or whatever. Like he'll slip it in, and you'll just be going, and I'll go, "I'm fucking with you, stupid," you know, and you're like, you cocksucker.
Like the battered wife.
Yeah. I worry about Bobby too with his eating. I mean, we tease him and stuff because we're friends, but it's like, yeah, my friend. It's like you worry about, like, dude.
I said that to him yesterday. We went in. He's gonna kill me for telling this story, but we went in to go get a fucking sandwich. And, you know, I picked out this little bag of chips, and then he picks up this big bag of chips. What's that?
Please ignore it.
Okay.
It's better
big
that
bag
way.
of fucking chips. I go, Bobby, you don't need all those. So then he grabbed like 2 little ones. I go, put one of those back.
He got 2 little.
Yeah, I don't know what he's.
Look, we went the other day. I made him walk with me to the Levi's store.
More fucking jeans?
Pants in your knees, motherfucker.
What are you doing? What are you raping women and you're throwing jeans out when you're finished?
He's the jean killer.
The blue jean killer.
Blue jean killer.
The Pepsi Cola rapist.
For each trophy, he needs a new pair of jeans.
Come on, guys. That's just dark.
Yeah, he has a bunch of jeans with cum and blood. Fucking long blonde hair
samples. And it all came out of the same hole. No, I made him walk. I had to return some pants.
But seriously, folks.
Come on, I had to go for it. I had to return some pants, and I made him walk. I was with him and Dawn, or his wife, for breakfast, and I go, I got to return some pants. Come with me. And his wife's like, "Yeah, you should go." And we're walking, and he's yelling at me, "Fucking stupid cocksucker!" And I go, "Dude, do you understand? I care about you. This is good that we're doing this." And we went into Starbucks. I'm like, I'm not trashing him. I'm like, don't get any fucking cookies, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I'm worried about you.
It's like watching.
Don't do it.
Because Bobby's a compulsive guy like I am with sex, and like everyone is. But he just, the food is such an addiction, man, and it's a fucking hard one. It's hard because you cannot. We've talked about it, but you can't be fucking abstinent from food.
Yeah, you got to eat some.
And it's like I worry about him. Like, come on, dude. Because I sent some pictures of me, Bobby, and Patrice from Brazil. I was just going through some photos.
Was Bobby a lot thinner back then?
Yeah, man. And it's like he has the ability to get thin. He really does. Because Bob's like a
we've
fucking.
seen it, yeah.
He could just lock on to like working out and work out. You know, he can do it.
Yeah, it's on or off with him.
Yeah, I just want to see him do it for his own health. It's like.
What is the theme from Fatso? This is what he's whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, I'm done with sugar, dude. I'm fucking hitting the gym, dude. Doing sit-ups.
Dude.
Dude.
Got a weight loss app for my iPhone.
Dude. Gonna get my fucking abs.
That lasts like. He really is at that level of fat where he should just have the gray-on-gray sweatsuit from Sears.
Oh, God, that's fucking... All right, well, yeah, now that we expressed our concern, let's trash him.
Yes.
Well, you got to do it that way.
How come no concern for Roland?
It's a good point.
Yeah, you know
what?
I love Roland. But Bobby's one of my closest friends.
I've had sit-downs with Roland. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows. He scares me.
Dude, food is fucking terrible.
He scares me.
Roland was just, when we were watching that baby calf given birth to, and his cute little calf face, and Roland just goes, "All I see is veal."
Hey, Roland.
What's up with
Causing my stress.
He blames us.
We don't like
the
your
fuck
Jets
out
hat.
of here. Yeah, what's up with the Jets hat? The new Jets
What are you
hat.
wearing that for?
Why are you wearing that?
It's fucking horrendous.
You don't have the right head for that. Patrice would have looked great in that hat.
Yes, he would have.
Oh, yeah.
I know. We can't.
Are you loving the Jets? We're a little nervous with this Sanchez.
Jets.
He did all right yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Dude, the Jets they know how to win in the end, though.
They're 7-5.
I wouldn't want to play those guys.
Packers are rough.
Oh, the Packers are great.
Packers are ridiculous, yeah.
The Niners, don't count them out.
No, the Niners, I think, if they had a quarterback.
Is Drew Brees not good? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm thinking Saints.
Niners.
Well, let me put my 2 cents into this.
You don't like football.
No.
Attaboy, Joe.
I'm
on
telling
contrary,
you something.
this guy.
It's a good year. It's a good year for football,
I say,
man.
what did you say?
I mentioned Drew Brees because he did, but I was thinking Saints.
I haven't seen a player like Drew Brees since, I would say Namath was the last time I've seen somebody play like Drew Brees.
Let me beat Bill.
Joe. I'm very serious.
Joe.
I'm very serious.
Who said that, Joe? You didn't hear the whole conversation. Who said that? You're repeating it.
Drew Brees is...
Joe.
He's the old stuff.
All right.
I thought that was going to be...
What's the matter, Joe? You tired of being left out of the conversation? Yeah. Kind of like it's really mean, but really true and funny. You laugh and it hurts.
The eyes get real squinty.
Yeah. And he doesn't look at you. He lifts him like, oh, what's the matter, Joe?
This one, too. Jesus, Joe. Jesus. Nice, long Jesus.
Yeah. Just a fucking... you got to sit like that.
Joe.
Can't tell if you're doing me or an 80-year-old fucking vaudeville guy.
I did
vaudeville guy. I really didn't have the reference. I was trying to think of that. Where the hell did they? Poughkeepsie? Where the fuck did all those old Jewish guys go?
Oh, Catskills.
Catskills. That was what I was looking for. Old vaudeville guy.
I wanted to ask you when you were telling that Patrice story about the animal thing, and you said you wish you did that.
Yeah.
Was that before the Philly thing?
Yeah.
Because you had your moment where you turned it in Philly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, it's not like I hadn't snapped on crowds, but I was so, like, it was different. It was a benefit, and I was sitting there, and there was some people there. Somebody from NBC was there, so I was in this fucking...
Yeah. So you felt like, you know what, even if I want to, I just can't go
I have to be a professional,
Gotcha.
and I felt like it was, I basically kept giving them respect when they were showing me none. So it was one of the worst feelings.
Now I understand.
That's what you just said. It's not about.
You thought there was way too the people were way too important in the audience to
the
fuck around.
Cast from TV shows were there.
Gotcha.
Everyone was dressed up. This was I didn't have any sort of agent going. Maybe somebody from CAA is here. Like I was in that stupid.
No, it was a great
give
story.
Me a deal.
It was a great story, but I was confused because I'm like, nah, Bill would fucking do that. But now I get it.
Patrice addressed it the way you wished you had addressed it as a comic. Like, he was being... Yeah, I've been there, too.
And also, I grew into that. Like, Patrice came in like that. He came in like that.
He actually had to tone it down and remember to do material.
Standard equipment with him.
They should like you.
Yeah. No, he from day one doing stand-up was already there. It took me years. And, obviously getting to see a guy his caliber, it was, it's the worst
his laugh
fucking day ever.
We've talked about his big dumb laugh. But anybody that
Greatest
thinks Patrice was mean, when you made him laugh like that, like you really felt like a funny person.
Oh,
It was like when he fucking let go. Like that's the guy I think of when I think of Patrice. Not mean and people have had horrible experiences with him because he was at times fucking.
Believe me, there's a lot of people not sad today.
I said there's as many happy as sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was mean to certain comics unnecessarily, and look, at one point he went back and started apologizing to guys because he felt bad about the interactions he had had. Like he has a conscience.
But he gave you respect, man. He gave you that over-the-top laugh saying, fuck, that was funny.
If something was funny,
yeah.
I think one of the hardest I saw anybody make him laugh was the time Voss did that bit, hey, what time is it? There was this Asian guy walking down the street, he's in the middle of moving, and he had all these boxes, and the joke is you basically go, hey, what time is it? And as the guy looks down at the watch, you walk away. Sure. And just the look of exasperation, because the guy had to adjust the weight of the boxes. Like, I thought Patrice was going to fall down.
Was that in front of Boston?
The Boston, remember that? And he was... He actually started running. He was laughing so hard. If you can imagine,
trying to run away from the laugh.
He ran like
from his own laugh,
and leaned on this car, and was laughing so hard, and the laugh was so great. I remember thinking, I wish I could make him laugh that hard because and it was it was out there in the streets. So it was echoing off the buildings. It was just. It just was
great.
It was awesome.
Yeah, anytime you made him laugh, it was just fucking gold. It's like, man, okay, good.
Patrice is laughing?
I can be funny at some point.
The impish smile, too, you're right. That impish, there was that weird, I know I'm being naughty fucking
He
smile.
knew exactly what he was doing at all fucking times. Yeah. And his disdain for authority,
Fantastic.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I remember one time we used to drive down to New York in my piece of shit truck. I had this 83 Ford Ranger, vinyl seats, we leaned all the way to one side because he could barely shift the thing, right? And I remember we got pulled over by the cops. And I'm just typical white guy. I'm like, I was speeding. He got me. Fuck it. And I'm sitting there next, and the guy comes to the window. I just see, I can feel Patrice staring a hole through this guy. To the point, I'm like, I'm going to get the shit kicked out of me because of this. I was speeding. The speed limit was fucking 55. I was doing 75. Stop staring at this guy. And Patrice goes, he had like this whole code of honor. It's the way he's talking to you right now.
Oh,
I fucking hate these cops. And then it became this whole topic of race on the way down that I don't get it. And I was just like, dude, you know, they're kind of dicks to us too.
Yeah.
And they also have to come to the car and be worried that they're not going to get shot. So they have to have, so I was obviously taking the cop's side, and it was just like, I remember I had no saliva left in my mouth. By like 5, you know, he could just out debate you. I think we just stopped talking by the time we got there. But we had this one moment on the trip that we always got a big kick out of. There's this tunnel that you go through on the Merritt Parkway. And we used to always joke that it was this James Bond kind of tunnel. So one time we were going down there through there, and he actually brought the James Bond soundtrack cassette. This is how long it is. And he popped it in, and right as we go to the tunnel, I was like, and we were driving through, and then when it went, ba-na-na-na, we both looked at each other like we were in a spy movie. It became this fucking tradition. Every time we drove down, we'd be in the middle of talking. We both knew we were going to do it.
That's great.
Nobody said anything, and then one time we were driving down with Bobby Kelly, and that was the best because he had no idea. And we were sitting there talking, and you know, Patrice, these motherfuckers, blah, blah, blah. And we got to the bridge, and then we go, shut up, Bob. We popped it in, and it's like going down. And Bob just starts doing that high-pitched laugh. What the fuck? And then we just looked at each other, came out the other side, and it was, Bobby laughed for like 10 miles. It was fucking,
He told me that story.
Awesome. It was fucking, we had so many great times, man.
He told me about you guys doing that recently, and he was telling me, he goes, dude, they would drive through the tunnel, dude, and as soon as they hit the tunnel, they go, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and I go, what the fuck are you talking? What are you singing?
No,
and he goes, James Bond, dude.
No, we had it down, right when it go, ba-na-na-na, we both look at each other.
You gotta look at each other.
And then when it was like, go, da-na-na, we'd look away back, going straight.
That's fucking cool.
That's hilarious.
That's awesome.
And
it's like a movie.
Yeah, and when Bobby saw it, dude, I'm telling you, he laughed for fucking 10 miles going, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? And it was it was awesome. And then we went down to New York, and me and Bobby felt like little kids, and Patrice just walked in and immediately started trashing the club owners. And I was just, and I remember thinking, like, how does he think he's going to get in doing this? And then he would, because he just had he would literally de-pants these guys, and they were just like, they're so used to being like, everybody just groveling, and Patrice would just come in and just, you know, bring them down to bedrock.
He could back any shit up with charm and charisma, which is fucking, like, no one has both of those things, where you can be a utter prick and then be charming. Yeah, well, we have the prick part, but that charming part, we're all a little lacking.
We're working on it.
But he was funny. He was almost funny at will, and that was what got him out of it, was because you couldn't argue that this guy is not hilarious. Like, everyone, you couldn't, uncomfortable situations, he can make people laugh at him all the time. Like, just start trashing somebody where nobody knows him. He didn't care. He didn't give a fuck, and then people would listen and start laughing.
I saw him, he trashed one time, we were at Montreal Comedy Festival, and the original star of Law and Order, really well-respected actor, he passed away recently. He came walking up, and I was like all in awe, and Patrice started making fun of his fucking raincoat, and the guy loved it. He just, like, he immediately
Was it that Orbach guy?
Yeah.
The old guy, right?
Yeah.
Jerry?
Who literally
Jerry
looked
Orbach.
like...
I think it's Jerry, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the thing, like, when people immediately got Patrice, like, that was another, like, a whole nother level. Because then you immediately saw, I bet this guy breaks balls, too. Like, he totally... he didn't have, like, that vibe, like, I'm the star of a TV show. He immediately thought it was fucking funny. And then Patrice had that thing that, like, that's how people didn't realize, that's how you got to him. That if you actually could laugh at a trash, and that then you'd get that side of Patrice where he showed you what a big-hearted guy he was.
Yeah. God damn.
Oh, and it just gets sadder by each story.
It really does.
Fucking horrible.
There was some wonderful savage beatings. Some fucking verbal beatings. And we've all been on the receiving end of them. And
I don't think I ever got over that bus beating.
Right.
You know, and Kevin and them came in and told that story, and this is what I never told, because I was sworn to secrecy. After that trashing, I was still going to do the gig. Because in my world, it was an easy gig. Just to tell the listeners, it was basically you had to do stand-up on a bus.
On a bus, yeah.
To Yankee Stadium, and they pay you like $500 and you get a free World Series ticket. And they were all Braves fans. So I'm like, that's the easiest fucking gig ever. All I got to do is just stand there every time I have a problem. I go, Jeter sucks. Or, hey, look at the tits on her. And I would be fine. But they pounded me so bad for 45 minutes. I was still going to do it because I didn't give a fuck. But in the end, Patrice said, Bill, you're a friend. He goes, I can't let you do that. He goes, I will stand in front of that bus before I let you do that. He goes, you make enough money. Just buy a fucking ticket if you want to go. And I just remember that going like, oh, I should really have some sort of respect for myself. And that's what made me stop. And then this is where I was sworn to secrecy, is I passed that gig on to somebody else, and they did the gig. I'll let them tell it if they ever come on this show. And I asked them next day, I go, how was the game? He goes, oh, it's fucking awesome. I go, how was the gig? He goes, dude, it was brutal. I'm not gonna lie. He goes, I ran out of shit. We hit traffic.
Oh, no.
That traffic, I didn't take into consideration there was going to be traffic going to a World Series game at the Bronx.
You had to perform for the whole ride, no matter how long the ride lasted. It wasn't like you're on 10.
I don't think Patrice was ever funnier. He said, he goes, so when they bring you up, are you going to come out of the bathroom? Or he goes, are you going to walk up those little stairs? One of my favorite ones, he said, he was doing an impression of me. At the end of the gig, I was going to be standing up going like, this is going to be a visual joke, but, thanks a lot, everybody. You guys have been great. And then I sit down with my back to the crowd. and as they all get off, I'm looking over my shoulder going, oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And it was just one of those things. It was the easiest thing to trash somebody for. And then all the fucking Mount Rushmore people of trashing. Norton was there. Voss was there. Keith was there,
Little
Patrice,
Kev.
and Little Kev.
Oh, shit.
Dude, and two of them, I never would have cut. They literally did a headlining set, and it was one of those awful nights at the Cellar where it was like a third full. So there was people who didn't even know me were hearing it, and they were either laughing. One girl looked at me and she went, oh, like she saw me. Dude, and I just was sitting at the bar, shifting my weight, and all I wanted to do from 30 seconds in was run out of there, and I couldn't. I had to sit, because that's the rules. I had to sit there and take it to. And every time I thought it was going to end, somebody else would just come back with something else, and it just, dude, I'm telling you, that one, the Eddie Ift.
Oh my God, that was one. Were you there for that? Was when Patrice, comedian Eddie Ift, who's a funny guy, but Patrice killed him one time. They argued about something, and it was so bad. Me and Voss were there, and like literally, we didn't even. You just want to jump in on a teasing. We couldn't even jump in on a tease. It felt abusive almost to jump in.
Wow.
Somebody joked that we need to call him to make sure he's okay. Eddie, I actually, out of everything we said, summed up Patrice in a great way one time. He goes, sometimes I would walk into the Cellar and I would just think, fuck, he saw me. Which I thought was exact, because I used to feel that. Like you would come walking in and you would literally, like, dude, before you'd walk in, you'd look at your clothes going, okay, is everything straight? Is my hat, is my hair messed up?
They're gonna fucking rail me about this one really bad.
I have closets full of clothes that got retired from the trashing. And I gotta be honest, dude, like, as much as I do that shit on stage, I'm not that guy off stage. Like, Norton and those guys really were those guys. And I used to really... He'd take a fucking pounding down there.
He was
really
trashing some guy's hoodie one night. I forget who the comic was. We're in front of the Cellar, and Patrice was trashing his hoodie so bad. And he's going, look at this nigga's hoodie! Look at this nigga's hoodie! Right? And he goes, take that shit off, man! Take that fucking hoodie off! And the dude unzipped it, and he was wearing, like, a spandex shirt underneath. And he goes, put it the fuck back on! Put it back on, man! And it was like... It was so fucking fast and so insulting. Like, boom, 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 boom. We were laughing so fucking hard.
I love when he used to call, like, older white people the N-word when he was mad at them, and he would talk to them like it was some dude on the street, and so he would be coming at them like 40 different ways that they didn't know how to handle. You can only see their clothes moving and the pounding that they were taking from the guy. And totally, man. I never said that, dude. Now that everybody's fucking dropping, utmost respect for, like, the quickness Norton has. And all those guys, man, they're just fucking
it's just
really. One of my best laughs I ever had was on this show when you called somebody a zilch. And I literally, the way he said it, I swear to God, like 3 weeks later, I was eating like Raisin Bran, and the shit came out of my nose. I don't know why I was thinking it. I think because you were eating like a breakfast sandwich. I was eating breakfast. There's some sort of fucked up connection. I was sitting there with Mia, and I was eating fucking something. I just thought he went on, one of those Norton rants.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Fucking zilch, right? Shit just came out of my nose. So
thanks, man.
I don't know. Seriously, dude.
Dude, it was the most. It was about moving up to the city with you guys already being was one of the most intimidating things you could ever do because you walk into the you come from the open mic scene in Philly. And you go, all of a sudden you're like, it's your first night in New York. You walk into the cellar. It's Norton, Burr, Patrice, Bobby, Voss, DePaulo,
Keith, Geraldo, DePaulo.
I forgot DePaulo.
And you're just like, it's that we're not in Kansas moment, not to use a cliche, but I mean, it's like, and just watching that, you're just like, I better shut the fuck up.
Don't talk.
Dude, I got to tell you something. The amount of comics who came down there and took one ass beating and just hit out up at the Strip and the fucking stand-up New York for the rest of their time
just
there.
never
came back down, dude. Like, it was a serious caning. And the thing is, you never really got beaten into the gang. It just continued to happen. I remember nights, even Keith, remember that night Keith was wearing something, and somebody got him with something so funny. He literally stood up. That's how I got the idea. He literally stood up and ran out of there. And I remember thinking about that bus pounding going, why the fuck didn't I ever think this shit run out? Why did I just sit here and take it?
Sometimes you got to just leave. Like when you feel the roll starting and you got to go, you're like, I bailed on a few.
Right?
Yeah.
But the worst is when like Artie will like. They got smart, the guys trying to run out, and they'll block you. Like, you'll try to dash out of the fucking spot. Where the fuck you going? Sit there and take your fucking pounding.
Who got me mad one time? I was when I was opening for Dice. It was probably 99 or 2000, and I was at the cellar, and they were killing me for opening for or whatever they're doing.
Yeah, Patrice. Patrice was killing you. What was he saying? Oh, he was saying how much of a lackey Norton was to fucking Dice. So he started imitating Dice, calling Jim up, going, hey, let's go to the mall. Oh! Dude, fucking pounding the table. Dude, that was a great smashing.
And I was overtired because I used to fly home in the morning and land at like 6 p.m. and then go right to the cellar. And it was before, obviously, the morning radio. And I'm sitting there. I think it was Patrice that pulled my chair out. And I was like, don't touch my fucking chair. Like, that's when I decided to get indignant and angry. I made it real. Like, don't touch my fucking chair. And that just made the pounding worse. It just made my beating worse. I had to take it.
Jesus.
Dude, I remember like times of like trying to sneak out of there and you literally... Keith be like, where you going, Burr? You got nowhere to go. Sit down.
You got nowhere to go.
And then you're like an idiot. You try to make something up. I got you got an audition for what, stupid?
You're not getting it. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up. Oh, fucking brutal.
Sometimes when you're getting beat up was fun, though. Like, I literally have been killed by those guys, and you're thinking, like, it is fun because I know I'm loved here.
Yeah.
I'm getting pounded by some of the funniest fucking guys in the country. It was kind of a weird thing to enjoy, like even when you were getting killed.
I got upset a lot. He only got upset a couple of times. But I don't remember what time. Like, he was always good natured. I remember time Jim was playing chess with Bobby.
Bobby's on the phone too.
And Patrice is just fucking with Norton, and he goes, Jim, what would you do if I punched you right in this chin right here? And then he just started. I don't know. I just watching the way Jim was laughing. I literally learned from you guys because I came from such an angry background where it wasn't done with any sort of love. That's why I sucked at that game, because I didn't take it as love, and then I also went right for your jug. I was the guy literally, at least my mom didn't die. That's how I initially played it. So it took me
just took everyone out of it, wrecked the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole fucking... Yeah. Bobby was like that, too. But Bobby had a way of saving it. Bobby would go for the jugular, and then everybody would be like, Jesus Christ, and just go, Bob Kelly.
Bobby's on the line.
I butchered it, sorry.
Bobby.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Bob?
Bobby.
I was at that Pounding 2 bus, Bill.
Oh, you were there for that one?
I was the
I'm
one
sorry.
that said you come up to the front, the yellow line, and that's the stage.
The yellow line.
I don't know, Bob, I got to admit, it was all kind of a blur, you know? I still have brain damage from that one.
That was one of the time. We went over it one night. I remember Patrice was at the Cellar. That's so funny that he got kicked out of the Cellar and then back in, and then he just refused to play there. That's funny.
Dude, I wasn't there for this one, but an epic one. Bobby got off easy because it was overseas, so none of us saw us. There was something in Amsterdam about a hotel room. You guys went over to do a gig over there. It was you, Keith, and Patrice?
Well, it was Keith and Patrice and me, and it was, they tried to put us in this, boutique hotel right in the red light district, but it was really just like, a flop house to save money. And, Patrice and Keith flipped out, and I was just wanted to be a people pleaser, so they had me back to Amsterdam, and I'm like, it's not so bad. And, it was a square room, 4 metal bunk beds.
Ugh.
And it had a 5x5 window.
It's a hostel.
Yeah.
And they complained, and I didn't. I told the guy, I'm fine. This is great. I'm cool here. And the guy was lying to him, like, yeah, it's 30 minutes away, and blah, 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 trying to get him not to go. They were like, fuck you, pick us up, we're out of here. They left. It wound up only being 10 minutes away. It was the nicest hotel ever that they put Patrice and Keith on. And I had to spend a night by myself in this fucking hostel. I was fucking shitting my pants. And then the next day I come out to get in the van as they're picking me up to go to the show. I had bought a black shirt and black polyester pants, but I didn't know that I bought bell bottoms.
Oh, no.
So I came out of the hostel, and it looked like I had a fucking black evening gown on. The pounding that went on in that van, I'm not even kidding you. It was so brutal and so rapid fire between Keith, and Keith's laugh and Patrice's laugh. Not only did Patrice hit you with a fucking crazy, fucked up, just right on the money slam, his laugh just mushed it into your face.
Oh, and drowned out anything you had coming back with.
There's nothing you could. His laugh was like the extra just foot on the face in the mud. And I remember the guy, Franz, who didn't laugh at us all week, thought we were assholes, had to pull the fucking van over. He was laughing so hard. This is a French guy, too. I don't even think he understood English that well. Then I'm going to be honest with you. I had a tear in my eye, like I welled up. Honest to God, sometimes I got pounded by these guys because it's hard to fucking take somebody because they're being so honest with you. I look like I got raped and I was somebody's bitch in prison. I mean, and I fucked up and I was so scared to walk out of that hotel with my fucking bell bottoms on.
Your evening gown.
And then the fact that they didn't even give me a second. There's some comics who'd be like, hey, what's up, man? Nice pants. And they just talk about you behind your back. None of our crew would do that. It was sometimes that hurt so bad that I literally had tears in my eyes. And
they told me, Bob, that they actually invited you over to their great hotel that they stayed at. And then you came walking in and acted like you were going to stay there, and they didn't let you. They made you go back to your flop house.
They said after the thing, Patrice looked back and saw me. My feelings were hurt. He saw that I was legitimately, my feelings were hurt. And he goes, Bobby, you can come with us tonight. And I go, can I? He goes, absolutely not, stupid. I was listening before with the weight stuff, and it really bugs me to no end that Joe DeRosa is fucking saying that I need more help than him. The fact that he looks like his body's any character out of a Dr. Seuss book.
Joe really is the wild card. Like, Bobby's the obvious choice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like when you gamble, you always got to bet. You always got to pick a couple of upsets if you want to go undefeated on the card.
Yeah. Bobby's the pass line.
Yeah.
On the point.
Yeah, you're still on the board, dude. I'm telling you.
And don't forget about that fucking lunatic sitting next to you with the megaphone in front of him.
Who, Anthony?
Me? Yeah, we gotta save you too, you fucking Howard Hughes. He's not gonna come out of his house one day.
Yeah. Well, I like my house.
Jesus Christ. How are they gonna find
my house, my beers, and my guns?
How and where are they gonna find you in that house when it all goes down? I say in the
let's see.
That was a logical question.
I know.
Who's going to be brave enough to go into the house?
Here we go. What do you got, Bob?
It's going to be in the hot tub. There's going to be 2 young girls dead with him.
Exactly.
And he's going to have his 50 cal.
Going out like a legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony's going to be the first person where it's literally from my cold, dead hand. He's going to be dead with the fucking gun.
It's going to involve some sort of barricade. When you barricade it into your own house, the word estranged is going to be used. Former, a lot of kids. It's going down like that.
Yes. History of.
Yeah, you're gonna find you in some room behind a 3-foot iron door.
Sometimes controversial.
God damn it!
Opie's gonna go in a park. I just see him feeding birds and just keening. He's gonna last a while.
Like Michael Corleone.
Yeah,
at the end.
he's gonna go like Michael Corleone.
3. Hold the chest.
At least that one you lived long.
Yeah, that's a good scenario. What the fuck?
Opie's gonna go learn Tai Chi in China. Oh, right then.
Well, I guess we gotta go home.
Tai Chi, why don't you try taping it, right, or something, Bob?
Oh, fucking Chip, when is he gonna go?
Bobby, you missed the John Jones interview, and Jimmy took a pretty good fucking hit today.
Really? Why? What happened?
Well, you know how Jimmy likes to try out some of this shit.
John was great, and he gave me a
shin kick to
my upper right thigh.
And Jim Norton's color left his body.
Wait a minute, dude. I'm so sorry I didn't make it in. I had some problems.
That's right.
Late last night.
Dude, it was so bad.
Can I just tell you what a fucking moron I am, Jimmy?
What?
You said yesterday, Jim Jones is coming in. John Jones is coming in.
Yes.
Who's that fucking? I thought you meant Tom Jones, the singer.
That's
and I was like, you kept saying, you gotta come in tomorrow. You gotta come in. I'm like, all right. I was like, I don't give a fuck about Tom Jones.
Yeah, it was Johnny Bones.
Johnny Bones.
I didn't know it was John Jones. I'm a fucking moron.
He gave me a fucking. That was funny when Bob goes, why? Like, why would Tom Jones kick you? That's a good question.
It's like a David Lee Roth kind of showbiz kick.
Dude, there's a it was like a can fucking.
That really is the difference between me and Bob too, because when he said Tom Jones, I literally was like, "Whoo, that would have been exciting."
Opie twittered it and I retweeted it, dude. He kicked me, and there's a better video of it going up. Sam has a better video.
Yeah.
He gave me a shin kick to my upper right thigh. It hurt so. I literally couldn't breathe, and then I had to leave the studio because I thought I was going to throw up. It was a shock to my system. I almost fainted from the kick.
His color was fucked up.
I almost fainted. I had to walk.
Why are you into this? Why?
That one I would never do again. Like
it is a masochistic thing.
No, but it's not that. It's just what fan wouldn't want to? You get a chance.
Well,
come on, it's like taking a catch from Peyton Manning or fucking Staubach.
Every time I sit here going, maybe I'll. Nah, fuck that.
I want to see if make you kind of want to do it.
I know,
for a second, and then you realize, nah.
No
way.
How big is he?
Dude, he's a fucking. He literally is sculpted out of human tissue.
He's got to be 6'5", right?
Right.
He's deceptively massive because he's so tall.
I don't know. Yeah, he's
a really sweet guy too. Really nice guy.
Real
right?
nice. He smiles a lot, which would really suck when he's beating the shit out of you.
Oh,
Jesus, Bob.
He would probably keep smiling.
But he doesn't smile when he fights, man.
No.
They were showing clips on TV before of his fucking some of those spinning elbows, and I don't understand how people get up to take that. I don't comprehend how a man can take that to his face.
Yeah, that's the worst person. Is the because he's a Christian too. He really believes in God, and that other side of those people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why he brought up Tim Tebow, I guess. How's your leg, Jimmy?
I'm trying to see. I've been icing it too, because as per Kenny's, no bruise yet.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's gonna be a heavyweight.
His fucking little midget Schwarzenegger legs are hilarious. Jim Norton really is in fucking shape.
Those legs are ridiculous.
From the waist down, he is.
From the waist down, from the waist up, I literally look like I was just pulled off a clay table.
Why do you have legs that are sculpted?
I don't know.
You know how hard it is to bend down in the meatpacking district?
It makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense. You're right.
You're half sculpted.
You have calf muscles that like bodybuilders would kill for.
But no, I
His
really.
belt is too tight. All the fat can't sit. Fucking thing.
It's so bizarre.
I really do. They rolling pin my feet up to my cock and balls, and I belt it off.
And then his thighs are sculpted too, man.
Yeah, I had very
it's
good
like
thighs.
a balloon animal that they squeeze the legs and everything. Just
I'm an unfinished sculpture. You're exactly right.
You don't walk. You work out every once in a while.
Elliptical
but then you
3 times in a row.
But then you treat yourself.
oh yeah,
Very strange.
No, that's genetics, dude.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to hate those
Gymnetics.
guys in the gym. They lift once and they're ripped. I was like, what?
Why
is
did
that
nobody-
about?
Come on.
Yeah,
Why did you not get shit for that?
because he knew I meant it as a horrible thing.
We got a really busy day. We got to wrap up.
I would never say that.
Talk to you guys
seriously.
later, man.
We'll see you in a couple
We'll see you
hours,
later.
Bobby.
All right, guys.
I love you guys.
I love you. Take care of yourself.
Bill, what do you got? Anything?
Bye, buddy.
Podcast? Anything you want to
I'm
promote?
here for
You're good?
Patrice.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I know that. But
That's it.
You might as well at least get a plug in. What the fuck?
Dude, you know what I wanted to tell you? Remember those tweets? Was I showing you those last night? The fucking tweets I got from some people? Like how showbiz never ends. Hey, Bill, sorry to hear about Patrice. I know he's a real good friend of you. Listen, I just opened this room in Reno. It's a 300-seater.
God.
I got a couple of those. Yeah. Sorry about Patrice. Hey, can you do me a favor? Do you have Kevin Hart's number?
Yeah,
I'd really
yeah.
like to.
Using your grief to segue into something.
Yeah.
Some asshole fucking. Now, look, this is hearsay, so if it's not true, fine. But if it is true, you're a fucking cunt. But some female comic from L.A. supposedly tweeted, like, when he died, like, oh, you know, rest in peace, Patrice, something along those lines. And then, like, but I'll be at the such and such, and, like, and plugged her fucking gig off of his.
MTV.com did that.
Fucking asshole.
Really?
MTV.com did. They said, and this is. I'm not making fun of any of these people. It's just who they chose to retweet. They said like Charlie Sheen, Aziz, Sarah Silverman, and Nick Cannon all grieved the loss of their good friend Patrice O'Neal. I'm just thinking, did we not have enough credits? And then, and then at the bottom it said, Vinny from Jersey Shore. Said it's going to be a huge loss to the comedy world. So they actually used Patrice's death as a way to cross-promote Jersey Shore.
Fucking believable.
Come on, dude, it's
Oh, my
showbiz. And
God.
Patrice would have laughed his ass off at that.
Yes.
He would have laughed.
Blown off his real friend.
Yeah, he would have actually enjoyed. He actually would have enjoyed our subtle humiliation at that.
Yes.
That's what you get, stupid. You're not famous enough. Yeah, he would have really berated us.
What about Piers Morgan thinking Patrice was a girl?
That happened his whole fucking career. Remember, I did.
But Piers is like selling it like, oh, this is a tragedy. She's going to be missed. She was so this. She was that.
Yeah, but you knew that. You know when Jim Norton is the only guy I've ever seen actually reads the book before the author comes in and then apologizes and says, "I'm only up to page fucking 201."
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The other of them just go like, you know, I this book is just, you know, the
I just thought
the back cover.
yeah, they don't.
I thought Piers was just a little different than the rest of them. Like I don't know.
More thoughtful, maybe.
Yeah, man. We had him in, and in the end, he's just like the rest of these.
He was fun. He was a fun guy to hang with for an hour.
He didn't fucking know him. And may believe he did. Joe, let's not promote Caroline's then. This is about Patrice. Sorry. You'll have to come back and promote that you're going to be at Caroline's the 14th, 15th, and 18th.
You wouldn't want
we
to
can't do it today.
Joe,
we can't do it today.
You're too much of a man,
Please,
Joe.
please.
Yeah,
Don't mention
do
the
it.
House of Comedy in Minneapolis.
No,
this
don't do it.
weekend
Not today.
No.
Not today. But any other day, you're more than
Out of
welcome.
respect for Patrice.
Out of respect for Patrice, I will say this. I will be in Doylestown this Friday and Saturday. And not only should you come, you should buy my merchandise. Why? It's what he would have wanted.
That's right.
There you go.
Hey, tomorrow we're finally going to breathe, and E-Rock has like bonus Patrice stuff.
Okay,
Another
good.
5 hours of Patrice tomorrow that he couldn't fit in the weekend special, so that's going to be great. Quickly,
Christmassy.
people want to know who Jonathan is. I thought they knew. It's Jim Norton's agent.
Yeah.
Manager, I should say, right? And he likes to travel when he gets his time off to really fucked up places. So there you go. Now you know.
It is odd.
Oh, where are you? Go ahead, Tom.
I guess if you manage Norton and his career, going to
West Africa.
West Africa
It's pretty easy.
pretty mellow.
Yeah, that's like being in the Caribbean to him.
Yeah,
But I don't know. Did he text a picture?
I don't. He was sending it to Jimmy.
All right. Hopefully he called back, but now he's gone again. So I don't know. But people think he's
That's
a lot of our
treacherous.
listeners are like, he's a god. This dude is living life to its
It's foolish. Jonathan is
I'm
awesome.
so tired of people living their life to the fullest.
I know. Just live it to the
mediocre
middle.
Yeah,
just mediocre.
Relax a little.
Yeah, I like, just sitting on the couch sometimes and playing a little Xbox.
Right, exactly.
Well, I'm looking at this picture. This is Anthony, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
Anthony with
You're
a rifle.
Like almost Jonathan. You're
It's
both
crazy.
Like
See, but unlike
Yeah,
him,
but-
I would have to take that with me no matter where I went in order to feel safe and secure.
Looking at a picture of you with a
Jonathan-
gun.
Yeah, he sent me the same picture that Norton has.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
The gun from the other guy is as big as his whole body.
Yeah, he's got they got AK-47s, they got little submachine guns,
Yeah.
but they're cool.
But is Jonathan allowed to have a gun or not?
No.
I don't think so.
No, you
But
can't.
Anthony's shot is next to his pool.
Yeah, yeah, that shot is
In Nassau
quite,
County, it's a little different.
Little lantern.
I don't see any rebels in Anthony's picture.
That's a rangefinder. It's not a lamp that's lighting up the sidewalk to my jacuzzi. I swear. Yeah, if the neighbors would have saw me take that shot, it would have shaken things up a little bit. Oh, what does he do?
Let's
Jonathan
introduce.
also managed Patrice,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he would send Patrice these postcards, like every couple of weeks, and he's like, "Where the fuck? He's like, where is he now?"
Yeah.
He was always really, really worried about Jonathan.
Yeah.
And now I inherited that. I'm like, I'm looking at this picture, like, what the?
I know. What's he doing? It's not
they're
even
gonna
where
kill
is
you.
he.
He's like,
it's like,
uber
why
white.
is he?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, he is.
He's
uber
too
white.
white to be where he is.
White, especially around them.
We
I
were
thought
saying
my
that.
mother was white. He is
They
white.
think he's an angel.
Yeah.
They don't think he's
We were
They're
saying
those
He's
black guys
magical.
from like the movies that are so black, and when they sweat, it looks like a Hershey bar left out in the sun. They just are like dark black.
Yeah,
and
real
he's just,
black.
And
Hi.
that's usually my thing, but I was like, get him the fuck out of this.
they're scary guys.
Of course, this is Vaughn,
Yes.
Patrice's
Hi,
girl. We
y'all.
didn't
Vaughn.
officially, introduce you to
Oh,
the
you
audience
said
out
that.
there.
No,
So.
I just started talking. I'm sorry.
No, that's good, man.
Yeah, last time I saw Vaughn was at Caroline's. We were that was fun. There was some drinking going on, I gotta say.
It was, Patrice and I are always the sober ones at the party.
Yep.
We don't drink.
Yeah.
And Norton, I know he doesn't drink. And yeah, it was some action going on there.
You can't say that about me.
You've
never been the sober one at the party.
I have, like, no filter sometimes, being around Patrice for so many years, but
Yeah.
I don't have his humor or his charm. And I just say the dumbest shit to people. And when I was with Anthony, he was talking about a beer that Patrice had once at his house, and I go, "You killed him."
It wasn't just the one beer, I swear. Damn it.
So, see, he doesn't do that when I'm around. You killed him. I'm sorry, Anthony.
No, it was actually funny.
Yeah, that is Patrice funny.
Yeah, we need some funny. Trust me.
And believe me, you do have Patrice's charm.
Yeah.
Let's be very honest.
And that ain't saying much.
That's some of it rubbed off, certainly.
That sounds
So do
bad.
those rebels where Jonathan is.
Yeah. What was really cool, though, was seeing your daughter, who unbelievably influenced by Patrice. She got up on stage at Caroline's and just started like ranting into the microphone.
At Caroline's?
It was hilarious. Yeah.
I kept telling her no. I don't know if you guys know Gino Tomac, but he worked with me and Patrice through Big Mama Productions for years and years and years. And he kept going, "Let her get up there." I'm like, no, she already spoke. She spoke at the funeral. She did really well.
She got up. And she's making faces and mugging and body language and smart-ass remarks to the
after
people.
we left, obviously.
Yeah, it was after you left. It was fucking
Should we
hilarious.
mention that she's 12?
She's 12.
With this personality on
I
her?
believe she's 12.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She's 12. I'm like,
she was mugging, making
Stay away.
She's making those disgusted faces. Like, I was like, holy shit. Yeah,
she got into her zone, and that was it. And with encouragement,
oh yeah,
from
we
you
were
guys,
all laughing our
that
asses
was
off.
not-
It was
I'm
great.
like,
it was funny.
I went into this mode, like, oh
Yeah.
God, no, please stop.
Yeah,
please
she went
stop.
off, man. That was funny.
I hope she doesn't become a comic. It'd be awful if she became a comic but was really hacky. And, then, Patrice was just like, no, don't talk about that. Don't talk about the McDonald's drive-thru. It's funny, but don't do it.
I don't know if you guys remember when we did the Patrice O'Neal show coming soon, the web series.
Yeah.
She was on that. She was a few years ago, so she was probably like 8 or 9 at the time. She was in an episode called Child Labor, and Patrice directed all of us.
Yeah.
And she was the only one, myself included, who never needed a take 2. Like, we all sucked, and she was like, she would get into this zone with Patrice, and they would go off to the side, and the show was mostly improv, so we wouldn't know what he was directing her to do, and they would come back and just annihilate all of us. It was the saddest.
Within
experience.
minutes of meeting her, you could just see the influence there. It's like, and with someone like Patrice, there's no way you could be around him, especially during those impressionable years, and not be so influenced. And it's funny because to hear Patrice talk about her over the years is one thing, and then to meet her, it's like, oh yeah, okay, now I see what happened.
Yeah. That was actually a couple of days or the night before the funeral service, she came to me and she goes, "Mommy, I want to speak." And I'm like,
wow,
really? What? Why? No. What? What's going on? I'm terrified, and at the height of every emotion you can possibly think of, going through all of this, you don't know.
Yeah.
And she goes, "No, I think it's important. I don't think a lot of people know how he was with kids, and I want to speak."
He hid that shit pretty good.
Well, I said, what do you want to say?
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of people there. You're not afraid? She's like, nah. I said, okay, write down what you want to say. And then my friend Autumn and I were at the house with my mom, and she goes, okay. Came back in 5 minutes later. What you heard is what she wrote.
In like 5 minutes?
Like 5 minutes.
That's
and I'm
crazy.
Like,
it was so
okay.
It was like so heartfelt and
She's
touching, if I may say.
She almost she had a moment, and then
No, she fucking
pulled it back and
reined it back in.
But when she got back to her seat, it was.
What do you think she's What do you think she's going to do in entertainment? Because she's heading that way, obviously.
Well, she's been a dancer since she was 4. She goes to an arts integrated school now for performing arts, and she's like, I'm an actress, I'm a dancer.
She's got something, man.
Yeah, Patrice actually will always try to encourage me to get her more into stuff now, but my take on that was, she I don't want to turn her off from the business. She has her whole life to really decide if she wants to do it, and
her whole life to realize how much it sucks.
I don't want her to get to 21 and she's done everything, and then she's like, okay, what now? Drugs? There's nothing else to do. So little by little, and Patrice was always looking out for her. Like, he was trying to, we would write stuff, and he would always put parts in for her, myself. So cool. He wanted to be the boss, as he would say. He was very inspired to, he would always say, I'm sick of comedy, I'm sick of acting, I just want to be the boss, and I want to, put people on that wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. And, it's you guys all know how he was. And he had all these different experiences to get to the place where he is now, where he's like, I need to work on my own projects. The whole Chris Rock thing with the
Everybody Hates Chris.
Everybody hates Chris. He had a revelation when we were doing the Comedy Central pilot, Whitey 101, and then it's called something else, Patrice's Guide to White People. We were doing that. It didn't get picked up, but
how do you not pick that up?
How do you not pick that up? That's so insane.
Through my experience with him,
why?
It started
I'm sure it was
out
a great
perfect.
project.
It's weird when you go. You really learn a lot where it starts and then where it ends up.
That's a completely different thing by the end.
Exactly, and I think that through his experience, he learned how he was on other people's sets, and he was like, you know what, I see how I was, because there was this one actor that was like the young him. Like Mr. Not happy to be there. And Patrice was looking at him like, he's good, but fuck him. I'm like, shut the fuck up with your opinion on my shit. So he
talked about that actually, and how he's like, I'm an asshole. He said that he was, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry, I'll never do that again.
And you know what? I talked to Michael Clark, the producer of the untitled Todd Rohal film that's coming out, is premiering next year, and Patrice is starring in it with Rob Riggle, Johnny Knoxville, Patton Oswalt. I talked to the producer, Michael Clark, and he was telling me how Patrice was on the set, and it was light years away from what you've heard before.
Wow, damn.
And I'm like, he said Patrice was very quiet. He was very, he was asking a lot of questions. He was observing a lot, but he was very cool and very pleasant to be around. And I'm like,
oh wow, who's the stand-in? Yeah,
he really liked your set.
You're doing something right.
This speaks. And you know what? He would always come home like. When he was doing something, if he really didn't want to do it, and he said, I'm not doing anything else I don't want to do anymore because I'm going to burn bridges. That was part of the revelation. Yeah. He's only going to do what he wants to do. And the untitled Todd Rohal film was the first thing I think he did that wasn't his, that he was like, okay, I'll do this.
I'm going to do it.
Other than the roast.
Yeah.
Which we all know that story and why he did that for his, respect for Charlie Sheen and everything, for the anti-business stuff, anti-Hollywood. But he wouldn't come home and complain. I would go, how was set today? How was it? He was like, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It was good. And usually that conversation lasts for about 3 hours. Just him
going off on assholes and shitheads and people that don't know shit, don't deserve shit.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God.
Jonathan said the only thing that bothered him about it was the parking situation. That was the only thing that annoyed him was the parking, and it wasn't anything to do even the set.
Yeah,
which is like that is a miracle.
And he didn't even really complain about that at home.
Yeah,
so it really didn't bother him much, I guess. But
it's so great that he would actually go off about it though, like when he was unhappy, like for 3 hours with you to just do it. Really, because if you have a very shitty day, you just kind of get quiet and don't say anything. You just kind of suck it up.
Yeah,
but for him to actually like really vent.
Have you met Patrice?
Yeah.
He doesn't really hold anything in. I mean, many years people will ask, what's the difference between Patrice on stage and Patrice at home? And it's like, absolutely nothing. Not one thing. And you guys know that because you know him so personally. But there's absolutely no difference between him on stage and him in our living room with 2 people or 10 people or 1,000 people. He's exactly the same. He's going to say the same thing. He's going to have the same mannerisms. I've never seen him like write anything down. Yeah. It's he has his points that he wants to make and he fucking makes them. Annoyingly. Yeah. Like, you want him to be wrong at some point and he's never well, I can say one thing he was wrong about. Out of the 100%, I take 1% away to say, he would always say to me, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. And I wish he was here to know what's going on and how much everybody cares, like for real. Like nobody has disappeared. There's not enough words for Opie and Anthony and Jim.
Oh, those people have thought up plenty.
Yes.
Well, I am forever, miss positive words for you guys because I've been so humbled through this whole experience, and I feel like now I have about 10 to 15 husbands with Patrice gone. I have you guys. I have Jonathan Branstein, Matt Frost. It's like I can't even name everybody.
Yeah, we all
the
just hope
guys.
we have a shot with you now.
You really couldn't have picked the worst crop of husbands.
A bunch of despicable husbands.
A drunk, a tranny lover, and a guy in West Africa.
And all the guys, Voss, Bobby, Keith, Kevin Hart, Russell Peters. It's so many people. I can't even.
Yeah,
I'm not
everyone
doing
was,
any justice.
I got it really cool.
I do want to say you mentioned Jonathan and Frosty in there. They were fucking amazing to this whole thing.
Yeah.
Not
I don't even know.
I
don't even know if they got enough credit.
Idea.
Not that we're handing out credit, but those guys they showed their true character. Holy fuck.
I have no words. Again, there's no words. From the very, very first day when I called Jonathan, like, help me.
Right.
Patrice is in the hospital. He had a stroke. Jonathan, Matt, Norton, the captain of the ship, everybody has been.
Captain Norton.
Captain fucking Norton.
We got Jonathan calling from West Africa.
Can't.
Oh boy,
Jonathan.
He was one of your husbands.
Yeah.
My husband.
He's about to be beheaded by a rebel.
Jonathan. We got Vaughn in studio.
We're here with Vaughn.
Jonathan, come home.
Hi, Vaughn. How are you?
I miss you, and I'm terrified.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'm okay. I must tell you, we do have security with us, and he's a really big guy, this guy. And he wears these fatigues, but I noticed I don't see a gun on him, but he's got this crazy rope. Okay?
Oh, Jonathan, the security guy is going to hang you.
Yes. It's called the Jew dragging rope.
He's a little too trusting, isn't he?
Cindy, will you explain to this quickly why they...
It's going to look like a negative of a lynching.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Hi.
Uh-oh.
Yes, hi.
It's not his phone. That's his native tongue.
Yeah, it's some clicking.
It's over.
Clicking doesn't...
During the takeover of Abidjan, it was not easy job. They needed a rope to go whenever it was possible to get up on a wall. They had to, to climb up,
Oh, to
and
climb.
they also sometimes had to tie some guys, to cook them. It was not an easy job, so they needed a rope. It's very useful to have a rope with us.
Did you understand that, Jim?
I heard that. I just want to know if he can answer a question for me. I heard I inherited $10 million. I just got to give somebody over there my bank account information.
That's great.
Did you really?
That's great. So the rope is good for many things: climbing, tying people up, and used as a weapon.
Yeah. I explained how they beat people with the rope.
Uh-oh.
Your phone's crapping out, John.
Every other word. That's what it sounds like when a rope's around your neck.
Yeah, exactly. It's tightening. Yes.
It all sounded the same to me. I daydreamed right through that accent. I don't know what the fuck he was saying.
Jonathan sounds like he has a hard on. This is what fucking gets him off.
This is what he
You hear
loves.
it in his voice.
Yeah.
His last trip, Norton, I don't know if you remember this or know about it, but I don't know where he was, but he was so mad at Patrice because Patrice laughed at him and said, "Good for you," because he was somewhere eating some kind of fucked up weird food and got food poisoning. And he was sick.
And that's got to be crazy
And
food
Patrice
poisoning.
was just like, "Good for you." And he was like calling Patrice in the middle of the night. And I'm probably telling the story all wrong, but this is the gist of it.
Yeah.
And he was sick as a dog, and Patrice was laughing his ass
Where
off.
When
was
you
he?
get Africa food poisoning, or
It wasn't Africa. It was some
Russia.
other
It was
place that
it
he
was the old
shouldn't be.
Russia,
was
right?
it like one of
I
those
don't know.
old?
He ate like monkey brain or something.
Something
I don't know.
weird shit.
He
Yeah,
was
after they
doing
broke down
something
Russia, he was
when
one
in
of the
Rome type
stands.
shit.
yeah,
was
one
recently,
of the
right?
stands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I
the-
think it
the
was the
pictures he
trip
showed us.
before all of this
Went down.
Right.
happened. Yeah.
Well, he was, Jonathan's postcards, by the way, you always get after he's been back in the office for 2 weeks. Like, literally, I'll see him and get a dumb postcard from him. It's like, when did you say that? He's like, about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he's always in these countries that the postal system is fucking horrible. They don't have great infrastructure.
How often does he go?
Like, constantly.
Constantly.
You know what it's like to be working on a special and go, where's my manager? Oh, he's in fucking Bali. He's in Islamabad, I think is where he was.
Oh,
That's
that's a nice
Islamabad.
place.
He'll be screaming at his phone like, "I can't because my manager's in fucking blah 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 place."
Yeah, I was livid the last time he went away. We're negotiating something, and I said like, he just went without telling anybody. And I'm like, what a fucking! I feel like a
He's
chick that he just
obsessed.
fucked and snuck out in the middle of the night.
How does
he get so much time off?
I don't know.
Like, because he's got too
His
many.
passport's got to be
Yes,
insane.
passport's got to look like you're up to something.
Right.
No one just does this.
And I don't know how
think
he
he
gets
runs
off.
the passport place, whatever
Yeah,
that
there's
is.
something going on.
No, he's got a little side job.
There's something
Yeah,
else
he's doing
happening.
Oh,
something.
fuck yeah.
That's probably what he's smuggling in the front of his pants with this big bulge. It's probably a missile
Weaponry, yeah.
or something. You know how many times he must get searched in customs? What is that?
Yes.
What are you smuggling?
Fuck.
Holy shit. Well,
Bag
that's
of fruit.
Hey,
He's
we
a
got
madman.
It's our last show of the year. We got to talk about the CD and all sorts of shit. Make sure we get all that info out there, Vaughn.
Mr. P, thanks to everybody who already bought it on pre-order. And I don't know, I obviously thank you guys, but whoever else at Sirius who
Yeah.
pulled this Audible thing off is like,
Yeah, that's
I'm
just
so
doing the right
floored
thing.
and humbled. I wish I was more articulate and had better
I'm
words for
amazed
everybody.
because I have a horrible overview of humanity, and I've seen like some good shit happen during an adverse circumstance. So I'm actually amazed.
And you know what? You and Patrice are pretty much almost the same person. I think that's been said before.
Just different
But
colors.
different colors. But I think Anthony is more black than
He
what.
wants to admit.
That's Sicilian.
He
You know,
has all
the
black
Moors.
stuff. He does all the black stuff. He says all the black things.
Got the
He
Escalade. I like guns.
You really are.
I don't like working.
He just doesn't like big girls, you know. I would have to lose like 40 pounds to be
That's
white Anthony acceptable.
That's too bad.
White Anthony acceptable. I do like a skinny bitch.
I don't know if you remember this, but years and years ago, I came to that bar, the Irish place.
Oh, yeah. We were hanging out,
Yeah, and you were just breaking up or something. And Patrice like, sit on his lap. And I sat on Anthony's lap, and I'm like, I better not put all my weight down. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want me to sit on his lap.
That was so uncomfortable and so hot at the same time. Because Patrice was being a good guy. It's like, I broke up. And Patrice had the best line with that. He goes, I'm breaking up with my chick. He goes, does that mean when I see her, I don't have to talk to her or nothing?
Yes.
It was like, okay. And he did mean it. Of course he did. And then he was like, I'll sit on his lap. And she'd sit on my lap, and I was just kind of like, And I had enough in me where I was comfortable putting my hand on your leg. And
Was it weird? Was it weird touching legs that actually reached the floor? I'm so used to them swinging with a buckled shoe. Instinctively, he puts you over his shoulder, trying to pat your back.
By the way, now people think that Vaughn is fat or something. She's ridiculous.
She's very hot,
but not in.
You're not.
No, she's
not at all.
Ridiculously in good shape. Yeah, buxom. Buxom's a good word.
Sounds like a really, really fat black girl.
No. A
Okay.
fat black girl is called fat.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm half white and half black. I'll take it.
We all knew Patrice was batting out of his league. We were saying that. What the fuck did he pull off?
What the fuck is he doing here?
Who isn't? I don't know anyone that isn't.
Everyone in this business.
Sam, stop it.
Yeah.
He would say that all the time. I'm out of his league. I'm like, okay. Have you seen his previous girlfriends? Well, some of them.
Some of them are really attractive, but you're the best of all of them.
Oh, you're just saying.
No, I'm not. I would believe me. I wouldn't tell you if you weren't. I wouldn't be
just
mean,
want you to keep saying it.
But it's true. It really is true. You honestly
I'm
are.
fishing.
I knew one. I met one. Or I saw photos of one. Disaster.
Really?
Disaster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I don't want to say her name, but you know who she is.
He didn't bring her around much?
No, well, I don't even know if she moved down.
Vaughn
will know who I mean. Oof. Oof. And then the girl from England was okay. She was okay.
Okay.
Nothing, memorable. I mean, she was cute, but average at best, not even. So, killed all them.
How's Patrice's mama doing?
Yeah, how is she?
I think she's doing pretty good.
Yeah?
She
was cool as hell, man.
That's cool.
She called me, and I felt bad. I haven't called her. Like, I texted her back. It's like, I don't listen to my voicemail. Like, I literally get a message a week later. I don't see my voicemails. And I'm like, oh, God, I hope she doesn't think I fucking blew her off.
Yeah.
Like, I'm too busy.
No, I think
I'm sure no one's thinking about you.
everybody's just trying to,
Do their
Look at this. All these fucking messages.
It's and it's not just us. It's his friends and
it's still a daily thing.
Fans, it's the weirdest thing. It's like people were so connected to him, and
that never even met him.
Everybody lost.
People that never met him in person were devastated. I was reading so many tweets and stuff from fans of the show that are like, man, from listening to him so many times on the show for so many years, it's like I knew, I didn't know this guy personally, but I knew what he was about enough to be pretty broken up about it.
Even the haters chilled the fuck out. They just went away for a while. I was like, wow, that.
There was one email that really got to me. It was a guy, I forget the exact ages, but he was saying, he had been watching Patrice since the early days of Tough Crowd. And that was like 10 years ago. And he's like, I'm 20-something now, like 25. He's like, you were the only father I ever had. Your comedy and your philosophies on life have pretty much raised me, and you don't even know.
Wow.
And I'm like reading this like, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
Like,
how do you even fucking wrap your mind around that one?
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
And it's like we all lost so much. I'm not gonna ever be selfish with my pain. It's a lot of people's pain. And my daughter, I will say this about her, the most mature special kid, not just because it's my kid, but she was the only one, myself included, who had a complete meltdown specifically about feeling bad that for Patrice, that Patrice lost his life, that Patrice couldn't be here to do the things that he wants to do. You know, we were also wrapped up in what we're losing as a lover, as a husband, as a friend, as everything he is to everybody else. Yeah. And she was like, no, I'm going to miss him, but what about him?
Wow.
He doesn't get to finish. She said it's not fair. He doesn't get to finish all these things that he wanted to do, and most of these things that he wanted to do was for all of us. And it's just not right.
There's adults that don't have that perspective.
No. She gets that from him because I don't get shit.
I don't even think that. All I think of is he owed me $50.
Hey, one other thing, Vaughn. I know when you said you were coming in, you wanted to like talk about his health. Because some weird things were said.
Thank you for reminding me.
Just so everything's on the record, man.
Okay. I was not getting bothered, but I know a lot of people have this perspective that, oh, he didn't take care of himself, and, oh, he had to keep drinking grape soda or whatever, and steaks or whatever the perspective is, that he wasn't taking care of himself, and, you know, that's why this happened. The stroke that he had could have happened to anyone. Even the healthiest person. Was it probably because of diabetes and high blood pressure and all that, his weight? Sure, who knows? I don't know. But I will say this. We went to the hospital in, I think it was 2005, for his high blood pressure. And he was in the hospital probably for 2 or 3 days. And from that point, he had been very, very serious about getting his diet together and taking his medicine. And I was a fucking annoying asshole, you know, always asking him about medicine. And we were actually vegans. His idea. We were vegans for 2 years straight.
Wow.
He was not just guzzling Guinness.
Right.
Or,
Thank
you, Anthony. Or grape soda, or just eating cakes. If he wanted something, he would bring home cookies with like no sugar. They were awful, but that was
I never saw him eat. I never saw him eat bad here.
No,
and we always have fucking food around this joint.
He was really doing well, but I look at it like, you know, if you smoke for 30 years and then you quit for 5 to 10 and then you die of lung cancer, then, you know, what could you have done? But he certainly tried, and I just didn't want people looking at him like he didn't try and he didn't give a fuck, and that's so not true, because I lived through all of that with him. You know, I've been with him almost a decade. You know, so it's very, very different how he was in the beginning to now. So I thank you for reminding me to clear that up.
Man.
Yeah, you could tell he was always concerned about it.
I never saw him.
He'd talk about it. He never ate. You know, he wasn't sitting here just throwing eggs and bacon in his face when we were doing the show.
He got me off of aspartame. I literally, I was so annoyed that he kept talking about aspartame, and I'm like, ugh. And then fucking Glenn Beck talked about it. I'm like, son of a bitch. And I'm obsessed now with not fucking with aspartame.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he put that bug in my head.
You wouldn't eat these hard cookies, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, they're terrible.
No, actually
Sam's mother's Christmas cookies are horrid.
Do you want to try one?
They're the driest.
Try homemade.
Dental
homemade. You
work
gotta.
that you care
Hasn't
about.
she been through enough? Stop with the cookies.
Just try one. Take one bite.
Please.
Just tell us if it's dry. I've eaten like 8.
Oh, don't.
Which is, if they were good, I would eat in 30. But
you don't want to lose a
I'm
tooth.
not good with peer pressure. I'm not going to do it.
Don't.
You know, I want to know what's
No,
good.
you're going to lose a tooth on all your holiday pictures of you with no teeth.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Holiday pictures? Oh, it's the holidays? My bad. I didn't know.
Tom, Jesus.
It's the holidays.
No, see, there I go again. I just say like random blurt dumb shit.
No, but you're right.
I'm sorry.
I know, I
Feel
forgot.
bad.
I have a feeling she's not celebrating Christmas this year, Tom.
I know.
Maybe next year.
But she seems so positive and
Kiss your
so.
ass, right?
Yeah. How am I gonna, honestly, I don't want to be Debbie Downer. I'm trying to be positive, but how am I gonna celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas and his birthday is, it's like everything is back to back and it all happened around this time. So I'm like, Yeah, but yeah, fuck the holiday.
Just wait till New Year's and 2012 and
New Year. I spend New Year's every year with him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, New Year's. Yeah.
Second one may be a little bit easier because you'll have 1 year without it already to go, okay, this is what I did last year. I like it or didn't like it. At least you'll have one behind you. Everyone, it gets a little bit, I'd say easier, but at least a little bit more tolerable just to experience.
The first year's brutal.
Yeah, I've been up under him for, I mean, you guys know how we were together. I've just been up under him for so long. It's like I gotta pick up my face off the floor, literally. Like, he was a part of every aspect of my life.
Yeah.
Except my own personal health and, like, whatever beliefs I have in God. But, you know, love, friendship, romance, fun things to do, career. He was a part of everything. Family. So I gotta figure everything out. And he used to always tease me and go, you know, get your own personality, bitch. And I'm like, why? Yours is better. Just tell me what to do.
Personality, bitch. Holy shit, man.
So now I'm just trying to, I guess my purpose now is to just try my best to keep his voice alive in any way I can, in the most appropriate way possible. And I can't thank you guys enough for helping me to do that.
How do they get to Audible again, Jimmy?
Audible.com/Patrice O'Neal. /Patrice. It's all
just
Patrice.
Patrice?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the company did the right thing.
Yeah, we're not getting any money. The company's not getting
no
any
money, and they don't like parting with money at all. The fact that Sirius gave up the money, if you understood the miracle that is, they're going to look back someday.
Miracle.
They're going to come to you someday and go, look, we fucked up.
I was just about to ask, whose dick am I supposed to suck? Come on. This is
Jimmy will take one for the team.
Oh my God.
You know we owe them. Somehow they'll twist this down the road.
We do owe them, actually, yeah.
Somehow they'll twist this fucking thing during negotiations or something.
But the company did the right thing.
But they did do the right thing. It's
16
audible.com/Patrice. 16 hours, $5 per 4-hour segment.
block.
So you get the whole thing for $20.
It's amazing.
And the money's going toward Patrice's loved ones.
That's a lot of material.
Yeah,
that's a lot of material on Patrice. It's not, and it's
great
stand-up.
stuff. It's not stand-up, right?
Fucking
it's just,
improv.
It's life's
radio. It's
fucking
brilliant.
philosophy and just.
I think one of the
he thought
segments
about
was charting yesterday, even.
Oh, really?
Oh, fuck yeah! People were buying it yesterday, so that's
It's
good.
in the top 10 downloads for Audible right now.
Top 10
amazing.
downloads.
Wow. That's amazing.
And then
that's great.
And then you got Mr. P coming out
February 7th.
I heard the CD. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's really weird to listen to now because
it was tough to listen to.
If we have time, a little background on the CD. We were working on that. I helped with material or something, but he recorded like 3 or 4 shows in DC. And he loved DC and he loved San Francisco. And it was between the two to record the CD, and he ended up in DC. And he had me listen, which was normal to like all 3 or 4 shows. And then I give him my notes, and he shoots the notes off to Jason Riggs, who's the producer and the record label owner, if that's how you say it. And it was weird because when all of this happened, I think Jason was really comfortable with working with me because he's like, well, I have your notes. And, you know, Patrice already approved which show he wanted. And I remember that. But the one thing that we didn't do was the cover. He wanted to, he described exactly how he wanted the cover, but we never got around to shooting it. So what happened was, you know, worked with Coke Logic on, we got the picture.
Oh, that piece of shit.
Yeah.
He did a great job, though.
Yes, he did.
If you see
It's
the
amazing.
Mr. P cover.
It really is.
I feel like Patrice would have liked that cover.
It looks amazing.
You just feel like he would have said,
figure out-
absolutely, this would have worked.
That's exactly. He said, I want to be in Times Square.
Yeah.
I want people around me, but I want them blurred. It's going to be hard to get people not to look if you're taking a picture, but I don't want them looking at me. And I either want to be on my phone or looking at my watch. And I found a picture of him looking at his watch, and then they helped me find the Times Square's picture of the people and blurred it, and we got it as close to, I think he would have also.
It's amazing, yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that almost life moving quickly around him, and he's just kind of
And
standing
it's
there.
almost like,
He's doing it on his time.
Right.
We all
That's
got it.
great, man.
If you know Patrice, you get it.
And
I'm doing things on my time.
I was watching some Elephant in the Room, and I went when he taped briefly, but he was already on stage, I think, when I got there. You know, and it's like you don't watch your peers. I don't watch other acts. You just don't do it. I don't, because I don't want to be influenced by them, and I don't want to get depressed seeing how good they are. And I watched some of Elephant in the Room, and I haven't seen the whole thing recently, and I was miserable and sad, and it made me laugh out loud alone. I'm not exaggerating. I laughed out loud alone in my apartment, and I'm grieving my friend who's dead, and I'm laughing out loud. I'm fucking amazing. It's like, God damn, it's fucking good, man.
So good. Yeah.
And then there's a part of me, as depressed as it is, and it's horrible, I'm like, you know what? I got to work with him for almost, fucking 15 or 16 years. I got to be a fucking a peer of him and to see him work. And it's like, you know, a lot of guys die a lot. You know, like Bill Hicks died at 33. And it's like, it's never good, but I had a lot of time with him, and I got to watch him do a lot of things. And I go back and watch those Tough Crowds, and I'm like, I'm so happy I was on that show with him. I was so happy that I got to see him yell at Colin like that and fucking and totally dominate the show, where I would try to say something I couldn't. I was like, what the fuck?
Dominate the show.
But it was like, I'd love to be able to go back and watch this.
That stuff that's on Audible is so cool because, like I said, it's not stand-up. It's just him in here bullshitting about things. And that's the thing.
Completely
when you talk
unfiltered.
about being selfish about your feelings and what you miss, it's like those conversations and discussions and sometimes arguments we would have were just like, I can't ever have those with anybody else. That is just me and him having those conversations. And then I think of it as those cartoon characters, the wolf and the sheepdog. And then they just punch out at the end of the day after just trying to kill each other.
Yes.
And then we'd walk down to the parking garage and he'd just be like, yeah, what you doing tonight?
See you tomorrow.
How's that pool? And it was like, you know, we were just back and forth. Like, no, you idiot. What are you talking about? And that's something that just, I can't imagine anyone else sitting down and having that kind of rapport with, you know.
The only way you could make a point with Patrice is like, if you went head on, you were going to lose, because he would make an out.
Oh yeah.
The best way to do it, was you had to acknowledge a point. You had to give it a little bit. You know what? That's a good point. And then when you had him thinking, then you
can hit him with a jab.
And when he's waiting for his next compliment, you kind of come around the side. Get in there. But you had
it really was like boxing.
Yeah, you had to rope-a-dope a little bit, because if you just stood there, you get your fucking teeth knocked out.
But if you got him, he would say, fair
Always,
enough.
Yeah.
He would consider everything. And
He
that's
was
what
fair.
so interesting about him.
Out of nowhere, because he could be completely disagreeing with what you're saying. You make a point. He'd sit back, he'd put his finger up and go, yes.
Fair
and
enough.
you'd go like, what the fuck? Wait a minute.
You're like, wait. Record. Say it again. I think in the almost 10 years I've known him, I got a fair enough from him maybe once.
All right.
And I cannot for the life of me tell you what it was for, because I was so
you got it.
like, huh?
What?
No.
It shocked you.
Yeah, I'm still shocked.
The racial discussions were the best with him, because they were always honest, and it was like
And he had such a different take on it, you know? It wasn't just the company line of a white guy or a black guy or white guy and a black guy talking. It was just, this is Patrice and this is how he feels, you know?
Right.
He clarified every point, so even if you didn't agree with it, you knew exactly where it came from, why he felt that way, the logical progression to the point.
He had great examples.
You always knew why, and so you couldn't just write it off as and dismiss it.
Great analogies.
That's exactly where that comes from.
That's why you could rarely win an argument with him on any level, because he would everything was so well thought out.
Yeah.
It's like I would never think that far into anything. Like he thinks of 50 questions or a question and answers if you're going to think of 5 or 10 if you're the average person. I think of maybe 1 or 2 and I'm out. Like, what? Okay. I don't care.
The Audible is 7, 8, 9, and 10 right now. The 4 segments.
7, 8, 9, and 10. That's
7,
great.
8, 9, and 10.
Oh, great.
Probably
Good.
move up a little more today. Audible.com/Patrice once again.
I wish they would have sold Tough Crowd. I wish that would have made it to DVD. Because the Daily Show, they just never did.
So do I.
You preach to the choir. They didn't fucking want to do that.
He bites his finger.
I'm glad Colin and Patrice cleared up whatever
that came out of nowhere. That was like the last time we saw Patrice on the radio.
The weirdest things happen
Fucked up.
leading up to those few days, and as time passes and I come back again, we'll talk about more. But so many weird things happen leading. It's sometimes I don't want to get all spiritual and weird, but sometimes they say, you're like your inside,
somewhere
your soul,
inside,
knows, and that Colin is the closest thing I think Patrice ever had as far as he would always talk about never having a mentor. And I think he really, really looked up to Colin in a lot of ways. And those two together are just, anytime they were together is just annoying because they would never acknowledge their man love. Last time I saw Colin with Patrice was when we were leaving from the Jay Moore podcast. And Colin was up next and we were leaving out. And Patrice goes, "Oh, Colin, my girl loves you. My girl loves you. Take a picture, take a picture." So in my head, I'm like, this means he loves you, Colin. This means he wants a picture. Oh, shit. And if you look at my Twitter, at Von DiCarlo, the pictures of those last pictures are up. I tweeted them that day. Me and Colin and then Colin and Patrice. And that was the thought. Wow, it was like, here we go again. Every time we see Colin, it's like, oh, my girl loves you. My girl loves you.
Their
like,
man love. Holy shit.
Their man love. I think he has special man love with all of you.
They had a fun dynamic, though. It was like, because they're both very headstrong guys. Colin's very stubborn sometimes. And there's times where Colin's irrational. You know what I mean? And fucking, I knew that whole thing that happened between them. And I saw both of their
sides.
I thought Patrice should have backed off a little bit. And I thought Colin should have realized he was just kidding. It was like, two friends butting heads. But it was there for a while, even though they made up. But I was happy they spoke about it.
Yeah.
It just kind of felt like
I think he was, too.
Yeah.
I know he was.
Oh, yeah, that shit always makes you feel better. It's just one less thing you got to fucking deal with.
And Colin knows it, too, which is better that he knows that they spoke about it, so he doesn't have to...
Oh, fuck Colin.
Yeah. Well, yeah, completely.
He describes him so well. When he said at the service that Patrice was probably in heaven trying to talk to God as an equal.
Oh, yeah. That was so fucking good,
How
man.
can you describe him any more accurately?
Yeah.
He really was. Colin really is the greatest profiler. I think that's what we all agreed on. He personality profiles.
Oh, yeah.
And relationship, meaning the interaction between two people so immediately.
Oh. Yeah. Were you at Bobby's, surprise party a few years ago, that small dinner?
Yeah, downstairs.
Yes.
Well, when we got there, I don't know what Patrice was yelling at me for that day on the way in. I'm sure I did something like talk too much for more than 2 seconds. And when we got there, he was saying something to Colin, and I know what it was. He says I repeat myself over and over as if he didn't fucking hear me the first time I say it too many times. And when we get there, he's like, "Yeah, Colin." And he's telling Colin the story about our drive into the city. And Colin folds his arms. He goes, "Yeah. And how do you think she feels when you say your shit for the 4th and 5th and 6th time? You think she wants to hear that shit?" And
man.
I do love you, Colin. Because Patrice repeats himself too, but he thinks, he would tell me, "Well, that's because you don't get it." And a lot of times he was right.
But on the other hand, it is true where it's like, well, you're not listening. That's why I repeat myself.
Well, no, I repeat myself because I'm not sure if I said it right the first time. So, he knew that, and he just wanted me to shut the fuck up. So,
just shut the fuck up.
Like I said, he was mostly right all the time.
Oh, man.
We all like to hear ourselves talk. I know I do. That's why I just jumped in. I had nothing to say there. But it was too much time without Jim Norton. That hurts the
Good
ratings.
boy. Good boy, Jimmy. Good
We need a
boy.
dose of Jimmy.
Gold star, Jim.
Well,
We have to plug everything.
Funny.
yeah, let's get the fuck
plug,
out of here.
plug,
man.
Before we wrap up for the end of the year, let's wrap up. Couple of things I want to plug.
Christmas.
Bob Kelly, New Year's Eve, the Stress
Don't do it.
Factory. And he will be at the Wilbur Theater in Boston.
Yes.
And I just keep forgetting. I'm looking at my phone because he texted me. He's like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Well,
That was the funniest
It was a great
song.
phone call.
That was a
I want to
great-
thank Robert for calling.
January 7th, wilburtheater.com up in Boston.
Yeah.
So if you're from Boston, go up and see Bobby. He's great.
Yeah.
And, of course...
what is Jonathan promoting?
Jonathan...
The government takeover
yes.
in North Africa?
He's
Where is
pitching
he?
a cartoon about clitoral circumcision.
Oh, good. So he's plugging that.
Yes, in the
God, I
Congo.
hope he comes home
Alive.
Alive.
At least I hope
I guess he
fucking
will
signed
come
up my
home no matter
special.
what,
Yeah.
but hopefully alive.
And
he's crazy.
And audible.com/Patrice for the 20 hours, 16 hours for $20, or you can just buy, if you're a chiseler, buy it in sections. Fucking assholes.
Get the whole thing.
Buy it all.
Buy it all.
Because a lot of people ask, what could they do? This
That's
is
what you
something
can
you
do.
can do if you have the money. It's going toward a great cause, obviously.
towards Patrice's
Everyone
family.
that Patrice loved.
And you get all
also-
this great content.
And Mr.
Yeah.
P, there's the CD, which obviously not released yet. You can pre-order iTunes and on Amazon. And Jason and those guys did the right thing because they actually switched the deal so the family got more money. I mean, they did a good. They
Yes.
they
A
were
lot of people
really
stepped up,
A
man.
lot of people.
Stepped up.
And if I can, I forgot to mention, and I'm probably a ton of people, but thank you to Dr. Steve, too.
Oh yeah, he sends texts.
He's
great.
No words.
A Dr. Steve.
Yeah, he's creepy. I think that's the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
He's creepy. You know,
That's one word.
yeah.
That's how I would describe all of my new husband.
The cookies have no fluid in them. That's why they're dry.
They could use more fluid.
Yeah, you could probably eat those, and you're going to get diverticulitis.
And Von, Twitter again is Von DeCarlo.
Yeah, VONDECARLO.
Just VON. Okay.
Yeah.
Say hi.
Nice. Yeah.
Say
Say
hi.
hi.
What are you releasing?
Oh, my humble little project. Actually, Patrice co-executive produced my album project. I wrote the music for Elephant in a Room, and then after that, I was working on my own album project. And a couple days actually before he had the stroke, he actually hired a publicist to try and help me, promote it and everything. He was very supportive, and it was quietly released on his birthday.
Oy.
Yeah, it was scheduled for that day anyway, and I was going to do this big album release party and disguise it because I really wanted to have a birthday party for him. But I didn't get to do that. But anyway, but I would say that I'm still here to do another album if my project doesn't do well. So if you got $10 to spend on my album, change it over and spend it on Mr. P or Audible. Or, my purpose is to keep his voice alive as much as I can.
Yeah.
I'm still here. If, like I said, if my project doesn't do well, I could do another one. He's not here to do another one, and I want to make sure that his voice stays out.
People want to hear
as
it.
much
That's
as
for sure, man.
Absolutely.
What is the name of
Thanks for
Where is the name of
mentioning
your album? Where can they get it?
Honest Righteousness is on actually that Honest Righteousness I wrote is the title track, and the video is out. I posted a link to my YouTube on my Twitter earlier, and that's the song I wrote about Patrice, and he actually called it the Stalker song.
Puts it in the most simplistic terms, yeah.
I wrote about my honest feelings for him, and he would always say, be honest, be righteous. And, I wrote a song about it, and then he called me a stalker.
That's terrible.
So typical. But exactly. But thanks for even mentioning it. I really want to, make sure that his stuff is. See, that's 3. I repeated myself.
It's all good.
That's okay.
Don't worry.
I would never want a woman to write a song about me because nobody wants to hear a song called Erection Difficulties. You can't make me come, dum-dum.
The anti-stalker song.
Oh, it'd be awful.
The running away.
The Why I'm Leaving song.
But if you go to my website, there's links for my stuff, Patrice's stuff.
For everything.
Twitter. I also have always ran Patrice's Facebook, and sometimes I would post tweets for him when he couldn't post like dates and stuff. So I do his Twitter now, and I know some people get creeped out, but if you just look at the bio, I say that it's me keeping his Twitter page in honor of him and to give information to his fans.
Sure.
I'm not posting anything like, hey, I read a book today. It's all Patrice stuff.
Yeah.
If you want to know what I'm reading or what I'm doing, go to my Twitter. But
Info on his projects.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so
right.
don't get creeped out. It's not him tweeting from heaven. It's just me here on Earth, lonely and just being a Twitter whore.
You're gonna have to come back, man.
Oh, thank you. I want to come back
Absolutely.
definitely right before it releases.
Yeah.
Jonathan and I are planning to do a huge album release party for Mr. P. So hopefully you guys can come to that. I don't know when it's going to be, but, when I come back, I should have more information.
I'm sure Jonathan will have it in Tripoli.
If he survives, I'm so worried about my other husband.
If his head is attached to his body, there'll be a great album release party. He makes it back alive from the fucking Ivory Coast.
Does he get lungworm or some foreign disease?
What is he doing? We all have anxiety now.
Just
Enough already, Jonathan. We get it. You like to explore.
Yes, thank you, Opie. We
Fuck.
get it.
Enough already. Needs a hug.
Tourism. He actually told me, he said, if it's safe and everything and they want tourism, I could definitely book you and you could perform. And I'm like,
Great.
That's
you
good.
want me to perform in Africa?
Yeah. You'd be a queen.
Yeah, before you know it, you're using arranged marriage.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I like black guys, but I like American.
Without assault rifles.
All right, we're going to start our little thing here. So we'll see you guys soon.
Good seeing you guys.
Everyone good?
Thank you.
No problem. Von DeCarlo, everyone.
Bravo.
Thank you,
Have
Von.
a safe holiday. We'll see you guys in 2012 when the world ends.
Oh God, thank you.
Is that one of those songs? Oh, this is Peter Gabriel, isn't it?
It's sampled, but yeah.
Yeah, I hear the sample in there. The yeah. I'm sexy and I know it. Von's in studio. Patrice's longtime girlfriend, wife. What the hell is going on with you?
You hit me with that immediately. You hit me right in my heart. I was so hurt. Oh, I was so hurt. But,
By me?
No.
Yeah, because people are saying you're a longtime girlfriend.
Long-term girlfriend. That hit me in the gut. I mean, I have not been referred to as wife, as long-term girlfriend ever.
Right.
And Patrice has only addressed me as his wife, probably for at least a year or two.
Right.
I have an engagement ring on both fingers. He died before we got married.
Right.
And if you want to hear the sick, disgusting story and, you want to get sad, his last gig was at Caroline's. And then he had a 2-week break coming up, where he was going to fly to L.A. and discuss the FX thing.
Right.
And during that 2-week break, we were going to be settling everything, getting everything ready. I don't want to get all the dirt out there, but nothing was in order.
Right.
And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. But we were going to use that 2-week period before he went back to L.A. to get ready for December, which we were actually going to get married in Hawaii.
Wow.
And we were going back and forth. Should we just do the Justice of the Peace thing and then, bring my daughter and his mom to Hawaii and do a family vacation and do or should we do the wedding there? We were talking like that. We were going to do something small and then tell everyone.
Sure.
So I love the fact that you guys all definitely gave me that respect and just, I've been Patrice's wife to everyone for so long. And then this is the first time I'm seeing it that way. I didn't even get fiance.
What was it in the Rolling Stone article?
Yeah, the Rolling Stone. Which, by the way,
I heard they did a good job. I got the issue, and I'm a pussy, man. In the end, I can't read it yet. I can't read the article, and I still haven't listened to the CD that everyone's raving about. The last project he was working on when he died.
It's tough, and I will say this: the article is not about me. The article is fantastic for Patrice's legacy. It's 4 pages, a 4-page tribute, huge picture. They're talking about his entire life. I'm a tiny little ant in comparison to what the article is supposed to be about. So that little thing, yes, that hurt my feelings. But
what hurt your feelings?
I
just coming in, we were taping something. I'm sorry.
He came on air and hit me with the long-term girlfriend title, and I almost passed out. I'm like, thanks, Opie.
Well, it's more of a joke because it's and I know you wanted to discuss it, so I figured, what the hell? Let's get into this.
Yeah, it's a joke to me, but it's hurtful because of everything that's going on, and it's
what's going on? What could you say? What's up?
Well, I've only heard that term come from one person, and I don't want to, say anything against anyone, but I'm not, put it like this. I'm mumbling. So let me just say this. I wish that we did get married, and in my future, whatever point I'm able to move on, I will never, ever be this involved in someone's life without being married sooner, because you are not protected as long-term girlfriend or even fiance. They don't recognize common law marriage in the state of New Jersey. And to keep it simple, I have not been allowed in my house
that you shared with Patrice
since probably a few days before the funeral. And, Patrice and I had two households.
Right.
When he bought the house, we decided to keep my apartment, to keep my daughter in the school system where she was.
Right.
Until she finished.
And to let Patrice breathe every once in a while.
No, well, yeah, but he didn't get much breathing room because he was either at the apartment with me or we were over there. It was literally
I didn't realize
like
it was
one big place.
You know what? I didn't realize that was a school system thing. That makes sense.
It was a school system thing. That was it. And she goes to a very special school. It's hard to get into. It's a performing arts school. It's an arts integrated school, but you also have to be like a really smart kid to get in and test in. She had to audition. She had to interview. She had to meet with the principal. It was a long process. So, we have to let her finish that in 8th grade. And you have to live in that school district. So that's all that was about. And, at this point, I'm kind of, at first I was like, oh, I need to, be here. Even during the funeral, I was kind of pushed out. I wasn't, all of the support was going to the house. And my daughter and I were at my apartment eating ramen noodles while whatever was going on at the house.
So you haven't been allowed back in the house, and you got like stuff in there, right?
Of course, yeah.
Holy shit!
But my daughter has stuff in there, but
I would say this because someone has to say it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Obviously, I don't know what the hell, but I'll say this: knowing Patrice as well as we did, he would want it differently. He would be pissed off.
Absolutely.
Patrice would be pissed off that you're not allowed to go back into that house and get your shit.
And I don't know what happened. I don't know when.
I don't know the full story, but I have to say that for Patrice. I just know.
You know what? And I don't. I'm mumbling and I'm stumbling because it's still his people.
Right.
I don't want to,
Did he get along with his people?
Absolutely.
You're obviously talking about Patrice's family.
Yeah,
without
absolutely.
mentioning specific people, but you're talking about his family.
I don't know
and they have treated
when,
differently since he passed. Let's
almost
put it on
the very moment that he passed. Because, I felt 100% that I was doing the right thing by Patrice and his family the entire time he was in hospital. I have no clue. I have some clue, because I've been, there has been discussions, but...
Can I ask you this? Did you make a decision in the hospital that they didn't agree with or anything like that? Or can you think of anything that might have turned them? If you don't want to discuss it, by the way, I'm not going to push it.
Yeah, whatever you don't want to go into.
But I don't know I don't know how how much you want to get. Maybe you want to vent today. I don't know.
Right.
But if you don't want to say something, that's fine by us. Trust me.
That could be possible, but I want to be careful just because I don't want to call anyone out that's not here to defend themselves.
Right.
And I don't want to make this a one-sided story.
Right.
But from what I'm getting, there's no legitimate reason.
You can't figure it
even
out.
if you've disagreed with anything, if Patrice was here, he wouldn't have it the way it is, even if there were disagreements with how things were handled. But I certainly 100% wash my hands of it because they're clean. I did nothing wrong.
What do you got in the house that you want?
At this point, I would say nothing important that I'm stressing over anymore, because it's not. It's been long enough. I've made many calls, texts, emails, and at first it wasn't even about getting anything because I didn't think that would be an issue at any point.
Can't they put it in a box at least and say, hey, it'll be out on the curb at 10 a.m.?
There are memories there that no one would understand why I would want.
Right.
It's not as simple as give me my guitar or give me my daughter's stuffed animals out of the closet.
Which are things, by the way, because I've heard. Stuffed animals that Patrice gave your daughter are still in the house that your daughter, I would assume, want, and you have a special guitar that you like that's still there.
There's a lot of things there that I would like. I mean, every all the artwork on the wall, the pictures on the wall, we picked out on the streets of Brazil. You know, we picked those
So
out.
it'd be nice to have one of those.
It would be nice to have anything at this point, but I'm so back and forth with that now. It's like it hurts so much to even imagine. That was part of the article that I couldn't stomach. Is reading how everything is being packed up, and I'm like, what's being packed up?
Because a lot of that stuff you got with Patrice or is your stuff.
But at the end of the day, it's not, because we were not technically married, and I will take a small portion of the blame for that. You know, Patrice, you can't push him but so far, you know, but when he was finally ready, he did pass away before it actually happened. But technically, you know, next of kin is next of kin. So if I'm long-term girlfriend and those things don't belong to me anymore, then I have to separate myself from it and take a deep breath.
It's really sad. I don't know the other side of the story, obviously, but I'm going to say it again. Knowing Patrice like we did, there's no way he'd want it to go down like this. There's no way.
It's a really...
There's no way.
From what I see, it seems like with such a sudden death, and it was such a... It was just all of a sudden you're watching television, and the next thing you know, a rock has come through your window. Like it was that. I think that people sometimes don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to make sense of it.
Sure.
And I don't know. I think for a while, when people are just trying to actually see what has happened, blame starts, and that might be human nature, where you just start blaming. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody, but I don't think it's an evil intent. But it seems like
something going on.
It's a horrible thing that happened. And how do you make sense of it? You got to find something to blame, and to blame nature doesn't make sense, because nature you can't see, you can't put a face on it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it's you know, when something like that happens, there's a lot of emotions that are really raw. No one's thinking straight, and then somebody gets in somebody's ear, and that's what sets it off. Somebody says something like, "Hey, you know, that stuff could be whatever. You know, maybe you should keep that in the house." And then that's where somebody puts something in somebody's ear while they're friggin', you know, the emotions are all over the place. Really, you think so? Yeah, you never know. And then that's it. And then everything gets shut down. I went through a similar situation with an ex that passed away with the family. All of a sudden, you know, come out of the woodwork and, hey, this is mine, this is mine, this is this,
and
all
I've
that stuff.
been accused of having things that don't even exist.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah,
like
there's all
jewelry.
these. Yeah.
It's like I don't care about a watch.
Right.
You know, and it's like if I'm being accused of these little things, it's like I've given you. I even had things at the apartment that I've given back, and I'm like, I don't have whatever it is that you're looking for. I hope you find it, but I don't have it.
Oh,
like,
so they might think you. Oh.
Well, let me just say this. Patrice and I were very close, obviously, but I also worked with him with everything, from business to personal. Right. So obviously, if someone is feeling mistrustful of you for whatever reason, they may feel like you're hiding something.
Oh, I gotcha.
And it's like I had access to an account that, you know, was basically our account, you know, with PIN codes and everything that I had in my wallet. You know, I made that known. You know, if I was going to be sneaky, I would have been sneaky. I'm from the hood. I know how to be sneaky. You know, I grew up in the projects. I'm not a sneaky person. And here's my thing. Patrice, if you think that I'm so fucking magical, that the great Patrice O'Neal, who can see through everyone on earth in about 5 seconds and sum them up and know their character, how magical am I that I pulled the wool over Patrice's eyes for 10 years? I'm really a bad person.
I have a thought. Do you think that they think that Patrice had more money than he had?
Probably.
Yeah.
And people who are
that's
an assumption.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing about, you know, comedians. Like, you just assume these guys have a lot of money, and the fact is they don't.
Dude, they're saying Gary Busey is worth under 50 grand. Now, that might be a paperwork issue. I don't know what his personal life is. But a lot of times people don't have what you think.
But he also spent like a mother hugger.
Right. And people who are not in the business people who are not in the entertainment business. Yeah. But people who aren't in the business tend to think that, you know, people see you on TV, they think you have money.
Right. So maybe they just assume that he had more, and there's some account or something, and then you got it first, and that's pissing. Something's going on.
It's something.
Because in all fairness, and to be honest, I met, Patrice's family, and I thought they were really nice people. So I believe what you're saying. Trust me. And once again, because I think it's really important, Patrice would want this differently than how it's going down. That is no doubt in my mind, and you got to think some of that has to come into play where they sit.
And it's hard to watch because, and I'm not being diplomatic, I really do love Vaughn, and I really do love his family. Like I really do care about all of them.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And it's very difficult to see people in any type of horrible tragedy not just getting together, because you want everybody to feel as good as you can feel. You want everybody to move on and begin to live again, and you don't want any type of a strife with it, because it's hard to watch people you care about dealing with that.
Are they mad about the special deal that was made for Mr. P and the thing we did with Audible with Patrice's material? Because I'll tell you right now, where I sit, there was no doubt in my mind that's how the deal should have been set up, where you would get some of that money, because
at this point,
because we knew that's
know.
what Patrice would have wanted. Simple as that.
I don't know at this point. It's been so long that I've had any communication with anyone.
You haven't talked to Patrice's family since the funeral?
I've tried.
Since the funeral,
I've tried. Afterwards, there were some. It was more of a slow blow off, I would say.
Florentine's shaking his head. Yes, he understands this, huh?
We talked about this. We have very similar stories.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I must say the last time I saw you guys were in Atlantic City,
right?
And that was actually harder for me than the funeral itself, because it was the first time I was at an event where, I would not necessarily be without Patrice.
Right.
And all of you guys, and it was very, very hard.
At the end, everybody has something to do and somewhere to go, or a person to talk to, or someone to see.
And Jim, you don't know this, but I ended up at dinner with Opie and his wife. I don't know if you know this,
I
but
didn't know
and
was that the shitty dinner you were talking? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm kidding.
It was me, my wife, Voss, and Bonnie. We invited,
Oh, I didn't know you went to that.
I went to that, and I thought you were coming.
I was going to.
And you couldn't make it, so I'm sitting there with the two couples and this big-ass empty chair.
Which made it worse, and this is, in a way, twisted funny. There's a spotlight basically on the empty seat. You know how restaurants have lights? Yeah, of course I did. As soon as if you're going to talk about it, she got up crying, and we're like, we felt so bad. And then
couldn't even
Voss is
order my tea, drink my tea. I didn't even make it to order.
And then we tried to get rid of the chair, the setting, everything, so now it looked like more of a normal, 5-person table type of situation.
Right.
But it was too late. This light, you know how restaurants have their lights, but this particular light was shining on the empty fucking seat.
And not only is it because Patrice is gone, everybody in the restaurant thinks you've been stood up. And I was in my agent's room with Florentine. I went and I was with Pete watching the game.
You know what it was too? I was imagining if he was there. You guys were talking, you and Voss, and you guys were doing what you do, and I hear Patrice's
what he would have said,
and everything. So I'm just
in other words, you heard "shut up, dummy" a million times,
and then everything just became too much, and I'm like, I have to go to the bathroom, and then I was in the bathroom so long that Bonnie came in there after me, and I told her, I said, I can't come back to the table. Please apologize for me. This is too much. I feel like an asshole. That was the first time.
And Voss might have said while you're gone that you're a buzzkill, but
yes, I knew that. No, and I was trying. No, I'm not realistic. I'm like, I am going to ruin dinner.
No, Voss would have said that to be funny. He's not even Rich is not that.
You gotta understand that was just a joke. We wanted you to stay so fucking bad.
Yeah, nobody wanted you to.
We were trying to figure out how we could get that done.
Let me tell you, I never stopped crying.
I know.
I never stopped crying. That was the first time I was unable to control my emotions in front of people, because normally I'm like this, and I started that way even in the hospital. I don't cry in front of Patrice. Don't cry in front of his mom. Don't cry in front of your kid. That was my mentality. Stay strong. Handle everything how Patrice would do it, and I feel like I did that as best as I could. And Patrice said to me, a long time ago, you know, if anyone ever accuses you of anything that you know you're not doing, or you know it's not you as your characteristic, wash your hands of it, because you better know that what they're accusing you of is what they're doing to you, or they're going to do to you. And I'm starting to feel that and experience that and know that. And that's all I really have to go off of. And, you know, I won't get into too many more full details about any of it right at this point until I see what happens, because I don't know where anything is.
More importantly, is that cherry red?
The lipstick?
It's coral. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a side view of the dress. It's very uncomfortable. I'm looking at
the dress is
Florentine's fucking
uncomfortable,
giant chin.
and the beautiful red lips are driving me nuts.
Thank you.
But what did you say? I haven't even heard a word you said.
By the way, every single time you see me, it'll be the same thing. I don't own any other type of clothing.
No, that's fine.
There's something wrong with women with big boobs that
those
cover
doors
up.
open at the
They
apartment
look
just to
fat.
get Morty's clothes out. Really? I'll fucking break down the door if you're gonna wear stuff like that.
When we were in Atlantic City and we're talking, and he's telling me his story, and I'm loving Florentine to death. He gives me this big man hug, and mind you,
Well, you want to feel your boobies. Yeah.
Mind you,
I know
I'm
Florentine
like,
a little bit.
He gives me those hugs, but from the back.
Let me console you. Well, I need to console you.
I know.
I'm
Come
like,
here.
Me and you, we've been
I
through
lost
this.
my lover, my best friend, but also my lover. I've not been touched in 1,000 years. I'm like, so, yeah, you're getting married in July. You're going to have to get away from me. I'm like, oh, this hug is great.
Yeah, I just gave her a little pat on the ass. I'm like, on your way.
Then I'm like in Atlantic City,
did
like,
you squeeze
someone
a little
else hug
tighter?
me. Where's Jim? Hug me. Where's Opie? Hug me. Where's anyone? Hug me.
I got a nice squeeze in today. It's nice.
Well, I'm all over.
Do you know how
for
much?
hugs.
Do you know how much you would
I
have
give
regretted
good hugs.
banging Florentine? That would have been the worst fucking 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, of course, just because of Patrice, I just couldn't. It would be really bad.
People are confused. Yeah, Von's getting some proceeds because that's the deal we set up. Because that's what Patrice wanted. They're asking, so I want. And the other side, I'm mad, but I think Patrice wouldn't want anyone to pick sides. You know. I don't know.
Right,
I don't know what's going on. It's really confusing to me because what I saw from Patrice's family, I'm very surprised by this, and I don't know.
For the record, that's why I don't want to speak on all the gory details, because I don't want anyone to pick sides either.
Right.
And I don't want it to be a bashing on the other side, because Patrice wouldn't want that either.
Hell fucking
At the end of the day, you know, I know where his heart is, and it's on both sides, and that's fine with me.
Well,
you know, I'm hurt, and I'll figure it out, but I
Let me
don't
ask you
want
this.
this to become a thing.
In a perfect world, what do you want right now?
I don't know, Opie. I want everything to be okay. I
What do you
want
want?
to fast forward to life being okay.
You would like to go in that house and maybe be able to you know, get a few things.
Yes,
And
I
talk
will
like,
say yes,
and
but
talk
I'm
like
scared.
talk like human beings. Like, okay, I really want that picture because this is
It's
why.
been my experience that I can talk like human beings, and then it seems like it'll be okay, and then 5 minutes later, it's back to the same thing, and back to accusations, and back to distance.
Death
it's
is
been so much of an
exhausting.
It is
Death
exhausting.
is exhausting.
You know what
think,
happens?
You
Can
think
you
the worst
imagine
part is the
living it?
funeral.
And then I have to explain
Well,
it
you
to
can't
my
live
kid.
death.
The family comes out of the woodwork afterwards to try to control the situation.
And a lot of times it's not the immediate family who was close.
Right, it's other people, it's
other-
cousins,
sometimes
it's
other
uncles, it's all this stuff. People that could never control that person when they were alive, all of a sudden when they're gone, now they want complete control. They move in.
Right.
And I'm making all the decisions. Fuck you, everybody out of my way.
Right. And if,
too bad. They don't know anything. They don't know a lot of things that went on in their personal life, but all of a sudden they're experts. And all of a sudden there was all this stuff there.
And Jim dealt with that for a long time. I remember when you were going through that. It was awful. Fucking
I
awful.
was very inspired talking to Florentine, because he's
Well,
doing better.
No one's ever said that
I know
before.
that's the first time that's ever been said.
That's the first time those words have
Oh
ever
my
been strung
God.
together in a row.
Florentine, make a plaque.
Because I was
Get that plaque
standing,
hung up.
I'm standing in Atlantic City like a crying, bumbling fool. I could not control myself at all. Even your wife, Opie, helped me through Atlantic City a lot. I love her. I latched on to her. I latched on to Florentine. His story was so similar. And to know that he's about to get married, I'm like so happy. It's like I can't even see the possibility. Who, what, where, why, and how is going to, come into my life. It's hard to see even if I can see it.
Let me tell you a little story about Greg Opie Hughes. I'm not supposed to be here because my dad's high school sweetheart died at 26 years old.
Wow.
And he certainly didn't want her to die.
Wow.
I look at death very differently because I'm here because of a horrendous tragedy in my dad's life. And he even when he had 6 of us and me and my dad would go out drinking, I would finally get him to talk about it. He would break down in tears like it happened yesterday still. Happy that we were here, happy, with my mom.
Right.
But the fact remains that he never wanted his high school sweetheart to die. But
Wow.
then ended up happy with his life. He says he
Right.
looks at it like 2 different lives.
Right. And Norton had talked me through some of those moments with, saying, the Kennedy story he gave me. Like, I've been inspired.
I don't remember what that was.
You told a Kennedy story?
I think I said
you were saying something
could be
about
worse. We could be in Dallas.
Could be
No, you were saying
1963.
that
And
she saw her husband's face shot off, and then she moved on and got married.
Oh,
and
how
things
Jacqueline
like that.
Onassis
Yeah.
Well, money
eventually moved on, yeah.
Money cures all woes.
Well, she had...
Well, I'll keep that in mind when I'm looking for a new husband, I
Although-
guess.
If you can get a Greek shipping magnet,
But
take it.
They had on the news today JFK was worth $1 billion. So how much more money did the fucking tycoon have?
Well, let me tell you,
on.
Patrice was not worth $1 billion, and I'm not in the greatest of positions right now, but it'll be fine eventually. I will figure it out. I'm still alive, and I still have a kid and 2 dogs
An amazing
to take
kid, by the
care
way.
of.
An amazing
It's
kid.
her birthday this weekend. Wish her happy.
How old is
birthday.
she? 15?
She's going to be
Birthday.
officially 13.
Oh, I thought she was 14. Wow, she's 12.
Oh no, she was 12.
She's very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's an amazing kid.
She spoke at the wake. She was very composed.
I think we're going to see some good stuff from her down the road.
Yeah, very bright. Obviously, really well spoken for a 12-year-old. Like for a 12-year-old to communicate that well under brutal circumstances was very impressive.
Yeah, that I was terrified. She's like, because I'm telling her who's going to be there, and you guys are speaking, and Kevin's speaking, and she's like, I love Kevin Hart, and she's like a big fan, and I'm like, are you going to be able to like they're talking, and then you're going to go up and talk, and at first she was supposed to go first, and then they made her go last. I'm like, you're headlining. Yeah. Oh God, no.
But by the way, that was very nice what Vaughn just did. Here's what really happened. She didn't. The kid said Kevin Hart is speaking, and she went yes. But Vaughn just threw us in to be polite, like no. I said you guys are talking, and she's like, fuck them. Who cares about those middles?
No, but she already knows you guys, and I was really impressed that she wasn't like, oh, I love you. She just said, hello, Mr. Hart. How are you? I'm one of you. She's very
good.
She's very mature. She wasn't like freaked out about anything.
And she's taller than Kevin, right? At 12 years old.
I think so.
A 12-year-old girl.
And her act is better.
Yeah.
It's I was more worried about Voss saying something stupid than her. But Voss was the X factor. If anybody was going to trip up and ruin everybody's day, it was going to be him. But he was great.
You guys were amazing.
Yeah, he started off. I just want to let you know I'll be selling my CDs outside the church.
Yeah. It's like Jesus. Now.
And Colin opened up by slamming me. I talked right before Colin, and it was great. It was like it just made me really happy to be a comic at that moment. I had read a couple of fan emails I had gotten from people that Patrice helped or whatever, and one was from a woman who had breast cancer and whatever. And Colin made fun of me for reading part of the email that said she was friends with Eddie Brill. And he's like, did you have to mention that she was friends with Eddie Brill? And could you have edited that part out? And the fucking place exploded. It was such an honest, funny thing to open with. And he was right. Stupid asshole I am. Not editing.
So here's the deal. Patrice O'Neal's article, his article in Rolling Stone magazine came out. Who's on the cover? Because people are asking.
The cast of The Voice, Christina Aguilera and the other guys from The Voice.
But it's the latest one on newsstands right now. Because I couldn't find the magazine. I haven't bought Rolling Stone in so long, and they don't sell it anymore.
It's smaller now. It's regular magazines.
Right.
Yeah, it's regular
It's
size.
unbelievable, though.
Yeah.
A lot of the newsstands just don't carry it.
Yeah.
I used to get Rolling Stone every freaking month.
I don't have a copy. The record label, Jason from the record label who's produced the album, sent me his copy, a scanned copy of it, and it's very hard.
He couldn't just send you a whole copy of the cheapskate?
I think he got the day he got it. He was like, "Look, you know." So it was more like that, and it is difficult. But again, I want to make sure I'm saying again, it is a great article, and I'm so grateful to Rolling Stones for doing that for Patrice. Is definitely not about the long-term girlfriend thing. That's honestly, that hurt my feelings. But it's up to them to report accurately. So it should have been fiance technically, but. Fine. The article is fantastic for his legacy.
Right.
And I appreciate it. And, to answer your question specifically about the house, I'm at a place where I'm so afraid to go over there at this point. I don't know how I will be able to handle it mentally, because at this point I've been forced to put my mind in a place where you start just writing things off and going, okay, if you're not, how are you going to live if you never get to go over there and get any memory or anything? And then you get yourself into that place, and then you have to go backwards to go into the house. I don't even know what to do. I don't know what I want at this point. And I just want everything to be okay, and everybody to be okay.
Right. I want to clear up something. Somebody's asking me on Twitter.
What's Twitter?
It's a really fun social networking site, which can apparently get you fired if you work for the news. But this is not what Vaughn is saying, and I want to clear this up because I don't want.
Listen with half it.
People just don't hear what people. This guy tweets me, and he's being well intentioned. He goes, "The money donated goes to her or his family. I'd rather money go to Vaughn than his greedy family."
No, I'm sorry. I didn't
that
mean
is
that.
no. Is not what is being said. And again, we're not being diplomatic or polite. No one is saying that Patrice's family is being greedy. That's not at all an issue. It's not they want to steal everything. No one is saying that. There's just
I'm not saying that either.
No one.
I'm saying I don't know why I've been alienated in certain aspects. I don't know. We were all just speculating because that's what you do when you don't know.
Right. I think it's more emotional stuff, but it's not about. I'm being very honest when I say I love Vaughn and I love Patrice's family, and I wouldn't love Patrice's family if they were greedy, awful people. It's not about that at all. So I know you're asking an honest question, Vinny, on Twitter, but for real, that's not what's happening.
Well, I mean, the deal we made with Audible and the deal with the record company is what it is, right? It was written that way.
It's for everybody, and everybody signed off on it.
Yeah, so
if they were greedy, they wouldn't have signed off on it.
Yeah, so Vaughn's money's not going to be fucked with that
right
there at all.
And Patrice's family had to say yes to that. Vaughn had to say yes to that. Everybody said yes to that. That wasn't some... And they weren't forced to say yes to that. They wanted to.
And the part we were involved with that a little bit, and we just knew... Say it again. That's what Patrice wanted.
Yeah, we're helping.
That's obvious.
And the bottom line is this. We don't know 100% because it wasn't written down. It's almost like when, Patrice was a comic genius, certain paperwork he should have done better. I wish he would have.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So what happens is all these people who loved him are left to try to figure out how do we do this to best represent, and I'm talking about his friends as opposed to family and Vaughn. How do we represent what we think our friend would have wanted? You're not a mind reader. You can only do what you think is fair and go here and here. Right. I love you, and I love you, and he loved all of you.
Would have done anyway.
I know it is.
It's not. Yeah. It's not black and white.
No, we don't know. But he didn't leave us a map.
You could have a general idea, which I think we all have. I think it would be fun to just not have a will and just let family members just fucking
duke it out.
Just duke it out like vultures. But as long as you're able to see from wherever the fuck you go, if you go anywhere,
just laugh about it.
Oh, how much fun would that be?
I guarantee you, if Patrice
They're all
can see from where he is not
happy.
If there is a heaven and hell, and he's watching this, he's probably more in hell.
How do I put this carefully? Did they find the dildos?
I would imagine so. There's one in every freaking drawer.
Maybe they were bothered by the amount of dildos.
They're his dildos. I'm not into dildos. Zillions.
Well,
I'm not into.
This is based on a famous story. When we got back to radio, Patrice came in all excited with a briefcase, and we're like, "What is he doing?" And he just opened up this briefcase of dildos, and then pulled each one out and told us about each individual.
Dr. Dildo.
He had a glass one. He had a double dong one. He had big ones, small ones, vibrating.
He was
ones.
really into putting things into me and others. But me personally, I would never use a dildo.
Well, maybe they're blaming you on the. Maybe they're blaming you for the dildos. Let's get it on record.
Then
I would
has
say
nothing
on
to do
record
with the dildos. They've never met Patrice O'Neal.
You mean the fact that the family was grieving, looking for an ice cream scooper, and they open the fucking thing, and there's a giant green dildo?
Wherever they look, under the couch, in the closet,
it's funny.
Behind the bed.
Because I mean, I could see that. You know, the family's looking for a will, and all of a sudden they open the door and it's 3 dildos.
Yeah.
I would say the only reason they would be surprised is if they've never met him.
Yeah.
Like, how can you be surprised at anything like that? I mean, come on.
Do you understand what it was like to be in Brazil with him when we would have to fucking...
Yes,
and
I
you
do.
know, you do. You were there.
I absolutely do.
He would go down and take his bag up. It was just so
We took
embarrassing.
more stuff for the Brazilian hookers than we took for ourselves there. I mean, you're talking about lingerie and panties and clothes and happy dildos and everything.
Hence why Patrice didn't have money when he died.
Yeah.
Or a lot of it.
Yeah.
He's too busy buying hookers, panties.
Dildos and plain
Dildos.
fare.
Right.
Well, he's very generous.
It's all jokes. You know we love him.
Oh, you never have to tell
We
me
know.
it's a joke. I
We
know.
know.
I'm joking with you.
All right.
He that bag was fucking...
He had to bring the bag upstairs?
So
He would bring a bag to
awful.
Brazil of dildos.
Do you understand?
He had
I had to go through customs with him.
Really?
We're all guys, and he's got a bag of dildos.
Well, imagine how they look at me.
Yeah.
Like,
They
hello?
probably thought that it was your request.
Did they give you any good looks, Jimmy?
I avoided the line. I went into a different line. I'm like, I'm not going through with you. You're
can't
bringing
deal with
fucking
this.
dicks, fucking sex toys into a third world country, you creep. And then he would go. The lockers were on the ground floor,
right?
And then you go up one floor, and it was where the bar area where you would hang out and you would meet the girls. They would put a number on you, and then you would go up to the 3rd floor. And that was where the bedrooms were. And you show the number to somebody up there, they write it down so they know what girl, because there's no money exchanged in the actual place until at the end. So what happened was we'd be on the 2nd floor in the bar area. Patrice would meet somebody, and then I would go up with my girl, and of course he would have to fucking truck down in the elevator, take his bag of dildos up 2 more flights to the 3rd floor, do what he did, then go down 3 floors, and then come back up to the... It was fucking exhausting. It was exhausting. Like, where were you? And he's like, I had to go down, and of course I was taking fucking Viagra, so I wouldn't come until the end of the night. It was just obnoxious.
He has an
Was it
incredible
extra?
amount of patience for that.
Was it extra with the dildos?
I don't know.
Bring the
Probably
bag
not.
up? No.
Probably not. I fucked one girl without a rubber twice.
What's wrong
What?
A lot. Yeah, I know. What? And she kept going, you special, you special. I was like, oh, thank you.
Did you come?
Fada, something. I remember that they do talk really, really sexy. And
Yeah, I didn't like
the Portuguese language.
I don't like that. I like that. Now that I know what boca means, I like that. I like boca. But I like
sound just
English.
like a boca.
Yeah, boca. I like English. Yeah. Yes.
Did you come when you didn't have a condom on?
Faster. Yeah, much faster.
Where?
Well, you know.
I can't believe that.
What is she
is
going to do?
crazy.
Track me down?
I can't believe you did that. I thought they were more like just accessories in the room.
I would love to think there's a Brazilian version of Jim Norton
Me
somewhere
too.
right now.
Some guy blinking too much with a weak chin, being beaten up in fucking mixed martial arts.
You are insane.
Living on some roof somewhere.
Now, is this living proof, like my theory last time I was on, about heterosexual male AIDS? If you go to Brazil and fuck a hooker without a condom, come inside of her, and this guy's still clean, there you go.
Well, let's hope I am. I haven't been tested since.
No, you were tested.
Yeah, of course.
Thus
There
all
you
the
go.
blinking.
There you go.
There you go.
Nervous.
God, I wish there was a little Brazilian Norton.
That would be great.
Can we track him down?
Sure.
What would happen, seriously, if, like, someone came forward or whatever, this hooker somehow tracked you down, knew you were a comedian, and said, you got a 4-year-old daughter right now, what would you do? Would you bring her here? Like, how would you handle that? Would you just send money over there and never see her?
Would you put her in the will?
She probably would be happy with $100. That would do the job. Probably.
Yeah, would I bring her here? Probably not. I think culturally, the mother and I would argue. If I had to go out and do a gig and she was fucking guys for $11. So I would probably not have an issue with that. I would have an issue with that.
Where would little Brazilian Jimmy be while she's doing that?
I don't know.
In the playroom of your building?
I wouldn't know that was really my kid.
Unless you would know. You would know.
Unless there was proof.
Yeah.
And I don't see myself submitting to a Brazilian DNA test. Because I don't think can it go from country to country or no? Paternity? I don't think it can.
Oh, God.
She's not then again, she might be a U.S. citizen. I don't know how that works legally.
You should look into it just in case.
Yeah, I really should.
You wouldn't let the kid live in your apartment.
I wouldn't let the kid visit my apartment. I
would rip down your kiss posters in your bedroom.
She would just keep pointing and asking questions I didn't understand. They'd probably be plotting to have me kidnapped and fucking murdered. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I was scared. I thought I would get kidnapped there. You know, they thought it was a hooker in Brazil. They thought I was one of the Brazilian hookers, but I didn't know that for like the first 2 or 3 days because Patrice spoke a little Portuguese and he would talk to some of the guys and I kept hearing the same phrase over and over. And quantos custos or something like that. And I'm like, what are you saying? Because you guys are having this conversation, then you'll look at me and then you'll laugh. I'm like, what is this? He's like, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Finally, I'm like, no, I want to know. What are they saying? And it's like, or they're asking me how much does it cost to keep me for so long? Because they keep seeing me with the same hooker over and over and over. And they want to know when I'm letting you go so they can get you. And I'm like,
the girls.
No, me. They thought I was a hooker.
You were a hooker, right?
And I'm like, he said after that I became really loud and obnoxious in restaurants because I would order very loud and ghetto-ly. I want a Pepsi and he's like, just put Americana t-shirt on your forehead, tattoo it. I'm Americana because I'm like, I'm not a hooker. Like I'm so insulted. Yeah. But at the same time I'm like, damn, you think I'm Brazilian?
It is scary though, right there. It is scary because the threat of violence is always
right there.
We walked 1 block from Help. It was called Helpe.
Yeah.
We were at the Copacabana, what's it called? The Orthon or something? Orthon?
I just remember Helpe.
Yeah, it was right next door. We were a block away.
I don't know. Yeah. That's
Rio
the restaurant
Orthon is where the hotel we stayed at. And no, that was Mia Pataka was the restaurant, the outdoor restaurant.
That like right there?
Next to Help, right. So we were walking back a block, and we got kind of surrounded by these Brazilian kids. And what happened was Patrice had scolded. Some older kid was making a younger kid come over and beg from us. And Patrice called him out and goes, no, you're begging for him. No, you all give money to him, I won't. So the other guy got mad and came back with a couple of people.
Shit.
This was about 11 o'clock at night. And there was a guy whose job it was to shoo the locals away. His job was to shoo them away from the tourists outside of Help. He was a security guy.
Because they're spending money, man.
Yeah, and he was like, but they didn't give a fuck. He would kick the kids. Get the fuck,
Really?
But they were, hardcore.
I saw some really sad.
Now, this wasn't sad. These were aggressive, pickpockets.
Yeah, no, I didn't see those guys.
He knew. And so we got kind of surrounded a little bit. And one of the guys shook our hands. Like he shook we didn't know. So we shook his hand. It was me, Keith, Bobby, Patrice, and then the guy put his finger in his nose and tried to shake Patrice's hand, I think. Patrice was like, no, I'm not shaking your... No. And Patrice knew something was wrong, and I think we saw the other guy, and we kind of knew, but I don't remember how it got diffused. We just walked back while they kind of were around us talking shit, but we were only going 1 block. Had we been going down side streets, we probably would have had a major problem. Just because they were 15 or 14 didn't mean that they weren't fucking having ability. But we were in such a public area between Helpe and the Rio Othon that there just wasn't enough room for them to operate and do something terrible and still be able to come back. Like, you know what I mean? It was
right.
It probably just wasn't worth them having a major problem right there. So we got very lucky.
Yeah,
but that was scary. That was really fucking frightening.
How many kids were there?
I don't remember.
Like 10?
Yeah, Bobby or Keith might remember better. I don't remember. No, I don't think it was 10. It might have been 4 or 5. But there's so many people around. You're in a very strange world where everybody speaks the language and you don't. And you don't know who's with who because everybody's looking. It's a very fucking isolated feeling. And I think even Keith Keith is a fucking psychopath, but even he knew that there was a problem happening that you didn't want to. We wanted to avoid as opposed to deal with. Shit. If I remember correctly, it's been 9 years now, or 10 years, so I don't remember exactly what happened.
Wow. Oof. Scary.
By the way, did we introduce you yet?
Who are you?
You don't know who Joe is?
No.
Joe Lozon.
Who is he?
Grab the mic. I thought we introduced you before. This your first time here? I'm such a dick. I've invited Joe many times to come and watch the show. He's a big Opie and Anthony fan. And I met him at UFC. Dana loves Joe. You just tell people what you did. Sorry to change the subject.
I've seen you before, but I don't know who you are or what you do.
About a year ago, I was on the subway, and I got attacked by Maxim Gelman, who had killed 4 people the night before. And he attacked me, and I took him down and held him there for the cops.
Wait, who's this guy?
Guy killed 4 people with a knife. He was a psychopath.
Downtown?
That was wasn't that the Russian guy from Brooklyn?
Yeah.
He killed his wife or his girlfriend and the mother.
Yeah, girl he was stalking, and her mom, and he killed his stepfather, and he hit 2 people with cars. One of them died, and one of them didn't. So he stabbed 3 people to death and ran over 1 other person.
And then you got involved?
Well, I was on the subway going to work one day, and I'm just sitting there, and Opie, it was the day after the Islanders played Pittsburgh, that revenge game when they beat the shit out of them, and they scored 9
great
goals.
Fucking game.
So I'm working on only a couple of hours sleep.
Right.
And I'm just sitting on the subway waiting to go to work, and this guy's pacing the train, and the cops are on the train looking for him. Long story short, he whips out 8-inch cooking knife and tells me I'm going to die, and lunges at me, cuts me here.
You're the guy that got cut?
Yeah.
And I know who you are.
Yeah.
You were in the paper.
Yeah.
And you're a fan of our show?
Oh, big fan.
I told you he's a big fan.
Why are you always surprised when someone is a fan of the show?
And I've been telling him because Dana
I'm more
loves
excited
him.
that he's a fan of our show.
Oh, huge.
Dana White loves him.
Holy fuck, I remember you.
And
I
that
see him every
metal show,
UFC
by
we
the way.
talk.
Big fan of that metal show, too.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, you were in the paper, man. Yeah, he sliced you, but then you took him down.
Yeah, I took him down with a single leg, and while I was taking him down, he carved up the back of my head a little bit.
Yeah.
And,
You take martial arts?
Never.
Oh,
I'm going to.
Oh, you just grabbed his leg and brought him down.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching it since '93. So I guess if you watch it that long, the shit just stays in your head. So.
Oh, what were you thinking when that happened? I never asked you that.
When it's funny because when he takes the knife out, it kind of happens in slow motion. Because the first thing I noticed was how dirty the knife was, and you just look at the blade and it has something on it, and I didn't know what it was, if it was blood or dirt. And actually, what I was thinking of was my wife and kids. Like, I got to get off this train because now we're in the tunnel. We're not even at a stop. We're in between Penn and 42nd. So we're in the tunnel, and I'm going, all right, it's on. But I'm really thinking I have to get off this train, so I'm going to bleed to death.
Were there other people on the train?
The car was, the car was full. There were 2 cops in with the driver, and there were more people in the car when it happened than when I got up. A lot of people had run to the second car.
Had anybody helped you?
One person helped me. His name's Alfred Douglas. Once I got up, and I was sitting there just bleeding to death, this man came over and he helped the police officers handcuff him and restrain him, and then he got up and he started actually yelling at the other people on the train. Nobody's going to help this guy. He's bleeding to death. How could nobody help this guy? And he came over and he just put his hand on my biggest wound back here, and then someone gave him tissues, and he basically stayed with me, and tried to calm me down and everything. But he's a godsend.
How many stitches in the end?
Total, I'm not sure. I got in the big wound behind my ear here. I got 20 stitches and 18 staples just in the one, but I have 4 or 5 other wounds. So I would say stitches and staple wise, you're probably talking over 100.
Fuck, you were bleeding to death.
Why do you think he went after you? I mean, you're a big guy.
Yeah, why of all people would he pick the fucking bald guy with the goatee and tattoos?
I'm sitting here looking at him like, what the fuck?
I honestly, like the old joke is he went after the ugliest guy on the train, but I think I was just in the right. He tried to get in to the driver, and I was basically on the other side of the door where the driver drives the train. I might have just been in the wrong spot. I think he might have gone after anyone if they were sitting in that spot.
So he looked at you and said, did you engage him or say anything to him or no?
No, once he, basically he starts banging on the driver's door, and I don't know if he knew the cops were in there or not, and he basically told
How long did it take the cops to come out?
a little too long enough for him to butcher my head.
Why the fuck didn't they come right out?
I don't know. And they were on the train specifically looking for him. They were in there looking for him, and basically what he did was, if you've been on the subway in the first car, you know that the door where the driver is, there's a window. And when I first noticed him, he's banging on the window saying, "Let me in. I'm the police." And I heard the police officer on the other side go, "You're not the police." And it was calm. He just walked away. As he walks away, there's a guy standing next to me, and he goes to the door. Now, he's banging on the window, but he's banging on the window looking over his shoulder. And I'm like looking around going, what the fuck is going on? I just got to get to work, you know? And they still didn't come out.
They were scared.
Possibly.
I think they were scared.
So then the second guy that's banging on the window keeps looking over his shoulder, waiting to see when this guy's going to walk back up. And just as he started to walk back up, the guy next to me, he just bolts from the door, stands right back next to me. And as Gelman is walking back up to the door, I don't know if he's going to try to get in again, but it's just like he stopped. He was maybe 2 or 3 feet from me, and just takes out the knife and tells me I'm going to die.
Oh. He said that?
Wow.
Yeah,
like
he said, you're going to die, you're going to die. And then
Where'd he get
was
you
it.
first? In the face?
He got me here first, right under my left eye.
And then what?
He got me here, then I went in for the single leg, and while my right shoulder was into his, say, midsection, he's got his right hand going like this to the back
Was
of
he
my
a big
head.
guy? He was a big guy, right?
He was probably 6'1", maybe $180.
Oh,
you know?
okay.
He looks a little chubbier now in the pictures I've seen of him in jail, but basically he's carving me up by my ear and behind my head while I'm taking him down. Then when I took him down, he still has the knife in his right hand, and he's flailing up. So the first time he flailed up, he caught me in the thumb. He sliced my thumb to the tendon. The second time he flailed up, he sliced me on the tricep.
No, are you feeling pain at this thing, or is the
No.
adrenaline?
No, right now I'm not feeling anything. Finally, the third time he's trying to cut me, I catch his wrist and I slam it down. And when I slam it down, he drops a knife.
And nobody went over and helped while he was on the ground and you were trying to... I mean,
No.
it's easy for me to say, but...
No.
But, and the cops knew what he looked like, obviously, because he started in Brooklyn and was going. So the cop in there obviously knew that was the guy when he's like, "You're not the cops."
Yeah.
Why didn't he come out right then? And
I don't know.
Why wouldn't a cop walk out when someone's banging on the thing saying, "I'm the police"?
Well, the funny thing is, I live in, I'm back on Long Island now. I used to live in Philadelphia. So when this happened, I was in Philadelphia. I hadn't seen a New York paper that day. So I'm on the train. Citizens in New York knew what was going on because it was big news here. I had no idea. So that's why what happened was he was at 96th Street on the platform, and this woman is just standing there reading the paper, and she's reading an article about him. And he goes up to the woman, and he just points his finger right in the paper and goes, "Do you see this shit they're writing about me? It's not true," and like swats the paper out of her hand. So she obviously knows who he is. She hightails it upstairs, calls the police, says, "This guy's in the subway system." So now that all the cops are descending down there, that's why the 2 cops that were in my car were on the train looking for him. And
were they young cops?
No, the male cop was actually bigger than I was, and the female cop was, I guess, average size, whatever.
I'm surprised she didn't run out. That's what you want when they're...
Yeah, so no, they were, like I said, the male cop's bigger than me, and I knew that they were. It's like you see on TV where you sign in or whatever roll call, and they say this is the guy we're looking for. Because when I got to the hospital, I was lying there, and they're cutting off my clothes and everything just to make sure I wasn't wounded anywhere else. And a cop comes around to the table by my head, and he holds up the mugshot that they showed at the precincts that morning. And he said, "Is this the guy that did this to you?" And I said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, you're a hero." And I said, "I'm not a hero. Why am I a hero?" And he goes, "Well, he killed 4 people last night." And that was the first...
That you heard of it.
That's the first I'd heard of it. I had no idea.
What was the police explanation as to why they sat in the fucking car while you were being stabbed and they have guns?
Well, if you read the newspapers, the official police stance is that they tackled him, and not only did the 2 cops on the train tackle him, an off-duty cop also tackled him. If you listen to the official statements by the police, I'm just the victim. I didn't do anything. They came in and rescued me.
Why? And who's backing them? The police union, right?
I don't know.
So you held him down, and then the cops came and took him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got him a point. The knife was away from him.
Yep.
And you had him on the ground.
He dropped the knife when I caught his wrist and slammed it down to the ground.
Do you think if you had recognized who he was, you would have been a little bit more intimidated and maybe not been able to take him down, thinking, oh, this is that killer?
It's, you know what, it's always possible. It's the kind of thing where, you know, when everything first happened to me, you know, you guys know this better than anyone. You read what people write on the internet, and I've seen people make comments, oh, yeah, if that was me, I would have done the same thing. And, you know, honestly, you don't know that until you're in that position. So I don't know how I would have reacted. I would like to think that I would have maybe done something sooner before he attacked me. Maybe when he turned around to walk away, maybe try to get behind him and take him down before he hurt anybody. But I can't answer that honestly because I don't know.
And I would have hightailed it to the second car, by the way, for the record. I'm talking shit, but I would have hightailed it until he was secure. Then I would have run over and kicked the knife away.
Well, obviously we got to get this guy a Opie and Anthony T-shirt.
Well, and I mean, Jim, to answer your question,
I think it's only fair. Maybe I think we'll even sign one for once.
Ooh.
This guy needs a T-shirt, Sam.
And I didn't actually feel any pain. See, the other thing that with this case is I sat on that train bleeding for about 20 minutes. The train was stopped in the tunnel. They didn't get the train going again because they said the police were on the tracks. So I'm basically sitting there bleeding to death. And
in between stops?
In between.
Oh, how scary is that?
Right. So I'm basically screaming, begging the police, you guys have to get me off this train. I have 2 young kids. I have a wife, you know. You got to get me off this train. And I'm like, why aren't we moving? Why aren't we moving? And at one point, right when we got to 42nd, I blacked out. And I blacked out with my eyes open. And one thing I heard them say was they termed me likely. And I didn't know what that meant. And my sister is a cop. So I asked her what that meant. And it means likely to die. Okay. And then when I woke up is when I felt the pain. Then I felt like someone doused my head with gasoline and just lit it on fire. I mean, I can't even describe the pain. It was unbelievable. Yeah. But I had enough adrenaline going before I passed out where I didn't feel anything. And then when I woke up, it was just, it was pain like I've never felt.
You obviously got the scars, but do you have injuries still? Like nerve damage or?
I think I have, there's probably some nerve damage to my thumb. Like I said, he cut me to the tendon and I still get pins and needles. Even lifting something like a half gallon of milk is difficult.
Right.
You know, it's more psychological than anything. You know, I can't tell you the last day I didn't wake up with a headache. I have headaches all the time. I have anxiety. I have things like that. But, you know, I try to put that all past me because I have a family.
And it beats the option.
Yes.
Which was you being number 5.
Yes, exactly. And that was my thought process is when I'm on the train, I wasn't thinking I'm going to be number 5 because I didn't know about it. I'm thinking if he's going to kill me, I'm going down with a fight.
And Dana White's a big fan, huh?
Yeah,
big fan of your story, I should say.
You know what? The ironic thing is, he was in New York the Monday after.
Right.
And the way the story goes is I get a call from Channel 5, or a text from Channel 5 saying that Dana White wants to meet you. And I figured, all right, it would be somewhere down the road. He's probably in Vegas or whatever. And then he goes, well, he's in New York today. He wants to bring you over to meet him and everything. And you know, he was interested in your story because apparently what was happening was they were in a big meeting that day, all the UFC people, and their phones started blowing up because I was doing all the TV interviews saying, you know, I just watch UFC. I've been a fan since UFC 1.
Oh, okay.
And that's how they had heard about it because every time, you know, it was brought up to me, do you fight? Do you train? And I would say no. But the extent of my training is ordering pay-per-views. You know, pushing order on the remote. And you know, I've just been a fan since the first one, and I watch all of them religiously. And he heard that, and he jumped all over it.
Wow, Jesus,
that's cool because we've met. I knew you were sitting. I didn't realize this was your first time here.
Yeah,
I've seen you so many times at events. We always talk.
I said hi and all. I didn't know the story.
Yeah. I thought he'd been here before, and you know him, and he was just a regular coming in.
And just the hanger.
But that's why he looked familiar. I remember it from TV.
And I'm like, wait a minute, did Joe ever even get introduced?
I don't know.
I'm glad
we never met.
No, actually, I shouldn't say that. We did meet once when I worked at Madison Square Garden. You guys came to a show to see Ricky Gervais, and I actually gave you your tickets.
Oh, right, the Paramount. Right?
Yes, yeah. So,
no kidding.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So we did meet once, and Jim, you look miserable going in. So
did I really?
Yeah, you look so unhappy.
I did enjoy Ricky that night, though.
Now you understand what we go through.
Yeah. No, it was just funny because you were fine, and I didn't know you
happy-go-lucky
at the time. Yeah.
Why do you think you were
You just
unhappy?
came to the window. You just had to puss on, like what you'd expect from how you describe yourself. But
why was I unhappy? Because I was going to watch a comedy show with 5,000 people that I was having nothing to do with.
Right, and you were doing
It's like going to
Poughkeepsie
it's like going to a
the next
porno
night.
shoot with a mop.
Well, I don't think the T-shirt's going to fit, but
yeah, do you got a medium for Joe?
I think he deserves an Opie and Anthony T-shirt.
Can I also give him a copy of Mr. P?
Mr. P on
that'd be
iTunes.
awesome. That would be great.
On sale now on iTunes. I actually tried to order it again yesterday, but they said
Thank
I've
you
already
very much.
downloaded it.
You're welcome.
You can't download it twice?
I don't think you can, or maybe you can, but it just told me and I didn't hit the right button.
Yeah.
I tried to from my phone.
Yeah, we should get out of here, man. Wow, man.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a fucking story right there. Holy shit.
You'll see me in the paper next week, actually. I get to see Gelman again. He's being sentenced. He's going to get 25 years next Wednesday.
Why only 25 years? He killed 4 people.
No, he got 200 years for that.
Oh.
He's already been sentenced in the Brooklyn stuff. I'm the only one in Manhattan.
Oh.
So next Wednesday...
So he's going to get 25 for what he did to you.
25 for what he did to me, and
Good.
I actually get to go and make a statement, so I'm really pumped.
Could you
about that.
Could you do us a favor? Wear the Opie and Anthony shirt at the...
Yeah, hey, listen, could you
At
plug
the
my
arraignment.
gig when you're making the statement? I'm going to be at Caroline's at the end of March.
Yeah, just write everything down. I'll plug Atlanta. I'll plug...
No,
when
just the
press
Carolines
comes out,
in New
you know,
York.
when you come out on the steps afterwards, go, look, I'm just glad he's in prison. By the way, Jim Norton's at Caroline's
Yeah.
this weekend. I'm going to go see him. I'm on my way to Caroline's right now because Jim's there the whole
if
weekend.
anyone has any dates, let me know.
You're grateful. You're grateful to be alive because of your family, but more importantly, because you can see Jim Norton at Caroline's this weekend.
Yeah,
That's how we're
Jim
going to word
Norton
it.
and Kenny treat me great, so I'll be more than happy to plug whatever.
Has he communicated with you at all or apologized for it? Or
Who, Gelman?
Yeah.
No, the last thing he's ever said was when he was leaving the court in Brooklyn. He told the judge to suck his Russian dick. So he's not one. I don't think him and I are going to be breaking bread anytime
He's a
soon.
sociopath.
He's something else. I don't know exactly
hate
what
him?
he is, but yeah, I pretty much hate him. And I'm not a big
Some
fan.
people
of the
would say you
police
got to
that
get
run
over
the
that
train.
hate.
No, you know what?
I don't understand those people,
Yeah.
but there are people like that. You got to get over that hate.
You know what? Every day I think of him because I get on the subway every day to go to work, and I look at my face every day and I see scars. So, I've had friends tell me that I need to get over it, but I think it's kind of healthy.
And scars aren't just
Yeah.
physical.
Yeah.
Scars are mental.
Why aren't you on why you should be on fucking I
Steve
Survived.
Wilco or something?
I Survived.
I don't know. I was on New
thinking
York
more
Inc., but
I was thinking more Dancing
Thanks,
with the
Sam.
Stars would be cool for you.
Sam laughed. Thank you.
The scar doesn't look bad.
This one.
I know
isn't.
it's
The
easy for
ones-
me to say, but
This
Plus
one's
you're a
on
guy,
the
so
face,
that's
I'm
like
saying.
hot.
Yeah,
like,
the one in the
he's
back. You
got a
want to see the
scar.
one in
Yeah,
the back?
yeah.
Where he's still in the-
yeah, I want to see.
That's a scar
Hold
from
on.
stopping a murderer. That's a cool scar to show a girl, even though you're married. But
Definitely.
Yeah, she won't let me out.
let me see it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Well, damn.
Oh, that's unsightly. No, I'm just kidding.
And I got,
That
I
shit
got
looks
this
really
one.
cool.
I got.
I would be pissed, too.
This is the
That
one
on your thumb.
On the thumb.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
And then I got that one up there.
I've been bragging.
Wow. Yeah.
Jesus, dude.
I've been bragging about a thumb scar for the last 25 years. That I
Yeah, well, she
It was an
got
orange-
fucking
it
putting
was an-
butter on a fucking English muffin.
yeah, it was an
Can I
orange
photograph the
juice.
back of your
It was an orange
Yeah,
juice
yeah.
lid.
Oh, gotcha, huh?
Oh, I've been talking about this
That's
scar
so
forever.
manly.
Fuck that. I'm done.
Gotcha.
Done
My
talking about
tummy
my
tuck scar got your thumb scar.
Yeah. Let's all just get naked and show our scars off. You got one, Jim?
I got a little burn on my finger from throwing firewood in my fireplace. the
And I
other
bet
day.
you've mentioned a million fuck. Oh, that's a new one.
Yes, but it's going to go away
Dude,
in a couple
man,
days.
I don't know what to say. Holy fuck.
No, it's cool, man. Look, it was real traumatic and everything, and I live it every day. But I try not to let him take up too much space in my head. And
But you got to look at the positive.
Hey, I'm here.
You got to meet us.
Hey, this is great.
Yeah, forget the family, forget Dana, the UFC, this.
It led you to this day where you get to meet us.
Honest to God, this is the truth. When we went to UFC 128 and we were walking down the seats that Dana was so nice to give us,
right?
And I saw Jim, I grabbed my wife and I'm like, holy shit, it's Norton, it's Norton. I gotta go meet him. I gotta go get a picture. That's the God's honest truth.
Yeah, I you know, obviously a joke, but there was a picture in the paper of the cop that was shot on the job, and his daughters were at the Super Bowl meeting Madonna, and you wrap your head around that, like they're meeting Madonna, which they must be out of their minds, like how cool this is, but the reason they get to meet Madonna is so fucked up,
so horrible, right?
And it's hard to like understand that. You know what I mean? Because you know they're excited
with a mixture of emotion.
That's what I'm saying.
At being in this great place and meeting somebody you really enjoy, like at the Super Bowl, and yet.
And then they gotta go, oh yeah, the reason we're meeting Madonna is because some animal killed our father.
Right.
You know?
Well,
fucked up.
Lauzon is you, right?
No, that's the fighter, Lozon.
Wait, you're on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter.
God damn, I gotta follow you.
What's your Twitter?
It's at Joe_Lozito, Lozito.
Oh, Lozito. I'm sorry, I called you Lozon. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I don't follow underscore people though.
Well,
I'll make an exception.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna make an exception.
I appreciate that, and honestly, it's I'm really happy to be here because one thing I said I've always that I always try to appreciate everything, but ever since it happened, I don't take any day for granted, and I always want to tell people that I admire how what they've done for me, and like I think like you guys are awesome comics, and you and Ant, I mean, I've been listening forever, and you guys are the best at what you do, and to me, to be able to tell you that, I appreciate that. I tell any athlete I like or musicians, whatever, if I had the chance to tell them, look what you do, like I always say, if I met Jerry Cantrell, I'd love to tell him, because in the last year, Alice in Chains is my favorite band, so I've been talking about him before. I loved it. I'd love to tell Jerry Cantrell, man, thank you for your gift, because plenty of days I just put my headphones on and just listen to Alice in Chains and just lost myself in everything.
What's your song by them?
My favorite song's Angry Chair.
I like that one. We should play some Angry Chair out.
By the way, what I said to Jerry?
It's a great acoustic thing to listen
everything
to.
Everything they do, to me,
great.
every song they've done is amazing. So, I'm happy that they're, even though Lane's gone, I'm happy that they're back and making music, because I think they're too talented not to.
Do you know that Jerry Cantrell? We met, and he's like, "Hey man," he liked my stuff, and we traded numbers. And he was here in New York, and I picked him up to take him to the Comedy Cellar from his hotel. But I wanted to stop and pick up a celebrity picture that I was having autographed the next day here, and so fucking Jerry Cantrell had to go with me to do golf photo and stand in line. And stand in line while I got some fucking, like I don't even remember who it was. Some fucking.
Did that really happen?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
He didn't know what I was getting, and then he came to the cellar with me.
That's funny.
Little known fact about Jerry Cantrell: he was in Jerry Maguire. He was the guy that worked in Kinko's when Cruz went in there to get his memo.
Oh, right.
He was that long-haired guy behind the counter.
No shit.
A little trivia.
I like it. We should get out of here.
Let's get everybody plug out. We
have Reed still?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, fuck.
Let's get all the plugs out. First and foremost, Mr. P is on sale, as you know. iTunes, Amazon.com. You can get it now. It's brilliant. Jim's show, he is doing 2 shows Friday. One show Friday, 1 show Saturday, and then the following weekend, it's called I'm Your Savior. It's the Producers Club, 44th Street here in New York. JimFlorentine.com for tickets.
Can I also tell you, it's next month, but I might not be able to come back. I'm actually headlining Industry Night at the Bitter End.
Okay.
So you guys could come see me there. That's March 27th. I just want to.
Yeah, we'll definitely mention that as it gets closer, of course.
Great, thanks.
Awesome. And I'm at the Punchline February 16th through 18th, and Caroline's here in New York, March 29th through April 1. Show up so I'm not humiliated. Thank you. Oh, and the Boneyard tonight, Florentine. And the Ozzy roast.
The
Zach roast is playing at 10 o'clock.
Nice.
All the audio from the Zach Wild roast.
Florentine.
And thank you, everyone, for making Mr. P such a big deal this week. We were ahead of Madonna.
I know, that's great,
big.
Especially after she just did the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I downloaded
Patrice.
I downloaded it. I'm also getting a physical copy. There's a record store that's bringing it in Jersey. Been to final. So yeah, I want the physical copy.
Oh, I have one for you.
No, I got to buy. I got to support.
You could buy one, but I'll give you one too.
All right.
I'll take
I won't buy it.
Yes. I got a cop sent to me, and I'm going to sell it. I want all free shit. I don't pay for anything.
We're good with free shit. And Florentine's one-man show. Did we get that
you're coming,
out?
right? Yeah.
I hope so.
I'm coming next week.
Yeah.
Really? What?
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 That's what you said, really?
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does that mean, Sam?
Weird.
I want to see the show.
What?
I mean, it's just like you.
Like, really?
I just said really.
I know, but like you were gonna
I'm
change your
sexy
plan.
and I know it.
Exactly.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
All right, say hi to your daughter too.
I will.
And
Thank
happy
you
birthday
so much.
to her.
Happy birthday, Mimi.
Teenager, have fun with that. Holy crap,
Oh,
you're in
God.
trouble.
Ugh.
You are in trouble.
Ugh.
And you know what? After the read, Sam has nothing planned for his show.
I never do.
Oh, actually, I'll stay with you, Sam. You had a question about this video. If you ask me the question now, can I answer it?
Now we'll have to watch
later?
the whole thing. Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
we
to
wanna go.
watch it. It's a
Oh,
7-minute
okay.
video.
Yeah.
It's too complicated. All I will say is white guy got caught.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to watch it tomorrow, I think.
So it's Joe_Lozito. You're getting followers. Lozito.
Yes.
I'm
thank
following.
You.
Fuck
I
that.
appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Just
You
don't. Just make sure not every tweet's a downer.
No, man, I'm cool.
Fucking with you.
One of the greatest, real quick, one of the greatest tweets during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Some guy tweeted at both of you guys, Opie Radio and
Same
Jim Norton.
time.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, dude, you guys complain about anything. Is there anything
Oh, right, right.
positive?"
And Jimmy's
then
response
he
was
says,
great.
Hope your
Great
next blood
response.
test.
Yeah. That guy really annoyed me with his positivity. Fucking.
I laughed the whole night.
You know, because that
blood test is.
You know, because that
positive?
You know, because of that tweet you were trending in New York.
Really?
Because I think so many people fucking retweeted that thing.
Yeah.
I meant to tell you, I forgot. I was checking out some trending topics, and all of a sudden Norton popped up.
Oh, that's
fuck.
Yeah, people got a little.
And then Voss got upset. Yeah.
Why did Voss get upset?
Because you were trending, and he's like, how can you make me trending? I said, say something smart and funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
All right, we got to go. Vaughn, thanks for stopping by. Joe, thank you. Jim 14, thank you.
Can you read that thing before you end the show?
Valentine's Day is Tuesday. If you're like thousands of other men around the country, we have to read Valentine's Day in front of Vaughn. That's awkward. Sam.
Well,
Why?
I'm
She knows
sorry,
it's
I didn't
happening.
pick
You want
the
her to do it?
calendar. I didn't pick the calendar. That's awkward.
Well, how about you like casually go with thanks, Vaughn, and you know,
She's gonna
lead
stick
her
around
out, and then
for
we
the
do the
after
Valentine's
show.
Day.
She knows the
thing.
holidays here. She's
Well,
not
yeah,
surprised.
I got to get through every.
All right. All right.
day. So.
If you're like thousands of other men around the country, you still haven't bought anything for that special person in your life. Lucky for you, that's the reason Pajamagram is in business. Pajamagram specializes in gifts just for her, like the wildly popular Hoodie Footy pajamas. Jim Norton tried one of those on. That was the thing you tried on, the Hoodie Footy, Jimmy.
And let's just say,
I'm going to retweet that video today.
It did me justice. There's nothing like a gentleman in a hoodie footy.
Yeah.
Even though I think they're for women, I put it on and I liked how it looked and felt.
Yeah.
So buy it for your girlfriend and then throw it on when she's not around. It feels right.
Very good. I'll be tweeting that video of Jimmy in it. It's a great one. He looks great in it. A little later today. If you're looking for something that shows a bit more skin, you can choose from Pajamagram's collection of sexy pajamas. Better yet, get her the best of both worlds with a sweet and sexy gift set. This includes a warm and comfortable hoodie footy along with something sexy like the Midnight Fantasy short set. Buy a sweet and sexy set today and save $50. Order today, and Pajamagram will guarantee that she gets it in time for Valentine's Day. Pajamagram has lots of pajamas that are perfect for Valentine's Day. Every Pajamagram is delivered in free gift packaging. Tuesday, Valentine's Day, deliver, guaranteed, but you got to get on this. Visit Pajamagram.com or call 1-800-GIVE-PJs.
Name, though, if I remember correctly. I mean, it was 10 years ago. So.
Yeah. Kevin.
What's going on, guys?
Kevin
What's
Hart,
happening?
man. This is a nice surprise. How are you, brother?
I'm good.
You hanging in there?
Yeah, man. You know, times could be a little better
Yeah, no shit, huh?
due to the circumstances, but I can't complain.
Yeah, this one just we've been saying it all week. This one just fucking hurts. If people don't know, Kevin Hart knew Patrice O'Neal real well.
Yeah.
This was you know what? I can't even. I don't like to be Debbie Down dude, but this one hit me a little hard. You know, it definitely. You know, we can't say that it was a shocker because we knew he was in the hospital. We knew that things definitely weren't great, but you know, reality doesn't hit you until you're really, really smacked in the face with it. You know, in our mind, it's like, well, he's in the hospital, but he'll be all right. Big dummy will be good. You know,
right?
It's not that serious, or you know, it's a matter of time before he's out and back to himself. And you know, after a while, you just didn't hear nothing. You didn't hear any news. You didn't hear any good news or bad news. So the way that I'm thinking is no news is good news. And then literally Monday, you know, you smacked with the whole wow, Patrice is, he passed away. And dude, I honestly, I just sat down and canceled my day. I didn't do anything. I talked to Keith for a while, and in reality hit me a little later. You know, as a man, you don't like crying. as a man, you don't like it, but it's weird when it actually comes out because you realize the ones that you're closest to, dude. And I lost a good one. I really, really lost a close friend. So
yeah,
it was a low blow.
Yeah, you can't. I still haven't been able to wrap my mind around this at all. I've just been walking through the last month just numb. It kind of sucked that we couldn't give anyone updates because we sort of knew right from the beginning that this stroke was a motherfucker, and people were all trying to stay positive. We all just knew what the outcome was going to be, unfortunately.
You never know. You always hear those stories where it's like, wow, it was supposedly really bad, but then, something happened. People, will bring up the word miracle.
Right.
And you always hope for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in this case, that never happened. And, it's such a fucking bummer because he was just and Colin said one of a kind, there's no one even close to being like him. He's irreplaceable in that way. Yeah.
That's funny you say that because that's when I say when reality hits.
Yeah.
You realize exactly what a person was worth, what their self-worth was, and what they meant to the business. And when it comes to stand-up comedy, man, the one thing that comedians attempt to do is pride themselves on originality. Everybody attempts to be different. They attempt to be clever. They attempt to be witty, or smart or groundbreaking. And people really don't understand how groundbreaking Patrice was, from dealing with the business, from not wanting to be the guy that was Hollywood, from refusing to let agents and managers dictate his career, to not being afraid to tell people to shut their mouth, like if they were out of line. Like the man definitely was he was on a different plateau, man. And I think now people are honestly going to understand what that man's worth was to comedy, after going back and looking at his body of work. So it's sad that we got to miss him this way for people to realize it. But, I think now people will honestly understand the type of talent that Patrice O'Neal was.
I said it earlier. He's going to be massively huge in death, unfortunately, when they should have realized when he was alive. And he was about to hit on his own terms. He was right there, finally, on his own terms. He was going to make it the way he wanted to. And that hurts too, because we all know that he definitely wanted that.
Very true, dude. Very, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Now you guys are going to witness me try not to cry. And if I do cry and you repeat it, I swear to God, I'm going to punch both of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of tough guys cry in the last week.
It's been so tough because he's just so fucking original and different. You take it for granted when he was in here doing the show. You took for granted everything from his big dumb booming laugh to his take on relationships and shit like that. And then when you realize that you're never going to get that anymore, it becomes really, really sad.
And he was never not funny.
Yep.
Never. I mean, whether the mics were on, the mics were off, or we were just hanging out in the street, or just taking an elevator ride, he made interesting. Everything. Yeah. He was always on.
You guys are beyond true.
Yeah.
Beyond it, man. Beyond it, dude. Well, like I said, I don't like to be the Debbie Downer. I believe that when things like this happen, you have to find a positive at some place.
Right.
In here. So, my positive is simply, I'm honestly happy and blessed to say that I was a friend of this man.
Yeah.
With this loss, I'm trying to deal with it as best as I can, but let's take the time to celebrate that man's life and what he's done.
Oh yeah.
And if you are a Patrice O'Neal fan out there, and if you were affected by it at all, just go back and understand if he really was here. Patrice is the type of dude that'll tell you to shut up and stop crying about it. Get over it. You know what I mean? I knowing that well to where I know that would come out, man. So, I can't do nothing but express my love, my condolences to his family and friends.
Yeah.
And, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to and be there as a friend and support those other, the other guys that are there. And as comedians, it's funny because things like this is what bring us all closer together. So, we're going to pull together and do what we can for his family, outside of the funeral just to make sure they're okay, because like I said, we lost a close one. So for us, it's making sure that he's okay all around right now.
Right on.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. Kevin, thanks so much, man.
No problem, guys. I'll see you later. I'll come in, and it'll be on a different time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We look forward to that, Kevin.
No problem, guys. Y'all be safe.
Thank you, man. Kevin Hart, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, our lovely executive producer has unbelievable timing. We wanted Patrice O'Neal on the show for other things, but Patrice is calling in now, right in the middle of the Mel Gibson tape. So this is perfect timing. Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. So we'll get back to the Mel Gibson tapes in a second. Patrice.
Good morning.
And we woke up Patrice, so we have to go to
Yeah.
Patrice. We can't wake him up and then tell him to go back to sleep because now, we can call you later. How are you, sir?
Good, man. What's going on, man?
Oh, he's sleepy, boy.
You sound
I
sleepy.
wasn't really. I was in sort of REM, and then Steve was like, "I'll call you back," but if y'all call me back in 25 minutes, I'd have been out, man.
Oh, you would be out for the night
Now.
or the morning, whatever. Your night.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you because we had a great conversation about LeBron James, but then Jimmy's telling me that you couldn't get into Montreal.
I read it on your Twitter.
Yeah, man. They, back in the day. I mean, I've been there 40 times. You know what I mean? Since '95 or so. But I drove up. I usually drive up now because I don't like to fly. They don't have big planes, and so I don't get on any little planes. So I drive there now, and they always give me problems or whatever just because it's I don't know what they see. But, they let me in, so I went up there this time.
Patrice, you look really scary.
Well, look,
First impression, you look very scary, and then we realize you're just a lovable fucking...
He's not lovable.
He's lovable.
I love Patrice.
He's lovable. When you get to know him, he's lovable. Huh?
I wouldn't say I was lovable. I would say that I'm not. Look at, I mean... You guys, Jimmy looks like a Nazi, and you look like, Dan Gilbert, from the Cleveland, and Anthony doesn't look like what he is, but he is what he is. But, you know me, you get to know me. I mean, I'm whatever. But the girl, one thing you don't do when you go to Canada, you don't try to be charming. I've learned that you take it the way somebody wants to give it. So, they look at you, they look at your paperwork. There was 2 phases. One was like the toll booth thing that you go through. They could stop you there, but he let me through because I had all the work permits. And when you get the work permits, they do checks on the work permits. So you can't even get a work permit unless they do a check. So if somebody does a check, give you a work permit. I've been there a million times. They send me to the immigration, to do whatever they got to do because of the work permit.
Right.
So if I didn't have a work permit, I probably wouldn't have to go deal with that. But I go into immigration, and I go up to the Swiss Miss Instant Cocoa girl with 2 braids and glasses. She looked like the chick that Jaws was fucking in Moonraker. The little
nice reference.
Like
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I go up, she's like, what are you here for? And I'm like, I'm going to do the comedy thing. And just for laughs. She's like, what do you? I go, yeah, here's my thing. And so she's back there. I'm thinking she's going to come back, ask me a couple of questions, but it started going into about a good half hour. Now, I had driven, it had been 6 hours at that point. I had driven up there. So I got there about 8:30. This was Saturday. And I saw her pull down 2 big-ass books, look like Bibles and shit. I was like, God damn, what's going on? Sitting there another half hour. Finally,
wow.
She's like, I need your registration for your. I said, shit. They never asked for shit like this. They starting to do shit they ain't never asked before. So I'm like, oh, shit. So I'm keeping my head because I always thinking to myself, I'll go back home. There's nothing more comfortable than my house fuck Canada, but I'm thinking, shit, I gotta go up there, I got a show. So I'm like, fuck, all right. So I give her my registration, and I'm like, miss, what's going on? Sit back down, please. I said, oh, this ain't good. So another half hour, I come back. She calls me in through another door, past the door that you come in. It was a special door. I'm like,
Oh, shit.
yeah. So another one who's a black-haired version of her, just young, good-looking chicks. She says, "What's your social security number?" I go, I don't know it. She's like,
Wait, do you know it and you didn't want to tell them, or you don't know it?
Yeah, because this is all new shit.
Right.
This is usually they just look at you, they look at me and go, "Yeah, I done know," and then they, they do the Clouseau shit, and then they fucking let me through. This time, a social security number. I go, I don't know it. I said, what's going on? She goes, I need your social security number. I go, Then the other one, the Swiss Miss girl comes up and she bangs on the table and goes, you've been convicted of rape. Oh, shit. Easy. You're not supposed to be yelling those shit out. You haven't been convicted. I said, I don't know. You tell me what you see. I don't know what you see. I ain't telling you shit. So he goes, I said, I ain't telling you shit. The worst they can do if you not committing a crime is send you the fuck back home. That's all I know. So, but then they started doing the sneaky, we gonna beat the shit out of a nigga moving. So I'm looking at out my left eye and my right eye, and it was some guys that would just love to have, pepper spray me and all of that. Don't tase me, bro, nigga. I'm really on that. Don't tase me, bro, because that shit'll kill me. So I'm like, look, I'm not yelling. It's just this is a little bit shocking that you asking me all these questions. And look, miss, I know my social security number, but I don't want to tell you because I've never had to tell you before. But I'll tell you now. So I give her my social security number. She goes, yep. She checks it. Yep. You rip. I was like, whoa.
You rip.
Let me tell you the story. If anything, at least murder. This is the thing about murder. Motherfucker go, oh, you got a murder charge. What happened? Oh, I hit an old lady crossing the street. Oh, fucking, I had a fight, knocked the nigga out, hit his head on the fucking, he hit his head on the fire hydrant. Or, yeah, fucking, I gave motherfucker a bad dose of cocaine and stuff. But Rick is like, hey, well, let me tell you the story, bitch. No. Sign this paper. And I said, I ain't signing shit.
Wait, what does she want you to sign?
I don't know. They just go rip. And then I go, I'm not signing shit. So they say, you cannot come in the country. I go, hey, man, give me my motherfucking ID. I'll leave Canada, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I'm not signing shit. So they just they followed me outside, put me in the truck, send me back. Wait, the paper. Okay, they put down refuse to sign. It was a refusal letter, which is now on my record. If you get refused to go into Canada, it's on there that you were refused.
Oh shit!
I was refused in '92, and they still asked me about it. So
why were you refused?
A different set of circumstances. I'll go into it. Much less strenuous circumstances than Patrice had to deal with.
Something dumb.
Yeah.
And the Patrice story he told on this show a while ago. I mean, it wasn't rape. Simple as that.
No.
We don't have to get into it for the next hour.
There's no, we joke about the shit, the
right.
rape. It's just like
rapity rape.
With that shit. But when there's enough motherfuckers, especially when white boys get into that situation, man, the Scottsboro boys, but when the Duke lacrosse boys get into that, and then you get the Tawana Brawley shit, the more that shit happens, the better, the less like a rip it side look,
Right.
Look, man, it's like you 17, you fuck a 15-year-old, you committed a crime. You know what I mean? So back then, before the internet and scary things, it's like, it's like that's no big deal. But now I'm 300 pounds and with gray beard hair. I'm looking in there. I'm probably looking at her, and I'm an asshole. I never was like, please let me into Canada. I am like, fuck that, man. I'm not signing shit. But then America has to treat you like shit.
What, Patrice, what was this? What did they actually want you to sign? You're not sure what it was?
It was I had to agree that I was a rapist.
Ripist.
I had to sign, because when I gave them the paper, they gave me a piece of paper and when I gave the guys that, they gave me two pieces of paper. One, the Canadian consulate, and this is what I have to do to come back to Canada ever again, is go down to the consulate and bring transcripts of the trial. First of all, 5 years had to go past. It's been 25 years. So, 23 years. And 5 years have to go past. You have to get the transcript, the court transcripts. You have to get all the shit from the court. You have to get something from a sheriff. And you have to get a letter from a clergyman and some law-abiding citizen and all kind of shit to go back to Canada, So I probably won't be going back to Canada ever again. And then the paper I had to give to America. And then when I gave that paper to America, they said, why did you get refused? So it was some kind of refusal paper that I had to agree with. But I'm like, they can't do shit. Because I wasn't committing no crime. All they could do is tell you and scream. But the thing is, they could have played me nice if they had been like, oh, we just asking you. But the girl was so offended. The Swiss Miss girl was in complete, utter shock. I said, I've been here 25 times. Look at your computer. They wasn't on it. She was, and then I go to America, and they say, well, they can do that. There's no protocol at the borders. There's no protocol at the border.
They just make it up as they go along.
You can make it up as you go along.
And she didn't want to hear your story when you said, I could explain that.
Well, I wasn't going to explain that.
Okay.
I'm saying that to you guys, like, as soon as they see that, it's like, that's what it is.
Right. There's no explaining.
I don't even say that I know what that is. They ask me, you live in Massachusetts, have you ever been to Jack? I said, you tell me. You tell me. I'm looking at you.
You got it right in front of you. You tell me. Right.
I don't know what you think I did. And she said, rat. I said, oh, Jesus Christ, bitch. Please don't say that out loud. Because me and the other African families in here, we already uncomfortable.
Are you saying it was only black people in that special room?
Motherfucker, I almost don't want to say it because it sounds made up. But it was nothing but niggas stuff in there.
Oh, shit.
And French niggas, too. They're going, look at BB. Like, you don't give a fuck. You Pepe Le Pew. You can be anything you want, nigga. They fucking with niggas at the border, man.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not going to say it's racist. I'm going to say it's it was a lot of black people there sitting there, and they went buck wild, and they did the whole, okay, here's a big... And then they did it in the U.S. Usually I get the worst going back to the U.S., but I always stay arrogant. I don't want to stay like belligerent, but I always stay like, who gives a fuck? Send me home. But this time I was driving. So like I said on the Twitter, I found out that I can drive 12 hours straight. I need to.
You
motherfucking sent me home.
You drove 6 hours just to turn around and drive 6 hours home.
Damn.
Here's the best part of this shit. I'm having a nervous breakdown. Like, why is life, doing this to this month?
Mm-hmm.
Life is just being hardcore. So I'm like trying to keep my head up. Here's the best part of the story. The best thing that happened to me the whole day. For years, I've been going to McDonald's and saying, I want a quarter pounder with cheese, no onions, heavy pickle. If they put 3 pickles on it regularly, they'll put 5 on it when I say heavy. I'm like, I never get it the way I want. I go to this dumb border fucking McDonald's, like about a mile up, sad and angry and getting ready to kill myself with a cheeseburger because it's just like, oh, boy. This dumb bitch made me the best. A whole layer of pickles. And I said, is this what it took for me to get my quarter pounder with cheese, heavy pickles? You motherfucker. I don't know how I got home. I'm driving through the fog of the Adirondack Mountain with a quarter tank of gas. And I got home, man. I got home, laid down. I talked to my mama on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I haven't cried since I was 17. I cried Sunday because it just hit me. I cried like a bitch. I'm telling you, I cried like a bitch, and it was just like what the, and and I'm gonna tell you, this is getting a little weird, but I figured out something. I never thought that not having a father meant anything to me. I never gave a fuck because I always said I could have been just sperm somewhere, but I'm alive. I realized, I said, damn, I never had a mentor, a male figure mentor to just be a man better than me. So I never had somebody 60 years old to just go, damn, nothing. And so I'm sitting there trying to figure out how to be a man right now. and only thing, your moms could do, God bless my mother, I love her. She's sending me, the God takes one thing out of your hand and so that you have space to hold another. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, will you just stop with that shit?
I don't need a proverb right now.
Somebody to go, nigga, it's all right, man. Stop being a bitch. Let's do this. Fuck it. Fuck Canada. So I had to get through it on Sunday morning because I didn't get home till like 5 in the morning on Saturday.
You know what? That's why you were crying, Patrice. You were exhausted from driving 12 hours.
I hope that was it because I haven't.
You were weak
since my dog died when I was 17 years old. I was just like, what the fuck? I started thinking of all kind of shit. I was hallucinating.
Oh man!
And I just lost it. But it wasn't about Canada. It was about why am I dealing with this horse shit? Like, I should have just been able to stick gum on that Canadian border window and just, fuck Canada.
Right.
But it was just a pain in the ass. Now, I was supposed to be there Saturday. Now, in Montreal, nigga, holy shit, it's, people that don't know the story, it's all being whatever formulated or whatever the fuck they trying to do.
Did she send you?
Trying to get me over there somehow, but I don't know what's going on.
Did she send you things like, and Lord, that's when there was only one. Why was there only one set of footprints? Because you weren't allowed to cross the border, motherfucker. That's why.
Yes.
I don't think Jesus could carry Patrice.
That's what mothers can do. That's what mothers can do. And then my male friends, we don't have the ability, you going through that, you like, oh, man. And then you switch it to yourself like, oh, man, I remember, like, if you went through that, I'll be like, man, I remember when I was at the border. Like, all I can do is relate to myself. I can't, you just want to have somebody go, fuck that, and you go, yeah, fuck that, thank you. But it was like, it was just, it was one of them moments, but I got through it because that's what you have to do. So it was like that situation is just haunting. But it's like, it would be cooler if I had murder, even robbery. What did you rob? Oh, a bank. Whoa. It's like, when you see a rip, that's what made it so much more embarrassing. She mispronounced the word. It was rip. R.I.P. She pronounced it, but the way she pronounced it had the energy. It's just whoever invented the word was goddamn smart. It's a fucking word that you go, don't say it. She said, you're a murderer. I would look around like, you motherfucking right. This motherfucker, now fuck with me. But
rip goes right through you.
If a Mongolian was like, rup, you'd be like, oh, Jesus, fuck. Don't say that shit.
There wasn't a pack of you at the time, was there, Patrice?
pack of no.
Just trying to get back to the Mel Gibson thing.
Good old Mel Gibson.
No, it wasn't a pack. It wasn't a pack. Mel Gibson made me laugh like a mother. I'm telling you, even getting raped by a pack of niggas was worth listening to that cocksucker. That dirty bitch out about her fake tits. It just made me laugh. And I go, you know what? I'll even let this motherfucker say raped by a pack of niggas. Because you know something? I almost, in a forgiving way, I almost can say to myself, this motherfucker, it wasn't racist. It was just in context of cursing this bitch out. Yep. And he said, you gonna get raped by a pack of niggers, dumb whore.
In the white world.
Black dudes, like he would have said it if there was black dudes in the room, like, and go, guys, I don't mean you. Just, she's such a whore. It didn't even take me out of the laughing 1 second. He's so brutal. But that's the story, guys. That's the border story, you know.
That's a big story right there. Hey, while we have you on the phone, LeBron James, because we got to cover it anyway. You and I talked. I don't even know. You were driving to Canada when we were talking. You were on your way already.
Yes, I fucking was.
I killed an hour with you on the phone. Yep. I killed an hour with Patrice, made it a little easier.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He called me.
That's what he does.
I called him. You know why I called him? Believe it or not, I was listening to the best of replay going down, and Opie said something about Bobo being as boring as watching a video buffering, and I laughed hard as fuck. I said, I got to call this fucker and just say
video
that made me laugh.
Yeah,
it really did.
He called me about that, but then we talked about LeBron for about an hour. And Patrice's take on LeBron is the best take. It's the best take.
Look, LeBron, if you're a basketball fan, you don't have to be. There's too many levels. I'll go, the first level is your own personal investment. My own personal investment of disappointment for LeBron, and then this is as far as it goes, and then the rest is just little different things back and forth. There's like a million of them. I've been a basketball fan my whole life. Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and fucking Magic Johnson, they would have never said, "I'm not going to ever win a championship unless I join forces with each other." They hated each other.
Yep.
Fuck you, Larry Bird, and fuck you, Magic Johnson, and fuck you. It was Larry Bird got 3 rings. Larry Bird got 3 rings. Magic Johnson got 5. Jordan got 6. Dr. J got 1. And all of those rings have the same value because they got them during the time when they all hated each other and they were trying to win. They hated each other. So if you could have squeezed one out during that time, you're still an all-time great. LeBron did the 7-year plan, and what disappoints me is LeBron, people were saying this guy may challenge Michael Jordan. He didn't want to be Michael Jordan. What shocked me is that LeBron wants to be Scottie Pippen.
That's the headline right there. Doesn't want to be the greatest of all time. Just wants to be, second best on a team.
He fucking wants to be second banana and win rings. And that fucking shocked me. That shocked.
Do you think that's just that he really wants that, or is it like one of those things where you subtly sabotage success because you're scared of not achieving? It's almost like, hey, if I don't say I want to, he's just afraid.
Patrice is saying that. Patrice is saying that LeBron James is really a scared guy.
Okay. Oh, I just repeated what you said, and actually it was mine. Sorry.
Well, no, I don't.
He was he's horrified. Look, man, he came out. He's a physical specimen. He's godly. He's 6'8", runs like a reindeer, dribbles, shoot. He's as a basketball physical specimen to play basketball, dude. There's no one that's ever been greater. Just his physicality, he's the greatest player to ever play. But I didn't know. I always thought he had heart. this is why the Celtics thing, there's a street legend that one of his teammates slept with his mama, which made a whole lot of sense to me. I think he to be a guy, look, he wasn't scared of the Celtics. He used to score 35 points a game against the Celtics. No one on the Celtics they're full of old men. No one could make him scared. He gave up in such a strange, distant spiritual way that I believe that the story that's in the streets is that somebody's was messing with his mama.
And that would be his teammate West was supposedly having sex with LeBron James.
This is all conjecture and it's all fucking.
Yeah, no one's really touching it. I mean, it's here and there. It's on some blog sites, but ESPN isn't covering it. That's for sure.
No, because it's dangerous territory. But the streets believe it. Trust me. The street and people. You ask some black people from Cleveland call. The streets believe that because the way he left. First of all, as it's going on, because it's still big news, unbelievably. His little thing they did in Miami where it was him, Wade, and Bosh kind of dancing. LeBron dances better than that. If that makes sense. His spirit, he didn't want to leave Cleveland like that. There was something deeper than what we know. It was some kind of betrayal. That dumb owner, Dan Gilbert, he or whatever his name is, this fucker, if he had kept his mouth shut and had some sophistication, we would still be saying LeBron is an idiot and a coward. But now you go, wait a minute. This is the kind of guy that LeBron was working for?
Wait, what'd the guy say, Patrice?
Oh, Gilbert's been saying a lot of shit. A lot of great shit.
The shit he said when I thought
he just got
emotional.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The shit he said when I thought he was emotional was enough. And I go, okay, I'm going to let him get away because he's emotional. This motherfucker owns Big Heads. You know Big Head Company, right?
No.
It's the company that sells giant wall stickers, life-size giant wall stickers.
Oh, okay.
Of different players. Baseball, it's the exact replica you stick on your wall, you buy it for your kids, whatever. He 2 days later, he lowered the price
Listen to this.
of the LeBron James one from $99.99 to $17.41. $17.41 because that's Benedict Arnold's birthday.
That's when Benedict
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, he is pissed.
He's a fucking asshole, this guy.
He's pissed.
Vindictive, dirty motherfucker. LeBron, everybody's saying they're not mad. I'm only mad because LeBron left the way he left. And look, Cleveland is in turmoil. LeBron James was responsible for a lot of Cleveland's economy, dude. Witness and Nike and his whole presence, for him to leave like that, it's something more than just I'm going to go play with fucking Dwayne. LeBron James is a beast.
Well, Patrice, let me jump in.
Left to go play with Wade.
Let me jump in because you didn't really explain. During the Celtics playoff series, he had one of the worst games ever.
Yeah, but
and you were telling me on the phone that he was looking around the bench going, you know what? Oh my! All these guys knew that West was sleeping with my mama.
When you're a young guy, if somebody fuck my mama, one of my friends right now, fuck my moms, I'm at a place where I would go, two things would happen. I go, nigga, you hate me, but you look stupid, man, because you hate me and now I know it, and you gave my mother some ass. She's in her 60s. So you did both of us a favor. You gave her some sex, and I don't have to fuck with you no more because you a piece of shit.
How many times do we have to have this argument?
So, wait a minute, though. So, as a 25-year-old guy, first thing you do is if you find out somebody done mess with your moms, you go, who the fuck knew? Everybody start looking down, chewing on their nails, and looking around like, you motherfuckers knew that this nigga was fucking my mother. And you didn't say shit.
And you told me he found out between Game 3 and Game 4. You're convinced of that.
This is all the
because you see,
of the story.
I believe
It makes sense, Opie.
Well, Game 3, he had a great game, right? I don't remember anymore.
Game 3,
He killed him.
Destroyed them.
And then Game 4.
Game 3, boom. Game 4, yes.
Game 4, he had one of the worst performances of his entire career.
Yes. But then here's what a beast he is physically. I don't know about mentally, but physically. What's his name? Rajon Rondo of the Celtics had what they were calling one of the greatest triple-doubles of all time. 28 points, 13 rebounds, 16 assists, some shit like that. The game 6 that they lost in Boston, LeBron had 28 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists. He had one of the greatest triple-double games of all time in a playoff.
Right.
And they still call him fucked up. He still is so good, he can still cover up, but he checked out mentally. He's not afraid of anybody on the court. He checked out mentally, and he said, fuck everybody. And don't forget another thing. He never says Cleveland, ever. He only says Akron. So he might not give a shit about Ohio. He only talks about where he's from. Right. He never goes, hey, I love Cleveland. When he has little things that he has to do, he goes back to Akron.
Right.
He don't go. He accepted his MVP trophy in Akron, at Akron High School. He bigs up where he went to high school, not Cleveland. He wears New York hats. He wears Dallas Cowboy hats. LeBron, the painful thing, he might not give a shit about Ohio. And let me tell you, man, it's just like when I meet a guy and he says, I married my high school sweetheart and I'm from like Portland, Oregon, I go, are you a fucking retard? You marrying a bitch that you used to eat potato puffs with, you fucking clown? Nigga, leave your state. You live about 4 states from California, you fucking nincompoop. So he's been fucking weird looking. Look, hot Cleveland girls have trouble competing with ugly Miami bitches.
Hey, it is a good point. He's
right.
He's been photographed with the Yankees hat on, and I think you're onto something. That he never really cared about Cleveland and couldn't wait to get out of there. I think Cleveland though is just pissed off how he did it, making a big to do about it with that hour special on ESPN. And telling him that way that he's leaving their fine city.
Explain to me what he owed. Like,
oh, he doesn't owe him shit. Trust me, I get that.
What did he do that, because I can't be as mad as I'm trying to put myself in a Cleveland but what did he do that makes them so mad? If they're honest,
well,
there was no way he could have left and they'd been happy. Now,
but I think it shows. Hold on, I think it shows a lack of class. I think he should have he should have been low key. A lot of guys are low key when they change teams, and just a low key thing. This was a big event on ESPN with stupid Jim Gray and his dumb 10 questions or whatever it was.
It was a little bit hokey, but let's say if he said, "Hey Dan, I'm gonna actually try my hand in another situation," and then say a little small thing like, "Hey, Cleveland, thank you for everything you've done for." Cleveland people still be taking shits on his jersey. It's with the same fury.
Yeah, they burned his jersey.
They had to hire a construction company to take down all the shit.
all the LeBron shit.
He had, look, when you fly into Cleveland, you see a LeBron picture.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
From the air, you can
I've
see
seen
that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's giant.
You know what, though? Fuck Cleveland and fuck him and fuck Miami and Dan Gilbert and betrayal. Like this is a fucking military operation. It's some cocksucker that throws a ball through a hole. And fuck Dan Gilbert. If Michael Jordan was in his prime and he said you could have one or the other, he would have taken his shit in LeBron's mouth and taken Jordan. Fuck all these guys.
Well, but the message...
And I agree with that, too. That's what I'm saying. I'm not angry. I can't be that invested.
But the message here, which Jimmy has touched on many times on the show, we take our sports teams way too fucking seriously, and then you learn through the LeBron James situation, they don't take what team they're on serious enough.
Right, exactly.
Not as serious as you take it.
That's why I'm Billy Bandwagon, and I'm going out to get my Miami Heat jersey
Hey, man.
And I'm going to start. That's my new favorite team.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Patrice, I've openly admitted I haven't followed the NBA in the last few years. I am all in starting this fall. I can't wait to hate on the Miami Heat.
If they get a center with one leg, they'll win 80 games.
But you know what? They have to win the championship, and if they don't win that fucking championship, I'm going to be laughing big time.
And they will, because they will win, because the argument was, oh shit, what are they going to do? Share the ball? LeBron James left to become second fiddle.
To be Scottie Pippen.
That is a fucking fact.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And one thing with your theory about him hating Cleveland and his teammates and all that and having that horrible game in the playoffs, remember when that series was over, the shot they showed many, many times was LeBron walking off the court and ripping that Cavaliers jersey off. That wasn't about
ripping it off.
That wasn't about losing that series. That was about fuck everyone. I'm out of here, and this is the last time you're going to see me in this fucking jersey.
Fuck everybody. And if you look at that shit, he walked up to Kevin Garnett, and if you don't know his story, he was loyal to Minnesota for many years. He's only 32 years old, but he's been in the league for 16 years because he came in he's 32. He's been in the league 14 years. He came in when he was 18. And LeBron ran up to him, gave him a hug, and they talked for a minute. Kevin Garnett said in the press conference right after that game, and he goes, look, man, if I knew what I knew now, then when I was 25 in my prime, I'd have left Minnesota a long fucking time ago. I had a terrible dream one day that I was talking to fucking Leno or somebody. It was Patrice Day. I was famous, and he said,
I'm sure Leno's had the same nightmare.
Rip.
And in the fucking dream, I said, he goes, how did you get famous? I said, when I became disloyal, when I became a guy who didn't think about other people, then fame comes. Kevin Garnett said the same thing. He said, man, if I had knew this, I'd have told loyalty to eat my asshole years ago, because I was staying loyal to suckers. And LeBron made that move based on guys who are 32-year-old men and 33-year-old men, and not a 25-year-old basketball machine who could have won his one championship in Cleveland.
Would have been
surrounded
huge.
by him.
Huge.
He wouldn't have needed another championship.
Right.
Ever.
Well,
he would have the key to the city for life.
And you got to throw this into the equation. I think Cleveland went 61-21 last year, I believe. They were pretty close to
66 the year before.
They were pretty close to winning a championship. Maybe in the offseason they get another player, and they would have been right there again. So it wasn't like he was leaving a team that sucked.
He just not. He wants other guys to play. Listen, he got Dwayne Wade, who is he's arguably the third best player. Kobe's 1, LeBron's 1B, and fucking Dwayne Wade is 2 in terms of the best player in the league. He is a beast. I mean, a beast, and he likes to win. He beat Dallas by himself. And when they won that championship, man, because Shaq was breaking down at that time. All he needed was a half a Shaq, and he won a championship, man. LeBron is, he made the right move in terms of going with the right person, but for his legacy, for who we thought he was, for all the props that we gave him, he made a bad fucking move.
Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think there was a move that he wanted Cleveland to make? You guys are much more basketball knowledgeable than I am.
Yeah, Amari Stoudemire, the guy that's in New York now.
In New York.
So Gilbert, he had a guy named J.J. Hickson on the bench that he looks at for the future. J.J. Hickson could be good in 3 years. He could be great. Amari Stoudemire is a bona fide beast right now. Beast. The guy that's in New York, that New York signed. Bona fide, will dunk it in your fucking face any chance he gets kind of guy. LeBron could have got him. Dan Gilbert wouldn't give up J.J. Hickson for Amari Stoudemire. He got the guy Antoine Jameson from Washington Wizards instead, who is serviceable. So he's a serviceable guy, but he's not a legitimate number 2. He needed a legitimate number 2 who is really has the one mentality, like a really, and Amari was that guy. Amari was a guy, you dump it down to him and you unleash him like a fucking pit bull, and LeBron could smile and he doesn't have to beat you but see, the great ones wanted to beat you by themselves. LeBron, he got scared, and he was on the Jordan game plan, which is 7 years. But Jordan, if it took him 20 years, he'd have won a fucking championship. He just.
I think it took.
I didn't realize LeBron was that guy.
Didn't it take Jordan 6 years to win with the Bulls? I think
it took him 7 years.
7 years. So 6 years where he was.
And he won in 91. And the thing is, it's not like Jordan had that game plan. Jordan wanted to win day one.
Right.
It's the 7-year plan. Jordan hated the 7-year plan. But Bill Russell won every year since he was in the league for 13 fucking years. So Jordan wanted that. He ended up winning it because he got Scottie Pippen and he got this triangle system, and that's the same thing that happened to Kobe. He got the triangle system. He got a couple of good players. Years to be 30.
All right, listen, because we got to move on to other things, but I do want to ask you about the Jesse Jackson thing, which, and you heard the Jesse Jackson thing.
I've been asleep on that one. I know he called this thing.
He called Dan Gilbert a slave owner, and LeBron's not a slave, and blah 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 blah.
Well, I mean, look, man. I think the sad thing is when you're dealing with racial issues, right? A guy like Jesse has used, even if he makes sense, he's used up. White people automatically go, I don't want to listen to fucking Jay. If he even says something that's legitimate.
Right.
If I look at Dan Gilbert, the argument beyond race is the ownership of the team, which is you will fuck anybody you can fuck to get your way. And why are you on LeBron talking about disloyalists? First of all, as an owner, he's like, we did everything. You're supposed to do everything.
Of course, that's your job.
The greatest player ever.
Right.
That's your job, Mr. Owner. You're supposed to build a team to win a championship. So shut the fuck up. But the thing I think Jesse's talking about is living with the arrogance of white people, and this is one of the most arrogant parts. And this is what I learned getting in trouble when I was young. The white system, you take away, you're white and you're white. It's a system. It's a system when black people say white, and the system is, nigga, I don't give a fuck how you really feel. Just smile and be grateful. That's the system.
Well, let me read.
So, that's it.
Yeah, let me read what Jesse said about Dan Gilbert.
He's an asshole.
Exactly.
All right, let me listen to it with black ears. Let me listen.
Take the stolen iPod buds out. That was my racial joke.
Well, Dan Gilbert said that LeBron leaving, it was cowardly betrayal or something like that, right? So, Jesse, the big quote in this is, his feelings of betrayal personify a slave master mentality. He sees LeBron as a runaway slave. This is an owner-employee relationship between business partners, and LeBron honored his contract. Well, of course.
Jesse's right.
But you're not.
No, he's not right about the slave owner
to bring in the
crap.
slave master mentality. It's like, fuck you, Jesse Jackson. Bringing up slavery all the time.
I agree with Jesse.
That's enough.
And
let me tell you.
You don't want him to leave, then fucking he should have hobbled him.
I don't agree with the fucking.
Yeah, he was a true slave owner.
Yeah.
I think, and believe me, I would never defend Jesse Jackson. I think the guy is a tool, a complete tool.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is the arrogance to use language like that as an owner about betrayal,
But
when it
that's
really
fine.
is an employee. I agree with Jesse completely.
That's fine. But he's gotta fucking bring the slave owner mentality.
Wait a minute, though, but you're taking it.
I don't know any multi-million-dollar slaves.
Literally.
Huh?
Well-paid slave.
The analogous way to look at it is like this. Look, David Stern, who's the commissioner of the NBA, everybody's talking about how David Stern is not going to let this bullshit happen again. Like, we're not going to let players collude with each other, because this is more conjecture, is that is that LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and the other kid, Bosh, colluded to do this.
Do you think that's the first time that has happened in NBA history?
As open as because free agency hasn't been what it is. I mean, and another thing though. Also know because Isaiah Thomas hated Karl Malone, and what I mean by that is, fuck him. I'm not fucking playing with that fucking homo. Fuck him. He hit me in the eye and bust my eye open. Fuck that motherfucker. Get me some unadulterated motherfuckers so I can beat that bitch. And that's what they used to do back then. Now they're buddies. They go to each other's weddings, and it's Facebook Day, man. Everybody's a fucking friend and a buddy. So they colluded supposedly since 2006 after they played in the Olympics, and they all found out they love sushi, and they probably all, I don't know, my father, the whole stupid shit. So they just said, well, let's play together on some young guy shit. These guys are young as a motherfucker. They're 25, dude. Right. So I'm saying that the commissioner is like, this will never happen again. As a black man, as a white guy, you go, what the fuck you talking about? As a black man, you go, why can't niggas do that? It makes it seem like, oh, when niggas just sit down and three motherfuckers come together and make a power move in a business that's run by the powers, right. But now these three young niggas like bum rushed the league and made some kind of superpower that was they did it.
You know what? To me, you know what? They should be able to do that. Fuck.
I agree.
They should be able to do that if they want. If they want to like talk behind closed doors and try to figure this shit out for the future, they should be allowed.
They absolutely should be able to do that because nobody stops the scumbag agent. These moves are made anyway with scumbag agents and fucking scumbag lawyers. I would much rather have three players go, you know what? Fuck it. Let's meet up in Miami and play. I would much rather have that.
My problem is with the Jesse Jackson thing and him bringing up slave owner mentality and shit like that. That fucking race-baiting shithead will bring up the slave shit every single conversation, which, to tell you the truth, downplays the seriousness of slavery itself.
You're right. Look, Anthony, you're very right. That's why I say it's like, look, race is an actuality. There's certain angles that white people just won't listen to. Look, if I was white and I learned about slavery, dude, it would bother me. If I was white, I want slavery to disappear too. It just, because in reality, the more you find out about slavery, the more I find out about slavery, the more I go, how do black people why aren't we not insurgents in America? How do we not fly shit?
You are.
We're not.
Yes, you are.
A couple of murders don't make us what we should be.
Rip.
It's not. We don't do what we should be doing in terms of what we went through. Slavery it still means something.
Can't organize a fucking block party without 18 people being shot. You're going to get an insurgency together?
I know, but why can't you look at it, right? Here's the problem, that black people need help. So as white people, why can't white people look at that shit sometimes?
Well, we have been horrid at
not as benevolent master.
We've been horrible at helping black people, so we should just stop.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, instead of looking at it like, look at these fucking animals, it's like, not like, let me help you, little nigga, but more like, man, this shit is wrong. And look, I hate that shit. But listening to Jesse, I know what the fuck he's talking about. It's just that this motherfucker still has the lingo of 19. He still calls white people hunky.
He really does.
You
nailed it.
70 years old, man.
You nailed it. Yeah.
But for him to go
I
after,
don't know how to relate to racial issues right now. He's too old.
but for him to go after Dan Gilbert, don't you think all the owners are quote slave owners then?
Hey, I'd like to make this point, and that the point you just made is when what's the guy everybody says is an asshole there, the radio guy, big time, the fat dude,
Rush Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh wanted to try to buy a football team, and they all got together and said, "Oh, we can't have Rush." But my thing was, okay, fuck Rush, but do you think that the guy that owns the Pittsburgh Steelers doesn't still own a slave or two? He's 99 years old. He's the cheapest team. He hired Mike Tomlin, but you don't think that motherfucker? You don't think the guy from the Dallas Cowboys? You don't think Jerry Jones has a nigger laugh once or twice? Everybody's a fucking liar.
That's the biggest thing. You're right. You're right. Too many lying motherfuckers.
Much more happy. Everyone's a fucking liar.
Bunch of liars. I want to get into this a little later, if we could, but the brand new and improved Black Panthers, that whole movement that's going on right now.
Jesus Christ, you have been on vacation.
Oh, my God. I have just been on their site. I'm reading their 10 goals in life and what they want to attain and reparation. And I'm sitting there going, this is just as bad as Niggermania on the other end of the spectrum.
Was you having nigger mania running in the background?
Yeah, I had both up on one on one computer, one on the other, and I was having a computer race war.
Dude, the fucking guy, I saw the speech he made, the Malik Shabazz.
Yeah.
Honestly, it looked like a sketch off the fucking Chappelle show. It didn't even look real. It was like, who cares?
They're wearing their goofy uniforms.
It's just silly, kind of angry, nerdy black guys in the background.
You know what, though? They're not taken seriously as if you get 3 fucking white guys together.
I agree.
That are preaching the Second Amendment, and you have a fucking militia that's ready to take over the fucking country. You get fucking 10 black guys.
The sad thing, though, Anthony, is that the white people get to separate from other white people. The thing is, you can't believe how many black people want to agree with you, but they just cannot because of the lying that's going on. So we have to like go, oh, the new Black Panthers, that's right. We have to raise a fist, but this motherfucker might be goofy, but the fact is, black people got to go see Tyler Perry movies because they black. And all these people
Sorry about that.
manipulate.
That's the second worst atrocity to black people.
Exactly. White people get to have your foolishness and you get to laugh at it, but black people can't laugh at nothing that might be foolish if it's riding on the horseback of race.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of silly shit I want to dismiss, but I can't dismiss Jesse Jackson. Anything he says, I have to look at it and go, and then I have to be fair about it. But that's the thing. We're not allowed to be fair. Like I said to Opie a long time ago, if you remember the old Geraldo Rivera show, when they had race talks, it would always be Mr. Negropolis from Harvard University, went to school his whole life. Fucking versus you fucking niggers get sickle cell anemia.
That's so true.
Yep.
Just so.
I mean, this country has no respect even for our highest thinkers. We have to have a debate with fucking you niggers get sickle cell anemia.
Right.
It's embarrassing.
All right, listen, Patrice. Really quick, because I think first of all, Stern fined Gilbert $100,000. That came out today.
Wow.
And for what he's been saying about the LeBron situation.
He has that in his sock right now.
Yeah, I understand.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think they should be able to say whatever the hell they want. It's just great to hear. And then Jason in Ohio, did Gilbert respond to Jesse's comments? Jason?
Hello, Jason.
God damn it, Jason. Does anyone know?
He's just listening to himself.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, he responded to him.
He's going to answer.
Do you have that, Travis?
I don't have it in front of me because my computer's messed up. But Travis. He pretty much said that that he wasn't going to get into a back and forth with Jesse Jackson because he just didn't want to validate what Jesse said about comparing him to slavery.
Yeah, Jesse's an ass. Yeah. He's an ass.
He is, but
Patrice
that
did
actually
make a good point
that
saying
mentality.
that. It's like that mentality.
He just didn't have to use the slave thing.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's acting like such a bitch, I mean, by that I mean Dan Gilbert, over a lost employee, it's like, shut the fuck up. I agree. But I like the honesty.
Passion this guy's showing.
Passion, yeah, but it's like, don't be a cunt about it. He left your fucking shitty city and your shitty organization. Fuck you.
But the one thing, Jimmy, is
I like Cleveland.
LeBron did not return any calls from Gilbert or any of his people. Like, they couldn't even get a hold of the fucking guy from the end of the season all the way to that announcement. I think LeBron let him know just a couple minutes before he went on ESPN.
Maybe
he wouldn't even return their calls.
There's probably something else going on. Maybe he was mad that they didn't get that guy that Patrice
I know.
said.
We don't know the whole story.
There's
You're
obviously
right.
something else.
But on a human level, two things it could be. I don't know if you've had anybody in your life who can influence you to do things you don't want to do. Like, where you might go, look, I don't want to talk to him because he's going to make me do what he wants to do. So Dan Gilbert and his people might have had some influence over LeBron, and LeBron just wanted to make his own decision, or he fucking hated Dan Gilbert. Those are the two fucking things.
Sure.
He could have hated that.
Maybe he's a weak guy, and it would have been hard for him to say no to people. They took him out of high school, right?
Oh, yeah, they did.
So it's like Dan Gilbert, and I'm not saying it was wrong to pull the guy out of high school and pay him millions of dollars. That's fine. Like, we're after he graduated.
After he graduated
Yeah, of course.
high school.
Let's be honest.
Blew off college.
You ever try to not do a gig, Norton?
Right.
And your people go, oh, you should do it, and you don't want to do it, but you got people going, yeah, do it, and you go, I don't want to do it, but you end up doing it because it's just people telling you, you know what I mean? And you're just like, shit. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been happening. There's 1,000 different stories as a human, but,
All right. Hey, Patrice, thanks, man. A great hour of radio. I appreciate it. And sorry about Montreal. Are you going to try to go back?
I mean, I don't know they're trying to get me back over there. They the guys are working hard to just relax people. I've been over there a lot, so I've been over there a lot. That's the one thing I thought was in my favor is like, listen, I've been there 50 fucking times.
When is the festival end? You going back, Jimmy?
I'm going back. I'm doing the Tonight Show Thursday, and I go back right from there Friday morning. I do shows Friday through Sunday.
Damn. All right, so maybe Patrice makes it back to
Montreal.
Montreal.
You make it back up, man. I was looking forward to seeing it there.
All right, man. See you later.
Patrice O'Neal, everyone.
Rip. That's a good point he made, man, about a great point. It was I thought about black people not being able to laugh at anything to do with race, even if it's on the horseback of race. That's a great point.
All right. We'll talk about the Black Panthers, but after the break.
The new and improved Black Panthers.
The new and improved, I'm sorry. But before that, we started the Mel Gibson tapes, and we'll do tape number 2, the one that came out yesterday.